out towards point. It's the boundary fielder has collected that easily, so they'll run a couple. Didn't try to overhit that, did Lamb. Played it beautifully off the back foot, sliced it through the point area, and she's off and running.
That single that Eve Jones got has ticked her on to exactly 500 runs for the competition this season, averaging 50.
Yeah.
Eve Jones.
Speaks for itself, doesn't it?
Just a bit, yeah.
And it is Jones on strike. They've got a slip in place for Monroe. It's a little bit leggish. I think that's perhaps come off the leg there. I'm not sure if the umpire signal. Yeah, ledge. 4 for the loss of no wicket. Jones is on 1. Lamb has moved on to 2. Steady start from both teams.
Yeah, Jones with 500 runs, 1 century this season. Top score of 113. 3 times she's got to 50. But she's got double the runs of anybody else in this Lancashire side in this competition this season. Eve Jones, she's been fantastic.
On virtue of the fact that this player hasn't got a number on her back, I think this might be Clara Thacker making her debut for Essex this afternoon.
I had it down as number 12, but maybe just not quite made
they haven't made the shirt yet for it. The printer's been let them down. Yes. Yeah, I've watched her video clips of her playing against Australia under 19s, and she does move the ball in a little bit, Catherine Bryce-esque, if you like. And that's nice start from Thacker, and she's pinned Emma Lamb down there. All she could do really was defend and dab it down in front of her. The rest of her teammates appreciated that. Lots of chirping in the outfield from the Essex girls, who are missing, as I say, a couple of players actually today. Apart from Grace Scrivens, Jodie Grucock isn't available. Same reason, she's with England, A-team. Thacker takes her run north end, from the north end. A bit shorter again. Defended. Good lines. Emma Lamb is watchful as ever. Just dabs it down. Classic defensive shot.
Yeah, it just came back in a little bit, that. Just getting the ball just to come back in towards Emma Lamb. Good start.
She's another one of these plethora of young players who seem to all get a chance with England under 19 at some point or the other, but you can see why if she's bowling as consistently as this for them. And that's beating the outside edge of Lamb. Very well bowled, pitched a little bit wider, a bit fuller. Lamb's prodding and poking at the pitch there. I don't know what she's seen that we can't see from over here, but there's definitely something in that pitch she's not happy with. But we will see. Good start from Thacker. 3 balls, 3 dots.
Yeah, just a little early.
Very nice. She doesn't seem phased at all, though, does she, Scott?
It's an excellent start, isn't it? Yeah, right.
Fantastic.
On the money.
Yeah, she's just waiting for her keeper to settle and Lamb to settle. Starts her run up. Elbows pumping short again. This time a little bit too short, so allows Lamb the time to pull it round to fine leg. A tiny misfield. They're going to take a run on the misfield. They're not. Just the 1 run on that occasion. Lamb moves on to 3. The score moves on to 5. Brings the lefty in, and of course that, as you know, anyone who's played cricket, means there's lots of jogging around in the field.
Yes, and it wouldn't be a day to be on kind of fine leg or third man duty today, would it?
Not really.
To a left-hand, right-hand combination. That's a hot day for us.
It's a day for conserving energy. It's one of those days where
Yep.
you don't want to be moving position all the time. So it's quite good that Lancashire have got a couple of lefties in the team today in the batting lineup with Stephen as well. Seems like they're settled. So Eve Jones can take her stance. She's looking around at the field. There's a deep third. And I'm trying to see where the other outfield fielder is. And deep back and square. It's been punched into the cover area. No run on that occasion. Looking to pull that one, I think, actually. Didn't quite get there in time to play the shot, so she changed her shot, I think, midway. Dot ball to end the over. Great first over from the youngster. So 5 for no wicket at the end of the second over here at Stanley Park in Blackpool. You'll be made very, very welcome if you come down here. There's some really great vantage points all around the ground. You don't really need to bring a deck chair with you. There's plenty of shades. Nice bar staff. You'll be well looked after, so come on down. And those of you who are listening to us on various platforms, hope you're enjoying the coverage so far. Monroe is to continue, unsurprisingly, from the south end, right arm over. Lamb on strike, pulls it, pushes it off the back foot into the mid-wicket area. She's going to look for 2. Just the one taken, sensibly. Again, scurrying in the field as Eve Jones prepares to take strikes. There will be an occasional gap. Of course, not only are the players having to make a move, it's these 2 umpires as well. Swapping and switching, so they'll be looking for 4s or 0s here, not many singles to be taken. They won't mind a 2 either, will they, Scott? They don't have to move for those either. In she comes, Monroe. Left-handed Jones on strike. Oh, and that's beaten her outside the off stump. Bit of movement there. Went through to the keeper, Dowse. Got a hand on her head, on her face now. She can't believe that missed the edge of the bat. I don't think she can believe it.
Just nibbled away, didn't it, past the edge of the
there's something here for the bowlers, early doors of this new white ball. Yeah, still a few people creeping in. I think it will get fuller as the day progresses here. Monroe's coming in and full. And that was a bit of an ugly shot from Jones. I don't know, I think it was supposed to be a forward defensive, but she dug it out anyway. Great start from Monroe.
Yeah, she's gone for the Yorker there, hasn't she, to Jones. Yeah, this is a good, excellent start from Essex with the ball. 2.5 overs in, but these 2 experienced opening batters will, I think, be okay just to absorb a bit of early pressure here.
Yeah, she's no mug with the ball, is Monroe. She comes in again. She placed it forward into the covers of Jones. Again, it's been fielded easily for no run. Yeah, Monroe, she's a decent person to have in your back pocket, isn't she? She's very experienced. She's played for Nottinghamshire. She's played for the Sunrisers and moved across in 2024 and then moved to Essex. So she's got that experience. Coming in again. Off the back foot punch by Jones, straight back to the fold at the bowler. Fields it easily. No run. Gets a round of applause from the keeper and the rest of the team.
It's a great line of length, isn't it, from Monroe?
Perfect. Yeah, perfect. So 4 dots in a row from Monroe. Dots in a row from Monroe. Poet, and I didn't know it. Can she finish the over well? Can she get out of this over? It's driven from Eve Jones, looking to pierce the field at mid-off, but couldn't quite generate enough power to do so. Practices the shot. So great over from Monroe. The end of the 3rd over. It's 6 for the loss of no wicket. Steady, but 50 overs is a heck of a long innings, isn't it, compared to the bish bash bosh of the T20 that they've come fresh from at Neston. There's no need to rush, and Lamb will not be rushed. We know this from seeing her bat throughout the last few seasons, that she takes her time, she'll play herself in. This will not faze her in the slightest.
Yeah, it's one of the wonders about this particular format, isn't it? The fact that you can absorb a bit of pressure, you can rebuild, there's an ebb and flow through the course of a 50 over inning.
Thacker continues from the south end. That's been dabbed down to deep square. They're looking for 2. These 2 are quick between the wickets, and that's excellent. Well, she needed to dive at the end. Full-length goalkeeper dive from Emma Lamb. So if there's any doubt about her back, that's tested it out. It seems okay. She's up straight away. Had a on and off niggling injury with that lower back, hasn't she, for a couple of seasons. So don't think we'll be seeing her bowling later, but I'll be surprised. So again, Dowse is adjusting the field slightly, getting those angles right. Just moved Annika Bosch, who's pushed her around a little bit straighter at mid-wicket. Thacker's ready, keeper's ready. Starts a run-up. Bit shorter, tempted pull, given us a wide. So been a little bit too leggy for the umpire's liking. Keeper took it well down at her ankles.
There's very much a clash today between the tops that the Essex players are wearing and the tops that the umpires are wearing.
Yeah, there is actually. Fair point. That might be a bit off-putting for the batting team. Although they're men, And they've got floppy hats. There you go. That's how you tell the difference. Instead of the baseball
I knew there was a
floppy
difference somewhere.
hats. Not the men bit, the hats. Thacker. Rocks back. Punches it through point. Don't know whether the point fielder got a hand on it, but it's still rocked. Streamed to the boundary. Down in front of the white chairs. White stands there for 4 runs for Emma Lamb. Classic Lamb.
Well, that's about the first delivery that either batters had to kind of free their arms up a little bit. Just a little bit of width there. Thacker's been pretty much on the money since she opened up the bowling from this northern end of the ground, but it was wide enough for Lamb to card that away for 4.
Yeah, she was gratefully accepting of that ball, was Lamb. Thacker's going to try again. Here she comes. Driven from Lamb into the space in the cover area. Fielder's dived over it, but it's been picked up, backed up by Eva Gray, who's skipper in for today, in the absence of Grace Scrivens. Score's gone on to 14 at this point in the over, in the 4th over. It's a bit of jiggery pokey in the field time as well, so Eve Jones has just taken the opportunity to rest on her bat, have a little breather. It'll be hot under those helmets today, ladies. Emma Lamb waits. Eve Jones on strike. She's going over round the wickets, the left-hander is Thacker. Jones has pushed that into the covers for no run. Easily fielded back. Dot ball again from Thacker.
Yeah, just couldn't find her way through. It's quite well guarded, that offside field, isn't it? There's a ring of fielders, point, cover, extra cover, mid-off. Couldn't find a way to thread the ball through that.
This is a test for Thacker as she comes in. 2 bats seem to have found the rhythm of this pitch as Eve Jones again has played that off the back foot into the covers. It's launched back to the keeper for no run. Still chirping in the field, which is good. We're going to have to keep these energy levels up today. Got a very young team out today of Essex. Few absentees, few injuries. Thacker, right arm, round the wicket to left-handed Jones. Punched again. It's half picked up by Thacker. Good line that, wasn't it? I heard you say, good, well bowled under your breath there. It was. No, it really was. I was agreeing with you. It's really good. It's the end of the over. 14 for no loss.
It's a super start, this, by Thacker.
Yeah.
Bowled very, very nicely. I mean, we mentioned how good and experienced these 2 batters are this season. This is a super start. Munro, you'd expect it, but I guess there's a little bit of uncertainty with a younger player coming in for the first time in this competition this season for Essex, but that's a super 2 overs she's sent down, right on the money.
Yeah. We say she's vastly experienced, but even Munro, she's only 24. She's been around for ages, hasn't she? Right, she's preparing to take her 3rd over. She's set her field. Lamb's on strike. They've got a slip in. And that's very nicely bowled from Munro. There's not much that Lamb could do with that except defend. Bowler fields her own delivery. Lamb continues to dab and prod and do a bit of gardening. She's not overly happy with this pitch at the moment. Don't know what's in it for her, but we'll find out, won't we? Munro about to take her 2nd ball of her 3rd over. It's nice, classic forward defensive from Lambert. Great accuracy from Munro again. That's what you want from your opening bowlers. You don't want to be giving the batters too much width, too many short deliveries at this stage. Keep them honest, as they used to say, didn't they? Keep the batters honest.
That was just nice cricket, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Good delivery. Lovely forward defensive.
Yeah.
Quite enjoyed that.
You don't see that very often, T20,
no.
so it's good to see. Munro. It's powerfully built. It's beautifully. And the only word for that is stroke. She hardly touched that. It's gone out to point. And I tell you what, that is a great piece of diving out on that point boundary, because for all the world that looked like it was going to go for 4. I think she may have trapped her finger under the ball as she's poked it under the ropes. I didn't get the number on her back there. Flo Miller. Yeah, well played, Flo Miller. He stopped the run at least there, at least 2. Well done. And they have taken 2. She's coming off a treatment, is Flo Miller. The physio's on. Bit of cold spray. Used to be a wet flannel in our day, didn't it? A paper towel, that was it. Paper towel, bit of tap water. He didn't have a trainer with a bag with
all the
a
bits
box
and
of
pieces.
goodies to
Yeah.
rely on. But there you go. Times have changed for the better, I think, in women's sports, haven't they? Fantastic. I hope she's all right.
Yeah, she went to
She
go off.
held down straight away. I hope it was worth it for the 1 run saved. Right.
Nancy
So,
Harmon's come on as a subfielder for the time being.
Nancy Harmon. Very strong, powerful player is Harmon. Throws herself around in the field, so she won't weaken the fielding team in any way. Monroe to the right-handed Lamb. Wide ball, it's gone down leg. Douse picked it up easily down leg. She moved quickly to her left. Made it look very easy. So just the 1 wide. There's quite a few bodies in the ground at the moment. Got a few people taking a lap already over the south end, going up those steps. Might be a bit more breeze up there. Monroe's in, slightly wider, placed almost the same place by Lamb. This time, fielder wasn't quick enough on his 4 runs. Yeah, she's been looking for that stroke as Lamb, and she's finally got one away. Fist pump from Eve Jones. Nicely played from Emma Lamb. You can't bowl. And I've said this about, 200 times over the last few years. You can't bowl to Emma Lamb.
Well, she's not had much to work with today so far, but the deliveries that she's got where she can free her arms up a little bit, she's made the most of both of them.
Monroe coming in again. This time Lamb's gone straight and straight to the fielder at mid-off for no run. Nice onto the front foot there from Lamb. Left elbow high. Trying to just push it between the gap there. Didn't quite find the right angle on this occasion. Takes a moment to catch her breath. As the bowler just adjusts her hair. Starts her run up. Monroe to Lamb. Right. Oh, I thought she'd pierced the gap again there, but the fielder did well. Fielder did well at cover point there. Stopped the 4. In fact, stopped a single, so that's excellent work from the fielder at point. It's a dot ball.
Yeah, Nancy Harmon.
21 at the end of that over. No loss. Lamb has moved beautifully onto 17 in that over.
I've got the hook.
Oh, bless you. I'll see you later. Lamb is on 17. Eve Jones is watchful. She's faced 12 deliveries actually now. I hadn't realised it's quite as many as that. For just the 1 run. Shows the quality of the bowling that Eve Jones has been facing, because she's been in, as you say, she's had 500 runs in this competition. She's the top scorer in this competition, and Thacker is now getting another chance to bowl at her from the our end, the north end. It's defended down by Eve Jones into mid-wicket. Couldn't pierce the field. Good start from Thacker. We're joined by Mr. Mike Perkins to my left. Hello, Mike.
Hello, Alison. Good morning. We've
Morning.
switched seasides, haven't we? We've gone from Neston at the weekend to here at Blackpool, or back to Blackpool.
Thacker. A beautiful stroke through the covers from Eve Jones. That's Eve Jones at her finest. Beautiful front foot drive through the covers. Not tried to overhit it. This outfield looks very quick as well. 4 runs to Jones. Very welcome. That's I was going to say quadruple, but it's not. What's the word when it's times by 5? Ooh, I think quintuple.
Oh, no idea.
Something like that. Anyway, she's got a lot more runs than she did
Times
10
it by
seconds
5,
ago.
yes. And she's gone past 500 for the season
There
as
you
well
go.
in this innings, hasn't she? Started on 499 today.
Right arm round from Thacker again. Jones takes another stripe, and she's played it through cover point this time off the back foot, beautifully timed again. And Thacker is learning that you cannot bowl short and wide to either of these bats.
It feels like the sort of day as well where you're sort of Lancs felt like they needed that, because this pitch from here, it's got that colour where the sun's shining off it. It's very sort of straw coloured. It looks as if it could be a flat one here. It's a nice day with no clouds in the sky, or barely any clouds in the sky, just a few little dashes of white on the blue sky. It feels like a batting day, and as if they're going to need a score.
Thacker tries again. Pushed off the back foot by Jones. Finds the fielder in the covers.
Of course, we'll wait for the spinners to come on, because that'll give us a a better indication of what par score is going to be here, because they might be able to slow it down a bit. They certainly did last week when we were here. That's why we're saying we're back at Blackpool, because we were here last week as well for the win over the Blaze.
Indeed. Great win that was, as Thacker. Short and wide. Ooh, that's a great piece of fielding. In the covers, stopped a 4. I don't think the fielder in the boundary on that side would have stopped that. I think that was the South African, Annika Bosch, on that occasion, doing the honours.
And it was a morale-boosting victory from a Lancashire perspective, that one, wasn't it, to get the win, and then they've backed it up at the weekend, so they're now, which is not something we've been able to say much, they've won back-to-back games this season as well. It's put them in the quarter-final.
First time.
Yeah, it's put them in the quarter-final of the County Cup, so that gives them something to play for in their T20 games.
Round the lefty, who's left it, must have been close to wide. Jones has sensibly left it, wasn't quite the right length for her to strike in a favoured area. End of the over, 29, 8 off that over, a profitable one for Lancashire. 29 for no loss. Lamb's moved on to 17, and Jones has increased her score somewhat. She's now on 9 off 18.
Yep, thank you for joining us on either Lancs TV or Sports Extra 2 or the BBC Sport website and app. You're with Mike Perkins and Alison Byrne, the former Lancashire and Cheshire captain. And Lancashire progressing nicely here in this game in the early stages as we approach 11 o'clock in the morning. There's
some discussion about with Eva Gray on the left of your screen. If you're watching on the screen, she's skippering for the day. She's having a chat with Munro, potentially about field changes.
But it was a bit of a surprise this time last week when Lancashire battered it. But I think it was no surprise today, having won that game last week,
yes.
And then given the conditions we've got today.
Munro flicked down to leg, but it was too wide. Umpire's arms are stretching out. 1 run to the total. Takes Lancashire into the 30s.
And it paid off last week as well, with having Morris, Jones and Wirapuli in the side. They banked on the track was going to spin, and it did for them.
Certainly did. Here comes Munro. Off the back foot from Lamb. Punch back towards the bowler. Fields her own delivery.
And the other thing Fee Morris was keen to point out was the fact that she thinks they're still in with a shout of third. I think the problem they've got is there's a lot of teams to go through, so they moved off the bottom to 8th last week. They need to get up to 3rd, and the mark at the moment is 22 points. Surrey there.
It's like
currently.
any league, isn't it? It depends on other people really at this point. If Surrey win all the games, we're not going to catch them.
Certainly if you're not in possession of the position, it does. Yeah.
Munro, and they've bowled it wide, down to 3rd, but there is a fielder there. Nicely picked up by our one and only Bryony Gilcross. I've got a different number here, but there you go, Bryony Gilcross. So she's making her debut as well today, I believe. Lovely shot from Lamb. Brings Emma Jones onto strike. 31 total. Munro continues from the south end. Jones on strike. Hoping to add for 500 runs to the total this year. And again, down to that same fielder who's now at fine leg. 1 run.
So those couple of boundaries from Jones have put them back in possession of where they want to be in the chase, I think, here.
Munro. And that's a head over the ball. Definite forward defensive from Lamb.
Where they want to be in terms of setting the score.
Yeah, it's early days. Of course, we're still in the power play, which means just the 2 fielders out of the ring at the moment. So we've got a deep 3rd for the right-hander and a deep square leg. Everyone else deep in the ring. Munro. Gone down leg, I think it'll be a wide, and it is. Yeah, starting to. A couple of wides creeping into the innings from Essex. They really will not want to be bowling too many of those today, because they will really add up to the total of 50 overs. If you're bowling one wide every over, that's, well, you're giving the opposition 50 runs. It's not quite at that level, but you still definitely don't want to be bowling wides today. Munro, short, pulled to square. It's going to beat the fielder at backward square. It's gone forward of square. Super stroke from Emma Lamb.
Yeah, beautifully hit this one by Lamb. Likes that stroke. It was her undoing last week, of course. She feathered one behind to the keeper of a very good bouncer, it has to be said, from Emma Jones.
It was a little bit quicker and a little bit higher into her throat, that one, wasn't it?
Yeah, and then today it seemed as if this is a very good pitch, and she trusted the bounce there and got onto it early and smashed it away. Good stroke for 4.
Good from Lamb. Munro in. Should be aiming to bowl it quicker and a bit fuller, and she did. Forward defensive from Lamb. Of course, the other reason you don't want to be bowling wides and no balls is, as a bowler, you don't want to be bowling extra deliveries in this heat. You want to try and conserve your energy, don't you? You know.
I was going to say, it's as much as anything, it's actually time out there. You know, if you're, say, bowling an extra 3 overs in the innings, you're spending an extra 3 overs in the sunshine, in the heat, and causing yourselves problems, as Esme McGregor is going to come on to bowl for Essex here. So looks like we'll get a little bit more seam before the introduction of the spinners. They generally like to give the spinner on a day like this the last over of the power play, because they know if it does go horribly wrong and the batters get after it, they're only 1 over away from being able to put the fielders back. But I think we'll get a good idea of just how good this wicket is once we see the spinners bowl.
Yeah, I agree.
I think you were with me at that time at Southport, where we thought it was an absolute belting 300 wickets, and then all of a sudden the spinners came on and it turned.
McGregor bowled it a bit full. I think Eve Jones was a bit disappointed she didn't get hold of that, because it ended up being a full toss, and the score's 37 at the end of the 7th over, and still is after McGregor's first ball.
And of course it turned here last week as well, so that is the factor here that would limit the score. But at the moment it's looking a good day for batting, although Lancashire, they're not up around the 1 a ball mark where they maybe want to be.
That's down leg to lefty, you know, not one of those pesky wides. Now, I haven't actually been out to the middle to have a look at the wicket today, but it does look like there's a little bit of a hump.
Yes, there's just a little slope, isn't there, where the kind of...
Potentially, that's potentially why the quicker bowlers are struggling a little bit with their run-up at this stage. McGregor, right arm over. Driven nicely by Jones. Not quite full face of the bat, so didn't pierce the field on mid-wicket, so no run. Some
squares get it naturally, don't they? They sort of naturally have that kind of almost that dome shape, if you like, but others it can be just the build-up of the loam that they put on it over the winter to try and bind that bit of the square, or the middle of the pitch, the square, together.
Good drive, and a really quickly taken run to Eva Gray. They had to get their skates on there, these two. It's just pushed by Jones into a space, and these two just reacted to each other's call immediately.
And gradually that adding of loamy soil, which is good for growing the sort of grass and a hard surface that they want here at this time of year, that can just lead to the square sort of almost appearing to rise slightly over the years.
I've just had an aeroplane go overhead. Light aircraft, I think. But there is an airport not too far away, down the maybe 4 or 5 miles outside Blackpool here, so somebody on a leisure trip maybe. McGregor, right arm over. Lamb on strike. She's just tried to tap and run that down to third, but the keeper Douse was really quickly across there to stop that sneaky little run.
Good bit of bowling that, actually. Nice and full Yorker length, and as you say, Lamb had to dig it out, and then she just tried to tap and go, but it wasn't quite there. It's probably a sign that these two Lancashire batters, they'd want a few more on the board at the moment.
McGregor, right arm over to righty. Again, pushed down. She's found the gap that time. Angled the bat down to third taking a quick single. That's good from Lamb. Just trying to keep those dot balls to a minimum.
Shuffling out the crease that time, wasn't she, to play it, and did well. The little conversation between Jones and Lamb. As I say, there's a couple of boundaries that sort of put it more back where Lancashire would want these first 10 overs, but they've not been able to accelerate on. But that said, Jones and Lamb do tend to be batters who get themselves in and bat long and catch up as the innings goes on.
McGregor. It's pushed by Jones. Head went back a little bit. I think she felt disappointed she didn't get it past Eva Gray at mid-on there. That's the end of the over. We're on 40 for no loss. Jones on 11 of her 23 deliveries, and Lamb is off 23 of her 25 deliveries. So there's that little light aircraft we were talking about earlier. It's just come up for those of you watching it on Lancs TV. They do have leisure flights, I know, from that airport up and down, you know, along the front, past the tower, etc., etc. Must be a beautiful, beautiful
It's not
view
a bad day
today.
for it, is it? I mean, it's not a bad day for anything, really, unless you're going
all
for
the way over to the Isle of Man, I think, I've been told.
Unless you're going for a 50-mile hike. I think most things today are
circling
worth doing.
round, circling round. Can you see it in front of us? It's just overhead as you look from our end. We're at the south end, so if you look northwards, you'll see it.
It almost implies getting a good look at the cricket. That the
you
way
never know.
the route
Could be a
it's taken.
scout. Somebody get done for spying.
I'll tell you the other thing, though, that some of the Essex fielders and bowlers might be thinking as Eva Gray is brought on into the attack for the ninth over. They might be thinking it's not a great day to be fielding in this heat as well.
No, right arm over. More pace, seam from Gray. Yeah, so we've had interesting the balance of the bowling attacks in both teams, as you say. Lancashire's is more leaning towards a little bit more variety of spin, and we've seen 3 right arm seamers and 1 left arm seamer so far today from Essex. So I'm wondering where their spin option might be coming from today. Eva Gray. Very nicely bowled, dot ball. 26, another experienced player. And she was named last year in the PCA in the Women's Team of the Year award by the Professional Cricketers Association, so she was doing something right all last year, wasn't she?
It was almost a carbon copy, that one of the previous delivery, just forced out on the offside by the batter Lamb. Found the fielder at short extra cover.
Gray's coming in again. Oh, that's edged. That's not where she wanted it to go. It's coming towards us down at deep. Fine. Ricochets off the metal barriers, which is the noise you can hear. And there's ex-Lancashire stalwart Liberty Heap, with number 25 on her back. Picks that one up. Look forward to seeing her back later. She's been playing well for Essex and getting lots of opportunities this year to showcase her skills.
Fairly young for a stalwart, to be fair to Liberty Heap, 22.
Come on,
I'd say you're more of a stalwart.
They
Alison,
start them young here, don't they? She could have been 9 or 10 when she started playing as Gray comes in, pushed it, punched it, and they've absolutely sprinted like Usain Bolt there, except not quite as quick as Usain Bolt.
Well, that is true. She broke all sorts of records in the junior
Academy,
ranks,
exactly.
didn't she? And took one of Emma Lamb's records, I think,
Did she?
on the way through. I think it was the youngest centurion for Lancashire. I think she did it at under 11 and passed either passed Emma Lamb's score at that age or perhaps did it a year younger or something like that. So she's one of those. We always said when she was here, she sort of had such a kind of profile of runs in junior cricket that it seems like it will happen at some point for her.
Sure it will. She's a great
level.
little player. E. Jones on strike. Captain Gray bowls a really lovely delivery into her toes. She can't get that one away, and the score remains on 45. Jones remains on 11.
And I guess we always thought it would happen at Lancashire, but she probably moved for opportunities to Essex just to. And the fact she got 75 in her previous game in this competition is an indication that it's maybe beginning to pay off for her.
Okay, we've got Eva Gray from the north end, right arm over. Oh, Jones had to dig that one out. You can see the quality of this bowler. She's another one who's really close to the. She's been touted by many as an England player. There's a raft of 5 or 6 bowlers of that ilk that have been talked about.
Kopak, who's missing today, is another one who sometimes gets into the conversation. They're sort of that Gray and Kopak, and maybe just of that that pace that doesn't kind of excite selectors in the way a kind of a Potts might do, or we saw Brinsden the other day. I think there would have been one or two scouts looking at that and thinking, well, if she's bowling this cricket, they say,
Well,
you know,
obviously
Wong and Arlott have excited.
They're the ones who voted for her, so they play against her week in, week out. They must rate her. It's 45 score.
And the thing about Graham Coppack is they keep picking up wickets at this level. That's the ultimate test. Here comes McGregor, who's bowling.
And it's defended by Lamb, pushed back to the bowler. Yeah, she wipes her brow there. It's a sweaty old day. Oh, you don't want that, do you? Sweat running into your eyes when you're running up to bowl. Horrid. Sticky hands. Hopefully some of them have got some wet wipes or cloths in their pockets to keep their hands sweat-free. It's definitely a wristband day. She comes in again. Lovely classic shot, high elbow. Finds the fielder. Eva Gray doing the honours on that occasion. No run.
Yeah, it's one of those days where you put so much sun cream on, it's just sort of always about,
everywhere.
Isn't it? But very essential.
Yeah, very essential indeed. Those rays, dangerous. McGregor. Yeah, that's good for McGregor. She's found a line in this over. Another dot ball, defended from Lamb. She's waving at something.
Might already be new gloves time.
Already, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Or new innards at least, because they'll wear these. I don't know if your day, did you ever wear those cotton innards? I did. Great
Tried
thing.
it once or twice. It's not nice. I didn't like it.
Great. Lovely. Lovely bowling. Really accurate bowling from McGregor. Nothing that Lamb could do except defend and prop the pitch again.
Because the thing you want from gloves is to be able to grip, and it always felt with those cotton inners inside your normal gloves as if it was a bit more slippy.
I always battered with innards. Always.
Did you?
Yeah. I hated sweating my
It always
gloves.
looked quite posh though when somebody put on a pair
Like
of
I was
inner
about
gloves.
to serve you a gin and tonic at a
Yeah, or
cocktail
like to
party or
handle a
something.
rare diamond or something.
Or do some mime.
Or do
McGregor
stick
in.
a snooker ball on the table.
Played off the toes there through mid-wicket. Beautifully timed, actually. She's going to get 2 for that lovely little shot. It's fielded at the boundary. Again, Liberty Heap's been brought into play. Fielding just in front of the local nursery there. Children are obviously not out at this point. Wouldn't be a good idea, would it?
No, I think on cricket days that area of the kindergarten is very much off limits, even though it does have slides.
To be honest, I think they'll be
climbing
inside all day
frames and all
today.
sorts. Yeah, I think in the heat as well.
It's too hot for the little uns.
There's always parents though dropping young ones off when you walk around the back of the pavilion, or picking them up.
It's in a good spot. McGregor in to the right-handed Lamb. Had to wrap the pads, but McGregor didn't even go up. It was a few overexcitable fielders that half-heartedly threw their hands in the air, but hit the pads. No run to the total, which is 47 at the moment.
Yeah, I think McGregor there thought, I can see all 3 from my end. It's probably not out.
Superb from
Beautiful
McGregor.
though.
Lovely over. Look at the views from that.
Blackpool Cricket Club here on one of those hazy, sunshiny days where it sort of almost feels as if the sun's kind of burning the grass away as we watch.
We've seen every form of weather here at Blackpool in the last 3 games we've done together, Mike, and I think I prefer this one. Not as a player. I don't think I prefer this as a player.
Well, last week when I turned up, I had the waterproof on.
You did. Very snazzy you look too.
But the Mac is well and truly back in the sack now.
So I think we are going to see a change slightly here from Eva Gray. She's changed the field slightly. She's moved down.
She has
fielded
indeed.
Down to fine leg.
She's
got the keeper up to the stumps, and she wasn't earlier, so she's feeling confident in her lines.
Here comes Eva Gray then to bowl from the south end of Blackpool Cricket Club to Eve Jones, who forces into the offside, and there is no run. So what is good from a Lancashire perspective is the scoreboard is going in the right direction. They took 21 off the first 5 overs. They've taken 26 off the second there to give them their score of 47. But Eve Jones was scoreless off that last delivery. And she tries to force into the offside again and does pick up a single this time. Got that one slightly squarer. Total moves on to 48. Went to the 11th over you with Mike Perkins and Alison Byrne, the former Lancashire and Cheshire captain. We also have Scott Reed from BBC Radio Lancashire and BBC Radio Manchester as part of our commentary team today. And both these sides looking to kick-start their seasons. You do feel for Essex a little bit with the likes of Scrivens, Grewcock and Smale away in that England A game against India this evening, as this one is driven to McGregor, who occupies the role at short extra cover. It was Lamb on the front foot there, but didn't really connect cleanly. It sort of sounded toe of the bat, that one, hence there was no run.
Yeah, the domestic season this year has very much been, the players available has been much affected by England availability for the A team and the full team.
Here's Gray, right arm over from the south end again, turned leg side by Lamb, who strode well across to do so and picks up the single willingly. 49 without loss. And the teams will have known that at the start of the season. It will have been factored into their planning. Essex will be thinking it's a good day today to give the likes of Gilgrass and Thacker an opportunity in their team. Strengthened with Annika Bosch coming in as well. Round the wicket comes Gray to the left-handed Jones, and that one just slips away down to third, where Sophie Monroe, the fielder who's been moved at the start of the over, picks up, and that's the 50 up for Lancashire. And I've just been handed a note by Ken, who stays across all things for the yearbook and that kind of thing at Lancashire, and he says this is the 13th 50-plus stand in 25 innings between Eve Jones and Emma Lamb in professional cricket, as this one is bowled to bowled by Eva Gray to Emma Lamb and pushed away into the offside. That's partnerships across T20 and One Day Cup cricket as well. I think it's important to say. It brings the over to an end. The Lancashire 50, as we say, coming up in that over. And they score now 51 without loss after 11. So good progress again. I guess from the Lancashire point of view, obviously, last year Jones's fitness went towards the end of the season, but it didn't really affect them, whereas Lamb's been out with a couple of back issues this season, and they have struggled to replicate the form that Jones and Lamb found last season. And that's probably why they, coming into this little block of One Day Cup fixtures, found themselves towards the bottom of the table.
Yeah, but you know, it's still a good handful of games left. So there's a glimmer of light, there's a glimmer of hope that Lancashire can still force their way into that top three place. I'm sure the girls won't be giving up at this point.
Here comes McGregor, right arm over, bowls to Lamb, just pushed into the offside. Defensively really, but just manoeuvring that defensive stroke into a gap in the offside square of the wicket, and 52 without loss. Very good bit of accumulation from Emma Lamb there, who is in the test squad along with her captain Ellie Threlkeld and Grace Potts, who's also away with that England A game today. She's in that squad to take on India in a T20. Obviously the T20 World Cup going on as well, so we'll bring you scores from Scotland New Zealand, which is the early game in that competition, as McGregor bowls, and it's a little bit of a heave really from Jones. That's kind of when, if you watch that stroke from Eve Jones, you'd think, how does she score all these runs? Because every now and again she just overswings a bit and it doesn't quite look right, but then when she gets it right, it looks so different to the way it has here. But she just, I think, was just a bit keen to get after that one and just didn't quite connect. We saw her play some lovely lofted drives the other day in the T20 as well, so maybe she's starting to wind up for those. But this is a classical one down the ground. That's more like Eve Jones. Classic straight drive, but it was a brilliant stop on the return by Esme McGregor. That's why she has 2 dot balls in her analysis from those last 2 deliveries.
Yeah, I think that previous one, I don't think she quite got to the pitch of that one and realised and sort of half played the shot to avoid lofting it, really.
McGregor again on this warm day here in Blackpool, as Jones again drives down the ground, this time finds mid-on, so 3 dot balls in a row, 52 without loss, the Lancashire score.
It's a good little spell for Essex here. They've pinned them back. Eve Gray and Esme McGregor have done a good job the last couple of overs.
Scotland have wickets in hand in the T20. They're in the 12th over, 68 for 2, so they'll want to try and increase their scoring rate against a New Zealand side who are defending champions but have had a torrid tournament so far, as this one is defended into the onside. No run. Lost their opening 2 games. They pick up a win against Ireland, but it was a narrow one. No run here in Blackpool from that last shot.
Yeah, they're still in with the shout of qualifying of Scotland, and they'll fancy their chances against the Kiwis.
Elsewhere, you've got Sri Lanka playing Ireland at 2:30, that game in Bristol, and then you've got Australia women up against Pakistan. That's the later game at 6:30, as there's a big swing and a miss by Eve Jones outside the off stump. No run, 52 without loss. The score at the end of the over, and it was only really that neat little push from Lamb where Lancashire profited on that occasion. Had to keep the back foot down, although the ball wasn't taken cleanly in the end by the wicket-keeper, so it didn't matter there. But just a sign that these two just getting a little twitchy about the scoring rate, I think.
Yeah, trying to take the game to Essex, in effect, trying to be positive, trust their positive strokes. And that does happen at times in games where the scoring rate is slowed somewhat, but these two are always playing positively, which is a good thing.
And as we say, they can very quickly catch up those sorts of players where all of a sudden, in a flash, they're back up at 1 ball. That's down the leg side, which is also helping the Lancashire scoring rate at the moment, 53 without loss, and that probably is maybe a sign of, OK, Gray is experienced herself and shouldn't be doing it, but the fact the extras column hasn't quite been where Essex want on a hot day like this, some of the lesser experienced players might struggle in that respect. Although I guess it's been the more experienced players who've taken the ball early on who perhaps aren't setting the example at the moment, as Gray bowls a ball that's just defended into the offside. Lamb's quickly through for the single. The score is 54 without loss with that single, and it's now up to Jones to back up what Lamb's done well there, just stealing the one. Jones maybe needs a bit of that herself.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. You've got to take these quick singles, and the bowlers are bowling well. There's always single, even to a good delivery. There are, at this level, these batters are used to manipulating the ball into these little pockets of space that develop as the field is spread after the power play.
Gray again, round the wicket. Bowls to Jones. It's an uncomfortable looking stroke again that comes off the inside edge and just bounces away into the onside for a single. 55 without loss. 2 other games in this competition going on today. Surrey, we mentioned earlier, currently in the last of the eliminator spots, so the top spot goes straight to the final, then the next 2 play off in an eliminator, and Surrey are in that spot at the moment. They're 75 for 2 away to Durham. Batting first in that one as Lamb scampers through for another quick single, this time up to mid-on, driving off the front foot, and gets through just in the nick of time. 56 without loss.
And it's occasions like this where all that interval training and endurance work through the winter that these girls do comes into play, because it's a hot day and they're literally doing sprint, rest, sprint, rest, sprint, rest, fartlek style.
It wasn't great in the men's game at Chesterfield the other day for Lancashire batting, and it's not looking good for Yorkshire batting as that one goes through past the outside edge from Eva Gray. Well taken by Dowse, and a dot ball is recorded. Good length delivery, that one from Gray. Yorkshire also struggling at Chesterfield. They're taking on the Blaze there today in a Women's One Day Cup match. 47 for 4 is the Yorkshire score. So even though it looks a nice day for batting, Yorkshire struggling a bit here as that one goes down the leg side, and it's going to beat the keeper Dowse and go away across the boundary. So 5 more to the total, 5 wides, 61 without loss. Very frustrating for Essex there, and you can just see with little things like that, they're just letting the pressure off, and that's kind of when you get to the back end of a game, things like that can really cost you. Obviously, as we've said, it's a slightly weakened Essex side today, although their bowling attack's only, I suppose, so far we would have only probably seen Kopak, who's missing, we think, probably through an injury, as this one's driven off the back foot for a couple of runs, in fact, as Lamb returns to the non-striker's end to help her partner out, Eve Jones. So another 2 to the total, 63 without loss. But I mean, Kopak and Gray have frequently opened the bowling. McGregor we'd regularly expect to see at the top. I suppose Thacker is the least experienced of the bowlers to have bowled so far, but yeah, it's been a bit of a struggle so far for Essex just to keep the discipline, but they've bowled very well when they've got it in the right place, and that one's over the top, just over the top in the end of poor Lissy McLeod, who I think at first thought she was going to get a nice little head-high catch, and then it just had enough on it to go above her, and she just had to stare to the sky and watch it go over her head and roll away into a little bit of sheeting beyond the boundary.
And we were talking about drinks breaks last week, weren't we? And I think got to be sensible here and let them have drinks whenever they want, quite frankly. It's going to be the hottest day of the year, apparently.
I think, given there are weather warnings in place and that kind of thing, the umpires will be quite lenient on time today and allow this sort of thing to happen. It's obviously got to be fair. I suppose it's sort of more difficult in some ways for the fielding side to get drinks on board for those fielders in the ring who aren't on the boundary. 67 without loss with that 4. We've had 13 overs of the Lancashire innings.
Just looking at the stats here while you were commentating there, Mike, 11 wides so far. So I was saying earlier, wasn't I, 50 wides. We've got 1 and over. We've got 11 off 13 at the moment wides. One of them, of course, is those 4 wide, so I don't really think that's, you can completely blame the bowler for that, but yeah, interesting. That might be conclusive at the end of these 50 overs if the rate continues at this.
25 degrees at the moment in Blackpool, so not excessive, I think it's fair to say, as McGregor comes in to bowl again, but you can certainly feel the heat, and that's a brilliant bit of work, and it's the first wicket of the innings for Essex, and it's all really down to Ariana Dowse, who's seen Emma Lamb's back foot stray for just a second, and the bails are off. Lamb is out for 35. She was starting to get her innings going pretty nicely there, just dabbing a few singles away, but she just overstretched there, and well, she looked a little aghast when the finger went up, but I think as she turned, she was definitely worried there, wasn't she?
Yeah.
And Dowse had the bails off quick as a flash. Brilliant stumping by the Essex wicket-keeper off the bowling of Esme McGregor to dismiss Emma Lamb, and the score is 67 for 1 here at the start of the 14th over. Brilliant keeping.
Yeah, she was batting out of her crease as well a little bit, was Lamb. Her back foot was already out of the crease when she was taking guard, so she was taking a bit of a chance, trying to meet the ball full on.
I can see her feeling. We just watched a replay on the YouTube pictures that are available on Lancs TV. She definitely felt she had her foot down, but I think the issue she had is obviously the wicket-keeper has taken the bails by that point.
Ooh.
And I think the keeper just gets the bails off. So by the time she looks around and says, well, I feel like my foot's grounded, actually the bails have gone a moment before. It was tight, and it's one of those that I think, in an international match would have been sent upstairs probably.
You love a good stumping, don't you? You wicket keepers union here to my left.
It was a good one, that. Katie Mack anyway.
Ooh.
Jinx. You got me the other day.
Twice.
67 for 1 the score as Mack heads to the wicket.
And actually, this weather won't upset her, obviously, being from sunny Australia, so hopefully it'll play into her favour.
I mean, by Australian summer standards, this is mild, as this one is played back to the, well, not to the bowler in the end. The bowler, McGregor, leaves it for the William Thacker to come in and pick up. 67 for 1 it remains, no run there.
And I do hope Eve Jones has taken on plenty of fluids, because I have a sense Katie Mack will be pushing. She's super quick between the wickets, always looking for those opportunities to take singles and twos.
Yeah, even on a day like this, forward defence from her first that she turned into
Look
a push. This
She's
one,
like a little whippet.
she just turns into the leg side, looks for a second there. It was never on, but as you say, Alison, she's always looking for it. So if the fielder fumbles for even a second or doesn't pick up quite as quickly or cleanly as they can, then Matt will be through for that second.
She will.
Got this lovely sort of bottom layer of white that runs right round the seating areas here at Blackpool, as this one is driven by Jones down the onside, and it finds Eva Gray at mid-on for no run. So 68 for 1 it went to with the max single, but it stays there. And then you've got a little area of seating to the right of the kindergarten, and that's the one bit where the little white wooden trim around the boundary sort of breaks for a little, well, it looks from here like a little old-fashioned wrought metal fence, as this one is driven to Gardner at mid-off this time. Same result though, no run. Then you've got the kindergarten, the pavilion of course with the decking. That's where most of the spectators tend to gather, and that's probably why at Neston the other day, albeit it was a Sunday so you'd expect more people, but it sort of felt like they spread around the boundary a bit more at Neston, whereas here they'll sort of gather up on the decking, which is a bit of a sun trap.
You get a lot of passing trade at Neston from the tourists at Parkgate getting their ice creams and stuff. So
here's McGregor, bowls the ball, it's chipped back. It was dangerous for a second, but always out the reach of McGregor. It's almost like one of those bad dreams for her, where the ball was just too far away to get a hand underneath, and unfortunately any prospect of a catch goes away. So Jones again just playing some nice strokes, but just struggling to find the gaps with them and to find singles. We're just seeing that stumping again on the pictures. It's very close. Lamb's foot gets back down, but it's whether it's behind the line as well. Lamb certainly felt so. It's a very, very tight one. It's a very difficult one for the umpire to give or not give.
Put it this way: you would be equally unhappy if you were the fielding team and that wasn't given out. You know, it's one of those, isn't it?
And the decision has gone, and we go with the umpire once it has. So
let it go.
It's fair enough.
Let it go. I'll stop singing now, Mike. She's got to let it go, hasn't she?
I didn't stop you,
no,
Ali.
I
but,
know. You just wanted the whole verse, and that's the only words I know. So.
Oh, well, so that's all most people know. New over then. It's going to be Gray to deliver a ball that's driven by Mack firmly to mid-off again. No run. So that wicket will have just stalled Lancashire's progress again. They'll know they need a big total here, but they'll know the key to that is keeping wickets in hand. Still important in 50 over cricket, and seemingly these days with the strokes that get played, batters can cash those wickets in for runs generally, usually at above 1 a ball. This one's dabbed into the offside, the result's the same, dot ball. Thacker there at backward point.
Doesn't look easy out there, to be honest, Mike.
For the batters,
yeah, it doesn't look easy. So maybe Lamb was right to poke a prod at the pitch. I don't know. It's just a sense I get, unless it's just the bowler's magnificence, which they have been. To be fair, they've been absolutely superb.
It's threatened at times, hasn't it, to be a really good batting track, but batters have struggled for fluency really as Matt works this one into the leg side. Monroe picks up, coming round from fine leg to sort of on the long leg line from round about 10-15 paces in from the rope, prevents the second run being scored. 69 for 1. We're in the 15th over of this innings if you just join us on Lancs TV. Elsewhere, Surrey 90 for 2 against Durham, and Yorkshire now 60 for 5 against the Blaze. Those are the 2 other games in the Women's One Day Cup today, as this one's chipped towards mid-wicket and it's picked up by Liberty Heap on the bounce. Yeah, in terms of those wide balls, Ali, Monroe offending with 3, Thacker 1, McGregor 1, and Eva Gray's bowled 2, one of which went for 4 runs. So it's been something that's affected all the bowlers, but Monroe and Gray a little more, as this one's driven into the offside, out to the cover sweeper. Single taken by Jones. That'll, I think, just, she'd be glad to get that one, because she has struggled. She's hit some nice shots, but they've not been scoring shots, so a single I think will help her along. 70 for 1, 15th over.
Yeah, the field's spread now, so there should be Plenty opportunities for ones and twos here.
Yeah, we've got two fielders behind square on the off and leg side, as this one is defended by Mac back to the bowler. Good full length from Gray, no run. And then during that over, there were two sweepers out on either side. I think Scott Reed's going to come back and join us, but we've been indebted to the thoughts of Ali Burns so far, former Lancashire and Cheshire captain. And Scott Reed from BBC Radio Lancashire and BBC Radio Manchester will pop in alongside myself, Mike Perkins. Good to have you with us, whether you're listening on Sports Extra, the BBC Sport website and app, or indeed watching the pictures on Lancs TV. Lancashire versus Essex in the Women's One Day Cup. Lancashire going into the quarter-finals of the County Cup on Sunday, and they also beat top of the table Blaze here last week in this competition to move off the bottom. Essex are the team that have replaced them at the bottom of the table, but even Essex are only 10 points off Surrey on 22, and Gilgrass is going to come into the attack here. Another one with no shirt number on, so we've got that slight confusion at times between Thacker and Gilgrass. Thacker has a little towel stuffed into the back of the trousers, so maybe that's the way we'll work it out. Let's hope it doesn't fall out at any point if she fields the ball there. Thacker at short extra cover and prevents one. Good morning, Scott. How are you?
Good morning. Very well, thank you, Mike. Good morning, everybody. Again.
Morning. I had to check there.
Just about
25 minutes to go, and it's a fine morning as well.
Well, it feels like it could be like 2 o'clock in the afternoon, so with the temperatures as it stands. But yeah, still in the morning.
And we're not even getting the worst. I think round the capital and the sort of surrounding counties, it's getting up towards 40 degrees. Some of the forecasts have got this week, as this one is played away into the leg side. It was pulled there, but without any great venom from Mac, but she's so quick, even on the shorter side of the ground here at Stanley Park. She picks up 2. We're more or less in the middle of the square, actually, but what's the offside to the right hand of Mac when the bowling's coming from the north end is slightly longer, but she still gets 3 for that too, and she'll be putting pressure on the fielders every second she's out there. 73 for 1 the score moves on to with that double from Mac, and she's going to look for something a little, well, she's looking to double the double there, but finds the fielder instead and only gets a single, so halves her scoring off that delivery instead, gets the 1. 74 for 1. Fee Morris was very on the front foot about Lancashire's chances after the win last week against the Blaze. She certainly feels that for Lancashire it's 8 points, for Essex it would be 10 points gap to close from the bottom of the table to the final of those eliminator places, as this one's pushed off the back foot into the cover region by the left-handed Jones. Another single, 75 for 1, but she sort of smiled at you, didn't she, and said, no, we're definitely still in this.
She definitely did.
It wasn't quite Kevin Keegan back end of a Premier League season where we're
great.
Still fighting for this title, but it wasn't far off.
Love it.
As the ball's bowled and advancing down the track was Mac. Didn't connect with this ball off Gilgrass, but also managed to get enough of something on it. I think maybe pad or something like that to stop it going through the wicket keeper. She was stumped last week from memory, Mac, wasn't she? Settles again after just readjusting the gloves. Here comes Gilgrass. He's going to throw this one up, right arm off spin. Gilgrass bowling, if you're not familiar, which I wasn't before today, I have to say. That one's prodded into the onside, and there is no run. 75 for 1 then is the score. We've had 16 overs of the innings, and just feels like Lancashire need to get a bit of a move on, and it kind of has through the whole innings, really.
Yeah, Katie Mack was stumped last week for 12 in that game against the Blaze. Victory against the Blaze, which, as you say, it's kept them in the hunt, kind of just above. There's a lot of teams between Lancashire and not many points in theory, because you can get, as you say, potentially 5 for a win, but there's a lot of teams.
It's the amount of teams, isn't it, that's their issue, I think. You sort of always... There's always a chance at least one of them is going to win every round of fixtures, and probably more when you've got that many teams between. As I say, it's sort of 3rd to 9th separated by 10 points, and Lancashire start the day in 8th. So they've got to go past 7th, 6th, 5th, 4th and 3rd to get in the playoffs, and that's sort of their issue. Surrey playing today, who are in 3rd, as that one goes down the leg side. It'll be a wide ball, another one to the total, 76 for 1.
Yeah, they're playing Durham today. Surrey, they're 105 for 2 in that fixture at Chesterley Street at the Riverside Stadium. So 105 for 2, 20 overs gone. Surrey batting first against Durham. It's one of the game as well, isn't it?
As this lace ball's delivered by Munro's back into the attack from the south end, and that one's prodded into the leg side. So Munro not conceding a run there, but conceding a 4th wide of the innings for that one down the leg side to start the over. Yeah, you didn't see a lot of runs at Chesterfield the other day, and it looks rather similar today in the Women's One Day Cup.
Yorkshire playing the Blaze in the other game. So Yorkshire 60 for 5 after 17 overs.
Munro bowls, and that's a good Yorker that almost threatened to nutmeg Eve Jones, but she got her bat down to prop herself up and block the ball in the process. Again, another dot ball. Pitch looking reasonable. We were threatening even at one point in the first 10 overs to say it was looking good, but scoring has been anything but fluent so far today. Munro bowls down the leg side. That's another wide, and this will be annoying Munro. She's got back into the side today. There's no Kopak, and she'll be thinking, I need to make a real show of what I can do. And she's just struggling with her line at the moment. 77 for 1.
Yeah, she bowled well with the new ball up top. First couple of overs from that southern end of the ground. Excellent start with the ball.
Here she comes again. Spearing in towards the stumps. Takes a leading edge, I would fancy, there from Eve Jones into the offside. Annika Bosch, the South African overseas player, picks up and keeps the scoring to 178 for 1.
It doesn't look like there's a massive amount of pace on this pitch, and again you point towards Lancashire spinners, don't you, in the second half of the match, run chase. If they can get themselves a pretty decent score here, then on a slow pitch, and Lancashire got a really nice balance of spinner as well, including a leg spinner.
Here comes Munro again. Bowls to Mack, who has to stretch quite a way to meet that cut shot, and as a result doesn't quite direct it as she wants, and there's a good stop made in the offside to prevent any scoring. Although that fielder will now go back to the defence.
In the game we mentioned last week here against the Blaze, Lancashire batted first, and in the end 240 was enough.
Here's Munro again, bowls a Yorker length ball to Mack, which is defended.
We felt that maybe that was a bit light, kind of watching the game last week. In the end, they made 240 feel like a lot. But again, it was the spinners really that kind of dragged them back in it. Fee Morris, who we mentioned, and Venus Wirapuli, and Hannah Jones, with 5 wickets between them.
Yeah, 4 wickets for Morris, and 22 for 2 were Wirapuli's figures off her 10 overs in the end, as Mack drives this one to mid-off. No run on offer.
Actually, yeah, it was 7 wickets, wasn't it, between the 3 spinners there. Jones got 1 for 50, Wirapuli 2 for 22, and Morris 4 for 33. So it's the spinners that made that 240 feel like a big score, and I suspect I should be hoping it's a similar tale, kind of a week on. We are playing on a different pitch. That was a used wicket that had been played on for a men's T20 game as well, but looking at the first 17 overs of this innings, then the pace of the pitch feels like that might be something similar.
On those watching the pictures, it's the 1-2 to the left of the one we're playing on. I think we played on last week, so that gives you just some idea. So we've moved across the square slightly. We are taking a drinks break at the 17 over mark, with the temperature up at 25 degrees already, even though we've not hit noon. I think it's a a sensible approach, this one, from the umpires, and we said they have to keep it fair because we saw the batters getting a few drinks at the wicket and that kind of thing. They need to make sure the fielding side get their opportunity too. So we've had a little pause in proceedings here.
Potentially kind of 2 breaks maybe per innings, 2 official kind of drinks breaks.
Be the old 17 and 34 strategy by the looks of things. The batter out so far is Lamb, stumped by Dowse off the bowling of McGregor. Made 35 off 42 balls and was at the crease for 56 minutes in the end, so just shy of an hour. Decent contribution, that one from Lamb, but she'd have wanted to go on with it. In terms of the bowling figures, Monroe 5 overs 22 without reward. She's bowled 5 wides now, 2 of them in the previous over, but as Scott said, when she's got it right, she's got it very right, if that makes sense. Sophie Monroe, a couple of Yorkers in the previous over, perhaps an indication of why she was on occasion slipping down the leg side, because she's sort of trying to play with a very tight line there. Thacker 3 overs 17 without reward so far. McGregor with the wicket, as we've mentioned, 4 overs 7 for 1 so far for McGregor, so she's been the pick of the bowlers so far. Gray going for 26 runs off her 4 overs without picking up a wicket, and Gilgrass has just bowled 1 so far and has gone for 5 runs in it without picking up a wicket. So you're all up to date in terms of this game here, and as I say, we've got our eyes on Yorkshire 70 for 5 against the Blaze, the Women's One Day Cup, and the 118 for 2 that Surrey find themselves against Durham. That one feels a more similar game for the batting side than this one, although Surrey really going along at a fair clip there as well, and maybe trying to put any questions of whether they could be caught in that 3rd place beyond doubt, and they may even have ambitions higher than that. We've also got a Women's T20 World Cup game. Scotland 110 for 5 against New Zealand, who really struggled in the competition, sort of looking to revive their competition, but as Ali was saying, Scotland in with a chance of going through in that group still, even though they lost to England, so they'll be hoping for a win to get today against New Zealand, although I fancy they're probably going to need a few more runs in the remaining 2.4 overs of that innings.
Yeah, it's the usual suspects that you'd expect to be towards the top of their groups that are indeed Australia 3 from 3, India 2 from 3, and England 3 from 3.
Well, I did hear, because a lot of people were backing South Africa to be very strong at this tournament, and I suppose the fact they've not included Annika Bosch, who performed very well at the last T20 World Cup, in their squad, is an indication of just how strong they were feeling. And given it was South Africa, India and Australia, there was some speculating whether the dominant team in women's world cricket were even going to make it through to the semi-finals in such a tight group, but they've well and truly dismissed any thoughts in that sense. They've been very dominant in their 3 games so far. They performed very, very well indeed, including beating South Africa. I think it was the first game.
West Indies have been good to watch, haven't they? That's a good story that's kind of developing through their competition. Second in England's group, again with 3 wins from 3.
They often seem to get it right in a World T20, West Indies, be it men's or women's. They just find a way. They have won it, of course, in both men's and women's. It was the same edition that they won, as Gilgrass will continue. This one's prodded away past Thacker, out to Liberty Heap, who returns flat and quick into the wicketkeeper for the loss of 1 run. Brings brings Mack onto strike, 79 for 1. There's Gilgrass on away again, and this one's thrashed away into the leg side. There'll be a single on offer to Munro.
Interesting, that drinks break there. It's kind of conversations that may have taken place from both sides actually, but in particular I guess from the batting side as to what they think is a defendable score, which may well have adjusted as this innings has gone on.
Gilgrass bowls prodded into the offside, sort of a exploratory stride forward from Jones, but didn't really get much on it. 80 for 1 the score remains. As in comes Gilgrass again. Right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Jones, and pushed into a gap on the offside. And another single is taken. It's just that cover region that's open for Jones at the moment to take those singles. 81 for 1, but the bowler won't mind too much. As Gilgrass will come over the wicket here to the right-handed Mac. She's on her way now. Delivers an off-spinner. It's driven firmly into the cover region. McGregor there. Another one with a towel. Probably more to wipe dust off the hands and sun cream off the hands on a day like this than anything else. Another single. It makes it 82 for 1. Gardner comes back at long off. There's also a deep mid-wicket and a backward square leg out as Gilgrass bowls. It's chopped a backward point by Jones. And on the bounce, fielded 82 for 1 it remains on this lovely warm day here in Blackpool. 25 degrees here. Sort of warm enough without being excessive, as I think it is in some other parts of the country, or it's certainly threatening to get that way today. Good to have you with us wherever you are. Whether you're listening 5 Sports Extra 2 or on the BBC Sport website and app, or indeed watching the pictures on Lancs TV. It's very, very good to have you with us.
Yeah, and the pace and approach from both sides kind of reflecting a little bit, I think, as well with the temperature.
Settling on the bat again then is Mac. 7 from 15 so far. As Munro bowls and Mac drives this one into the offside, not quite as fluently as she would have liked. Picks out the fielder on the cover boundary. 83 for 1.
You'd make of the stumping. You'd seen the replay of that?
It was close. I think Ali summed it up quite well, and she said, yes, you feel aggrieved as a batter if you've been given for that, but you would also feel aggrieved as a fielding side if it wasn't given. But certainly the batter not getting the benefit of the doubt, if you want to look at it that way, as this one is played away into the offside out to deep cover, but this time on the opposite side of the ground because it's the left-handed Jones, and 84 for 1. That may sound a bit of a cop out, but I think Lamb was aggrieved because she sort of looked around, having felt she'd got her foot back, but I think maybe that time it took her to look around hadn't been factored. It was very close, as that one's pushed away off the back foot by Mac. And there's another single too, the total 85 for 1. And you can completely understand when it is that close why Lamb would think, well, maybe a bit of benefit of the doubt should go in my favour there.
There was no hesitation from the square leg umpire, was there?
No, the finger was up quick.
Yeah.
Another ball by Munro with the keeper up to the stumps. It was full outside off, but I say full, it was almost Yorker length really. It was one of those, I was trying to hit the wide line outside off. Quite that far over, which allowed Jones to drive it away for 1 again. 86 for 1. Singles the order of the day in this over. Munro once again to Mac. Swivels into a pull stroke into the leg side. She'll pick up 2 and she'll want 3. But the throw's already on its way, so the 3 isn't there.
This just feels like a really good tempo for me for Lancashire. So I mean, it's difficult to know what a good score might be on this surface. I suspect something kind of in that 250, 260 would be pretty decent. But this just feels like a really good, managed, sensible approach from these two batters.
88 for 1 the score, with those 2 runs from the previous delivery. No more on offer here. Good bit of fielding at backward point there by Gilgrass.
I suppose with the nature of Lancashire's bowling attack, there's not a great margin for error, is there, from the bowlers? They're probably going to. Well, they've got 5 bowlers, haven't they, basically, to use?
Yeah, they're sort of hampered by the fact that Emma Lamb would usually kind of share that would fill in as a 6th bowler. And obviously, having been injured this season, I'm guessing she won't be too keen to be rolling her arm over. And it does just hamper Lancashire slightly as Gilgrass will continue. 9 runs from her 2 overs so far, and there'll be a 10th here as Jones just drops her hands on it really on the front foot and lets it roll out into the offside for another single.
So yeah, you can't. Sometimes you say you need that little bit of cover, don't you, just in case one bowler struggles a little bit and has to get taken out of the attack. But I mean, the 5 bowlers bowled beautifully here last week for Lancashire.
Gilgrass into the pitch this time. There's a peel for something down the leg side. It's a big appeal. Dowse looks convinced. I'm less so. I think this might have been a bit of thigh guard as it turned past the hip of Katie Mack, but it's impossible for us to tell from this distance. The umpire didn't seem very interested, but both bowler and keeper did. We're just watching the replay. The bat was there or thereabouts, but yeah, nervous moment for Mac, but she stood there just readjusting her gloves as if she thought it was all absolute nonsense, and she turns this one as she'd intended off the last ball into the leg side for a single, and the board moves on to 90 for 1 with that.
Yeah, you need the old snicker, wouldn't you? The ultra edge to work out for certain. But Mac didn't look too concerned.
No. She's always very pleasant when you meet a Katie Mack, but I don't think an Australian would be walking off if there's any doubt whatsoever. As Eve Jones goes back into a crease and plays this one out to Liberty Heap, who returns on the bounce. And there's a little threat of an overthrow there as Dowse couldn't quite gather the ball, but a single it is, 91 for 1. And I suppose if there is any doubt, you shouldn't walk off as a batter. Although some would argue if you know you've hit it, you should go. And I don't think it was one of those for Mac, as this one turns back dangerously towards her stumps, and actually with a horizontal bat in the end manages to block its path. Probably an indication of how sharply it turned, because initially she was lining up to cut Gilgrass here, who's on her way again, looking to complete the 20th over. Concedes a single off it, so another 4 off the over. 13 now conceded by Gilgrass. No wickets so far, but she's going long well. 20 overs gone. 92 for 1 is the Lancashire score.
Just since Stephen Parry, the head coach of Essex, who's set history with Lancashire, both men's and women's sides, dates back a couple of decades, really. Nice to see Stephen, and what a mentor that the young spinners at Essex will have with Stephen Parry as their head coach.
Well, could have quite easily just kind of sat in that bowling coach role and stayed here, but has shown a bit of ambition really to take on what's a fairly tough job. Obviously, Sunrisers, who was kind of the predecessors to Essex, also had other counties, Northampton, Middlesex, involved at that time in regional cricket. Scott Reed will pick up the ball-by-ball commentary.
Here is Munro into Mack. That's off the back foot. Pushed away through the offside for a single. Katie Mack moves on to 14. Lancashire 93 for 1.
But generally, Sunrisers were down the bottom of the league in the first, and often were rock bottom in the first 3 or 4 editions of Rachel Hare Flint Trophy and the Charlotte Edwards Cup, which was the T20 competition. But then they won the final edition and then had a really tough season last year. So it's not the easiest job in the country to take, so credit to Stephen Parry on that front.
It's in the air from Eve Jones a little. Let's take a bottom hand off the bat there, since it maybe not quite had the control on that shot she was looking for. Single through the offside takes her to 31. The score moves on to 94 for 1 in the 21st over of Lancashire's innings. From Katie Mack on strike. 14 not out. It's Munro for Essex. And balls to Mack. Steered out toward backward point. And there's no addition to the score. Yeah, both these sides level in terms of their results this season. Both have played 10. Both have lost 7, with 3 wins between them, or 3 wins each. Lancashire's net run rate superior to Essex, which helps, and a couple more points along the way as that's clipped out towards the leg side by Katie Mack, fielded at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Yeah, Lancashire's win last week was a fairly close one, but their other 2 have been by enough of a margin to pick up a bonus point. You have to get 1.25 times your opponent's run rate, which can be slightly problematic to calculate.
Yes,
after about 7 years, I've just about got my head around that rule.
Well, that's a good effort. There's Munro in and balls to Mack. It's punched up towards mid-on. Through for a single, they're shy at the stumps. And they've got successfully through for 1.
I think, elect not to calculate it the other day against the Blaze. I decided if it gets to a situation where it's in the reckoning for one team or the other, we'll look at it. It's easy for the chasing side. It's always the 40 over mark. Obviously, if overs get taken out, it can get a bit complicated. But as long as you get a full innings, it's always chase it inside before the 40 over mark, and you get your bonus point. But it's a bit more complicated.
Munro balls, a bit of width there for Eve Jones. That's cut out through the offside for a single. 32 to Jones, 96 for 1 Lancashire. End of the over, 21 gone.
But yeah, it's a bit more complicated calculating it for the bowling side, what they have to.
Right, yeah.
Keep the side batting second too. But
I'll leave that to you.
We will leave that to the second innings.
And which you're in charge of that.
Okay. I know, I've made a big... I haven't calculated it in a few weeks because we've been playing T20. So I could well have forgot. The start of the season's always interesting in that respect.
I just tend to rely on Ken.
Yeah, well, that is
Ken
the
inform
way
me what's going on. Get confused by these things. 96 for 1. Jones on 32. We'll see Gilgrass continue. Spin from the northern end of the ground here at Stanley Park. Off spin from around the wicket. And cut through the offside towards deep point by Eve Jones. Jogs very casually through for a single. Moves to 33. The score now to 97 for 1.
They definitely need someone to go on here, Lancs, don't they, to build this innings around, and then they need people to come in and score at a decent rate, which won't be easy. But as I say, it looks a good batting track, but the fluency hasn't quite been there. But they're ticking along nicely now, aren't they, these two?
Over the wicket instead to Mack. Back foot chopped into the offside, and there's no run. Yeah, Lamb out for 35, was stumped for 35, so I'll be hoping that at least one of the top 3 go on to get a decent score here. Mack drives, handsome looking drive, and then a very sharp single. In fact, run out, direct throw from mid-off. That's a fabulous piece of work. Wonderful pick up and throw towards the stumps, and even Mack, as quick as she is, and even with the dive, unable to make her ground. Brilliant work, potentially by Gray. Here it is. Look at this for the replay. Pick up and throw right towards the bowler's end. Direct hit, and Mack departs. Falls for 15. And Lancashire lose their second wicket. 97 for 2. And Eva Gray, brilliant piece of work.
You can forgive Mack for taking that because she is so quick, but it did feel a little bit of one of those hit and runs, didn't it? And it was almost as if she'd hit it. She didn't think she'd hit it as well as she had, and she realised as soon as the ball had left her bat, she was like, oh dear, I'm running here and I've hit that a bit better than I thought. And it was a brilliant pick up and throw. And it's what they practice so much in the indoor schools in the winter, and you could see both hands clenched in celebration by Eva Gray. She was very, very happy with that one. Had plenty of stumps to aim at, but she made sure, I think she hit the middle one, to be honest. And there was, if there was a little bit of doubt about the stumping, there was no doubt about that one.
No, that's great work. The replay from behind was brilliant to see, wasn't it? Wonderful pick up and throw from Eva Gray.
This is interesting. Tilly Stephen has come out. She made 55 not out the other day against Buckinghamshire. This is her first game in the competition this year. Only had a couple of games, if I remember right, in the T20 Blast. So there is an opportunity here in this format just to put a marker down, and they've sent her out before the 2 half centurions from last week, Smale and Morris.
Gilgrass to Eve Jones, plenty on the shoulders of Eve Jones now as she drives through the offside for a single, moves on to 34, 98 for 2. Brings Tilly Kesteven on strike. Kind of burst into the side last season. Opening bat, didn't she? Oh,
yeah, got 77 off 60 in the final of that T20 County Cup, the knockout competition, batting at the top of the order.
She's on strike as Gilgrass is in. That's driven up a full length from the off spinner, bouncing out towards the offside. And there's no run. 98 for 2. 1 ball left of the 22nd over. Gilgrass balls. Kesteven going back and playing it very nicely, playing it late, cutting it down towards the wide third boundary. That's a lovely shot, and that's a fine way to get off the mark. Confident batting by Tilly Kesteven. Nice late cut through backward point for 4, and that brings up 3 figures as well for Lancashire, 102 for 2.
Well, funnily enough, that was sort of a more classical, old-fashioned, not the ball on the top of the head. But I wish I'd asked her about it, actually, because we had a little chat for Lancs TV after the game the other day. As we see on our pictures, Alison Byrne, former Lancashire and Cheshire captain, who is part of our commentary team, making her way around the boundary with her can of Coke.
Very nice.
Having a lovely time in the sun. But yeah, she got off the mark with a very Eve Jones-looking shot the other day at Neston Cricket Club against Buckinghamshire, and I wish I'd asked, actually, because these two are batting there together now, and how much of an influence Jones is. Unfortunately, it completely escaped my mind. It's been a really good question, that, but oh well.
One for next time. Here's Jones off the back foot as Thacker comes in from the south end of the ground, and that's cut out towards point for a single.
I guess selfishly we'll have to hope she gets 100 again, so we can speak to her after this one as well.
Well, it's a great player to learn off, isn't it? To absorb some information from.
And they're both tall left-handers. I just think, even though, sort of ironically, if you like, it was Jones she replaced to kind of burst onto the scene in that T20 County Cup final.
Kesteven's on strike. Just runs it away into the onside. There's too much bat on that, I don't think. No, it's a leg by. Just rolls off the thigh guard and just pops down towards short fine leg. So a leg by. So Kesteven remains on 4. Score moves on to 104 for 2.
I mean, strangely enough, that might have been why there would have been a temptation to send out one of the right-handers.
It's muscled out towards the leg side. That's going to be 4 for Eve Jones. Just a little short from Thacker, and that's pulled out towards deep backward square leg, and Eve Jones moves to 39. And Alison's
seems to be negotiating with the steward here.
Yeah, it's her job to retrieve the ball, I think.
Oh dear, that's quite a task. Yeah, it's stuck. Has it got stuck?
I don't know what she was doing. Oh,
there she goes.
I think a few running repairs maybe. Oh, shaking the hand. Well done.
Well
Teamwork that.
Well done. I'm sure we'll hear all about it in 3 overs.
Slow ball, which is met on the fall by Jones. Played up towards mid-off, and there's no run.
I mean, looking at the depth of the conversation, 3 overs might be a push here.
108 for 2. 39 for Eve Jones, the top run scorer for Lancashire in this competition this season. Looking to add to it here. That's cut out towards deep point for a single. Moves on to 40. Score to 109 for 2. 1 ball left to the 23rd over. Live from Stanley Park in Blackpool. Across Lancs TV. Sports Extra 2 via BBC Sounds and the BBC Sport website as well. One-day cup fixture between Lancashire and Essex. It's tickled away off the pads by Kesteven down to a fine leg. Single for Tilly Kesteven. She moves on to 5. And the score now to 110 for 2. So 23 overs gone. So slowly edging towards the halfway point of the Lancashire innings. They elected to bat first, as they did here in a game against the group leaders, the Blaze, last week, in which Lancashire won. They were bowled out for 239, but it was enough. They bowled really well, and their spinners in particular able to make 240 too much for the Blaze to chase last week. Would Lancashire settle for something similar, a score in that 250 mark again? We'll see.
Feels like it could be about right as Gardner's into the attack.
Spin continuing from this north end of the ground, off the back foot by Kesteven. That's pushed into the offside. Moves on to 6. 111 for 2.
Once upon a time did bowl a bit to see him up, Gardner, but not seen it for a number of years now. She's very much goes for the off spin these days.
And here she is again in and bowling. Just had gripped and turned. There's Jones off the front foot, trying to push the ball into the offside. It just deflected off the pad. It was a leg by. There's no bat on that. Score moves to 112 for 2. Gardner ball swept. Picked up a deep backward square leg. Kesteven on to 7 now, 113 for 2.
Yeah, that boundary's keeping her strike up rate up nice and high. 7 off 6 now, Kesteven, but she will get on with things, I think.
In the balls, Jones forward, comes off the inner half of the bat, deflects down to fine leg. 3 for 1, Jones to 41, 114 for 2. He's not bowled too much this season in this competition. Just 20 overs for Joe Gardner coming into this match. And the 1 wicket. It might be 4 down to deep backward square leg. It is. It's whipped away by Tilly Kesteven and moves into double figures with that, on to 11. As Mike mentioned, in good form with the bat on the back of the T20 performance at the weekend, and makes the most of that full toss.
Shame for Gardner that, because sort of as good as the one that beat the outside edge was in the earlier in the over, that one was bad. It was waist high full toss and just looked as if it slipped out.
And then balls, that's worked to mid on. Through for 1. They know the risk of taking on Eva Gray. He's already run Katie Mack out, but probably felt a little bit like a more of a safer option there, even though it was still a pretty sharp one. They did get through for 1, end of the over. 24 gone, and it's 119 for 2. And Jones on 41.
Got it right.
On 12.
Got it right that time, because it just wasn't quite as cleanly hit, and it was ever so slightly wider of Gray, so she almost had to come round to the wrong side, if you like. She's right-handed, had to come round to her left a little bit, and that just allowed the time for the single. I think if Mack had had that time and hitting it fractionally less well and maybe a little bit wider of the field, she'd have got through too.
Half an appeal for the LBW there, but from around the wicket to the left-hander. It didn't last very long. Rattles onto the pad of Kesteven, and there's no run. This is over number 25, so almost at the halfway mark.
In fact, I think as the words yes were coming out of Katie Mack's mouth, I think she thought that's how she had hit it, and then she realised pretty quickly it wasn't the case.
Clipped away to square leg for a single. 120 for 2. Brings Jones back on strike. Took a little bit of time just to get going this morning, Eve Jones, but Emma Lamb was playing nice and freely at the other end, so able just to get going. That's down the leg side and called a wide by the umpire. She's knocking on the door of 550 runs in this competition this season for Lancashire. Averaging north of 50.
Yeah, started down 499, didn't she? So if you add on those 41 to 540.
That's cut away and stopped. Is it? No, just got underneath backward point, so it'll be a single for Jones. Moves to 42, 122 for 2.
As the ball is thrown round back towards Thacker, deep in contemplation as she walks to the back of her mark. And she's on her way again.
And balls pushed into the offside by Kesteven, fielded at cover, and there's no run. Your boundary riders out on the offside at deep extra cover. And there's a deep third, deep fine, deep square. Four fielders positioned towards the boundary edge. Oh, that's come underneath the keeper. That's going to run down towards the boundary. He's going to go for 4, just a little thin under edge off the bat. And it did for the keeper. And down to the boundary for 4. 126 for 2.
Fortuitous that one from Kesteven with the inside edge, but she will put back to ball. The interesting thing she did say when I spoke to her was the over where she got 25 off poor Eva Lewis in that game. She said, I said, when did you know you were on for a big one? And she said, yeah, as soon as I hit that first 6, I knew right, it's time to go here.
Worked away into the onside, just off the hip, through square leg for a single. Kesteven moves on to 18. I think she's nicked the strike as well. She has. It's the end of the over. 25 gone, 127 for 2.
And she certainly did go off in that game. Alison Byrne witnessed it as well, so I will bring her back into the commentary position at the halfway stage of the Lancashire innings.
Thanks, Mike. Just take a look at those other scores in the One Day Cup. Surrey 144 for 6 in the 29th over, batting first against Durham. Yorkshire trying to recover. A really shaky start for Yorkshire. They're up against the top team, the Blaze. Yorkshire 109 for 5 after 30 overs. It's Gardner. Stephen trying to force it through the offside, but fielded at extra cover. And there's no run. Scotland in the World Cup finishing on 131 for 7 from 20 overs. So 132 will win it for New Zealand against Scotland. That game taking place in Bristol. Another full toss, which is looped up by Gardner, and Kesteven tries to get bat on ball and swatted away down towards the fine leg boundary. Didn't quite get enough bat on that for it to reach the rope. It's gone for 2 instead. Takes Tilly Kesteven on to 20 and the score to 129 for 2. And fresh from your fielding and your little lap around the boundary.
Very eventful lap around the boundary, actually, and he got whacked by some broken glass. Somebody left a glass on the side of the pitch. It wasn't very clever.
It's played into the offside by Kesteven. There's no run. Well, we wondered, you were right across the live stream, so you were all over the live pictures when this was happening. So we wondered what was going on.
The ball, well, there was 2. I'll show you in a minute.
There's Gardner's in and bowling. Oh, it was played on the full back to Gardner, but it was thumped away by Kesteven.
Yeah, there's a couple of shots played to leg. First one, no problem, just gave it back to the field. Second one, was nowhere near me, thankfully. But it screamed across the outfield and hit an empty glass on the side. And glass shattered everywhere.
Yeah.
So I was just checking, because a young fielder went to pick the ball up without checking the ball. I said, just watch it. There's no shards on it. So
it's drilled in through the offside and does get it through extra cover this time. Is it going to have enough to reach the boundary? It doesn't, because Stephen comes back for 2.
So I was doing my health and safety / mummy job.
Like that. And then we saw you in conversation with the steward.
Steve.
And then there was a nice handshake with Steve.
Do you know what? He told me a beautiful... He said, "Oh, hello, young lady." And I turned round jokingly. I said, "Oh, me?" And he went, "Yes, of course you." And he was on about how snowflakes are all different and how women are all different and equally beautiful. And I was like, oh, bless him.
He's got no balls.
What a gent.
Attempt to sweep from Stevens, called her wide.
I said, oh, right, okay, I'll give you a little shout out. Because the security guards and the stewards here are diamonds. They're so sweet, so helpful, so smiley, so Lancashire. You know, they're really lovely.
Well, hello to Steve and the gang.
Young'un, I'm not allowed to call him Steve.
Swept out towards deep backward square leg. Stephen takes one and keeps the strike. So 23 to the Stephen, 42 to Eve Jones, and it's 132 for 2. This, I think, here we go, Alison. You see yourself in action here.
Oh, there you go.
Oh,
see, and she picked the ball up, and I was saying, no, don't pick it up. It's got shards of glass, and I think she'd already picked it up by that stage. I'm a bit worried.
And that's Steve.
There's Steve, Young'un. There's my rather enormous backside. But yeah, it's 2 good shots though from the Lancashire girls there.
Steve's working hard.
He is, always. What a gent though. What an absolute gent. He made me feel like really special, and I bet he's like that with all the girls he meets. He's a bit of a charmer, Steve.
26 gone, 133 for 2. And nice little partnership between these two.
Yeah, because Stephen, honestly, I'm sure you've waxed lyrical about her innings at the weekend, but she's carrying on with that positive mindset by the looks of it, isn't she?
Well, Mike mentioned it just before you came on. You were both it's at Neston, wasn't it, on Sunday?
Yeah, on
your
the
club.
Wirral. I used to be. Played
okay.
many a game there. Yeah, I haven't been there for a while, obviously, but feels like home going there anyway.
Well, let me try and pick up where she left off. She gets into this first delivery from Bosch. There's no run. Bit of a stellar addition to the lineup for Essex.
Yeah, she's got her first cap in 2019, did Bosch.
And the balls to Stephen, that's driven to cover, no run.
She played 4 tests. She played in the World Cup last year, the 50 over World Cup in India. And has played the Brisbane Heat, so, you know, a fair bit of experience, really.
Bit there, isn't there? Around the wicket, flatter and quicker. And that's chopped into the offside. Stephen takes a single, moves on to 24. Not out, the score moves to 134 for 2. Push the run rate up. And above 5 and over now of Lancashire.
I think they're going to need at least 250 on this pitch, to be fair. The outfield's rapid.
Yeah, we might have just speculated about that, because of course last week they made 240 feel probably bigger than what it was. They bowled very nicely to beat the Blaze here. Bosch is in to Eve Jones. Punch through the offside for 1. Scored to 135 for 2 now.
Yeah, I just think we've had a better start this week as well, which makes a difference because it means the middle order can be a little bit more positive with their mindset.
In comes Bosch balls. Let's just run out through the offside. And there's no addition to the score. Yes, in that game here last week. They'd lost 3 relatively early wickets inside the first kind of dozen overs or so. They were 4 down after 22 overs. Took a little bit of rebuilding that for like it's just swept. It's in the air. Is it going to land safely? It will. Enough on the bat. More of a top edge on the sweep from Stephen, and Eva Gray was chasing after it, but it fell safe.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all from Stephen. She's primarily opened the batting, hasn't she? When she's had opportunities for Lancashire, I don't think that's her natural game. I think 4 or 5 is better for her after seeing what she did on Sunday. Especially when you've got a nice base already, which is what Almond Jones have provided regularly for Lancashire over the years.
27 overs gone, 136 for 2. It took Seren Smale and Fee Morris, didn't it, last week here in the game against the Blaze to put together a good partnership, both reaching 50. And that helped Lancashire to a score of 240.
Well, this is it, you see. This is what Essex have got to put out of their mind, the strength and depth of the Lancashire unit today. Velkelt, Smale, Morris, still a lot of batting to come.
There's Joe Gardner balls. That's played back towards her by Stephen. Fielded low down to her left. There's no run.
Kate Cross has scored a few runs this year, and we've all seen Tara Norris hit a good ball.
Gardner balls, hopping off the back foot, drags it out through the onside. Awkward one for short mid wicket to stop, actually, fielding on the one of the used pitches. He's taken a bit of a nasty bobble, that. And Esme McGregor able to stop it cleanly, so they managed to sneak through for a single. 137 for 2. A couple of balls into the 28th over. Gardner's off spin from around the wicket. That's cut. Played very nicely through the offside. It's gone for 4.
Beautiful.
Right on top of the bounce, and there was just a little extra bounce there from Gardner, and that was played beautifully by Johns. On to 47 now, 141 for 2.
Oh, I'm going to watch this again. It's glorious. So they were the ones she was missing in the first couple of overs when the ball was doing a little bit more. She's connecting a little bit more regularly now. And again.
Yeah, going for the same shot, but this occasion picks out the fielder.
Liberty Heap.
It's at deep point. Takes on Eve Jones on to 48. 142 for 2. Stephen back on strike. 2 balls left of the over. And Gardner for Essex in and balls just holds this one back a little bit, but it just drifts in the end down the leg side, so it'd be called a wide by the umpire. Just a little pace on the ball there. Just held it back, but it just slid down the leg side. To bowl it again. A little bit quicker, but that could be too far wide outside off stump. It is.
Yeah.
Back-to-back wides for Jo Gardner. She's not bowled a lot this season. It was a quicker delivery, but it was too far outside off stump. It's on the money.
It's like
Stephen defends.
It's like the Goldilocks and the Three Bears, that one. That one's too sweet, too salty. Oh, this one's just right. Too wide to the left, too wide to the right. Oh, it's just right.
Final ball of the over. And the sweep comes out again from Stephen. Down towards deep backward square leg. And a single to end the over. Slightly untidy one with a couple of wides in there. 145 for 2. Lancashire, Eve Jones on 46 and Tilly Stephen on 47.
Yeah, she's going well, Stephen, isn't she? And it's probably just what Eve Jones needed. Takes the pressure off. They've got a batter at the other end of the pitch who's finding the boundary. You know, you're not as pressurised to do so yourself. You play more regularly, play the ball rather than the situation more so. And it's obviously helping her game because her run rate has improved as well. And the appearance of Stephen Jones. I'm not going to jinx her. You know what score she's on. She's on 48. Make your own conclusions.
She has batted with a nice bit of energy, hasn't she, Stephen? At 27 of 28.
And I didn't actually catch what happened to Katie Mack. I'm assuming she ran to a ball she shouldn't have done. Do you think?
Well, I think as we were describing it, as Bosch is in and balls to Stephen, who drives to mid-off, there's no run. When she hit it and set off, I think on commentary we said that this could be a tight single. It was a terrific piece of fielding by Eva Gray.
I didn't hit, so I just heard it. Yeah, well done, Essex. Good stuff. If you get a direct hit,
clobbered back over the bowler's head, down towards the boundary.
And that's what we saw on Sunday, and it was a smaller ground, so they were making 6s instead of 4s. She's certainly a confident player at the moment, Stephen, isn't she? She's no surprises when she was brought into today's game when we saw the team list.
It's a 50 partnership as well between these two, not 4. But on 52 now for this third wicket. Stephen on to 31. There's Bosch in and balls. Just dragged up towards mid-on and there's no run. Eva Gray fielding. Yeah, it was a really good piece of work by Gray for the run out. From one-handed pick up.
She's quick in the field, Gray, isn't she?
Stephen drives, that's hit firmly and it's gone through extra cover. It'll just be a single. Takes Tilly Stephen to 32 not out. Score moves on now to 150. 150 for 2. Lancashire. 2 balls left of the 29th over. Brings Eve Jones back on strike. Here's Bosch for Essex. In and balls, and that's worked away by Jones, trying to find a little gap. Not much of room between short third and backward point, and couldn't quite get it between the fielders. There only maybe 10 yards between them, if that. It's a well guarded part of the offside. Again, Jones trying to find a way through. This time it's in front of those 2 fielders who are behind square on the offside, out towards deep point. And a single for Jones moves on to 49. That's the end of the 29th over. 151 for 2. Lancashire. Jones 49. Stephen on 32. And run rate comfortably over 5 and over now, so they have managed to just to push it up a little bit, these 2.
Yeah, they can keep it at this, and then maybe the last 5-6 overs put a bit of a spurt on. They might even get it up to 6 and over, which would be really tricky to do, I think. After fielding all morning and early afternoon in the sun, they'll be fatigued a little bit. It's the opening bowler coming back, Scott, I think, Thacker. Oh no, it's the other one without a number on her back.
Gilchrist, yeah, back to Gilchrist for some off spin. He's bowled 4 overs for 19 prior to this. That's cut away by Eve Jones, and the single brings up 50. She's having a fabulous season again for Lancashire. Eve Jones, top run scorer in the competition. 550 runs in this format this year for Lancashire. Back-to-back 50s here in Blackpool for Eve Jones.
Yeah, she will definitely want to make the most of this 50. Having scored a few this season, not reached the ton yet. She was close on 98 in 1 innings.
Gilchrist in. Oh, that's a stunning catch off her own bowling. Stephen's gone for 32, but it's a fabulous reaction catch from Gilchrist, who can't quite believe what she's just done. It's a fabulous reaction, high up to her right-hand side, one-handed catch. It was thumped hard back towards her.
Off the ground as well.
Takes a brilliant return catch.
Very good. Yeah, she didn't believe it herself, did she? She really just done that. Have just really leapt off the floor and taken a one-handed whirly? Yes, it will do. Yes, you have, dear. Well done. Brilliant. Unlucky from Stephen. What an innings, though. She's really given the innings impetus here, hasn't she?
She has, and it shared an excellent partnership for that 3rd wicket. 55 they put on. There will be a tinge of frustration that they've not managed to go on and build on that. But it's taken a bit of a stunner here, hasn't it, to get rid of it.
End of her fingertips as well. It's one for the memory bank. Whew. Yeah, I was thinking that was all for all the world coming down to the barriers in front of us here.
Because she caught it really well, didn't she? She absolutely walloped it back towards the bowler.
Super glue hands today.
Super glue.
Yeah, because she didn't have time really to grip it properly. It's just the position of her hammers has just been perfect as she went up in the air. Brilliant. Brilliant, brilliant.
Bring out the Lancashire captain, Ellie Threlkeld.
I started calling her the Rock.
The Rock.
Yeah, 150 something like consecutive games.
150.
It'll be 152 or 3 now.
Yeah, I think it will be. Yeah. Nice, some effort, isn't it?
Yeah, she never gets injured, she never gets ill. Incredible. Most of those as captain as well.
And now involved in England's Test squad.
Yes,
for that
exciting.
Historic match at Lord's next month. Many congratulations, both to Ellie and to Grace Potts, who's received the call-up as well for that Test squad, and Emma Lamb.
Yep.
For Ellie and for Grace, so they've neither have had any England appearances so far, so
No.
it's fantastic recognition for them both, isn't it? Great
It
for
is.
Ellie.
It is great. It's great for the club as well. Apart from the fact they should be playing against Yorkshire that day, but we won't talk about it too much. It's upsetting me.
Threlkeld off the back foot and defends, and there's no run. It's always the case, isn't it? It says you get your call. Well done, you're playing for England. Congratulations, you're in the
missing
squad.
the Roses
Well, hang
match.
on, what games are you missing for us?
Had to be the Roses match, didn't it?
1-5-2 for 3. Gilchrist to Threlkeld, which is on the drive off a. Feels like a thickish edge. I might be doing her a disservice there, but she's come back for a couple to get going, but going for a big booming drive to get her innings up and running.
Yeah, it was a bit ambitious at this stage, but you know, it's what the last 20 overs. We're into T20 into
Yes,
T20
true.
territory now, aren't we?
1-5-4 for 3. Threlkeld this time drags it out towards the leg side boundary. And takes a single, moves on to 3. 155 for 3. With a delivery to go of the 30th over. Brings Eve Jones on strike. Gilchrist, final ball of successful first over back. And Loops just went up outside the off stump, and that's pushed away into the offside, fielded at cover point. Good stuff from Gilchrist.
Very good.
4 coming off it, and a wicket. And the wicket was some effort on the return catch, leaping up high to a right. Brilliant catch.
Got a sense it needed something brilliant to get Kesteven
Yeah.
today, the way she was hitting that ball. Yeah, we can watch that all day and still enjoy it, even if we are Lancashire. Yeah, I'm sure Mum and Dad will have that on repeat later.
Yeah, that'll be clipped up on it.
Yes, for sure.
On the family WhatsApp
That'll be a
group.
reel on the Essex website.
Yep,
Rightly so.
absolutely.
As we go into the 31st over now.
Yeah, Bosch, you're going to continue.
It's still Bosch, the South African right arm over, bit of off spin. Been placed into the covers. They've taken a quick single. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of singles and twos taken now. And luckily for the two girls under the helmets and in the pads and in the gloves and the innards and whatever else they've got on, thigh pads. Bosch in from the south end, a bit fuller. It's driven from Jones. Not going to beat the infield, so it's another one of those pesky singles. The umpires are they still changing sides? The umpires, or have they given up and staying on leg side now? Have you been watching them?
Yeah,
I think
he's
he's
square leg at the minute.
right-hander on strike. Threlkeld, yeah, the umpires have decided to just stay at the square, I think. Don't blame them. It's holding up the play a little bit as well, so time is a consideration probably. It's another dot ball. Bosch is keeping it tight in this over. 2 singles and a dot. A bit shorter. It's pulled. It's beaten the infield. I don't think it's going to beat the sweeper.
No, it's actually. I think
Actually, she'd got a hand on it. She did
does.
stop it. Yeah, my mistake. I thought it'd gone through a 1 run.
it's
Well fielded.
McGregor.
Yeah,
That was hit
stop.
pretty firmly, wasn't it?
Well, thumped is the word I'd use.
Yeah, right off one of the old pitches that have been used here as well.
Jones on strike. On 51. Placed into the cover area. Point. Slow enough to maybe look at 2, and they are. Good placements. He's hit that just hard enough so that they can run an extra run there. So very clever from Jones. Goes to 53.
Yeah, just timed it well enough just to get beyond the edge of the fielded circle. You can come back for a couple there.
Bosch to continue. Gives the ball a little twirl. Takes stride again, a bit shorter again. Again, she's tried to dab that into a similar area, but the fielder at short third was onto that. At the end of the over, Lancashire moved to 160 for the loss of those 3 wickets. Lam Jones and Kesteven.
Fan of that, the players that can kind of go up and down between the tiers and play cricket if it's dropping down to tier 2.
I think it's a double-edged sword, to be honest, Scott, and I'll come back to that in a second. Gilchrist flights one in, gets down well to that one. It's giving these players a chance who are contracted to Tier 1s to play regular cricket, but also I'm thinking of the girls who were in that Worcestershire squad who are missing out when she dropped down. So it's good and it's disappointing at the same time. So I'm on the fence on that one, I'm afraid. Gilchrist. Threlkeld has rocked back, played that behind point. It's racing away down there. I don't think she's going to stop that. 4 runs. Lovely shot from Threlkeld. Yeah, didn't try to overhit that. There's enough timing for it to take it past both the infield and the chasing fielder. Just raced away really, didn't it? Down the hill slightly over there. Yeah, good stuff. Moving the score on. 164 in the 31st over here at Stanley Park in Blackpool. Essex v Lancashire v Essex in the Metrobank Cup. Gilchrist flighted, pushed. Always a bit of a misfield from captain Eva Gray. That's gone under her, and it's 4 runs, 4 unfortunate runs for Eva Gray, and she's fielded brilliantly today. But on that occasion, just a slight lapse in concentration. I'm not surprised though. I couldn't concentrate in this heat. I've just taken 1 lap round, just gentle stroll, as you've probably noticed, and I was sweating cobs, as they say up here. Sweating cobs. So I don't know how they're managing to run around and maintain focus. It's very tricky to maintain focus in this heat. Gilchrist. Oh, that's turned into the right-hander really rapidly there, and she's had to readjust her shot. In the end, sort of poked it down really into no man's land. No run. And she comes again. Young player. Flighted, full toss though. What was close? She struck it out to the covers, and the fielder took a great arm, just missed it. Yeah, a bit closer than they initially thought. They've taken a single onto the total, 169.
Not taking Eva Gray's arm on that often, are you? I mean, you've got to be certain that you can back yourself to get through, because the clean pickup and then the accuracy and the power of the throw from Gray. So a great example, obviously the run out, but there's been a couple of others that have been pretty tight.
Yeah.
You wouldn't want to be taking her arm on too often.
Yeah, she's got form. They've seen the pattern. They've seen the playbook. Yeah, the 2 bats are just taking their time here, getting back into position. The fielding team are having to wait for them slightly. Don't blame them. I really don't. And the field is... We've got a deep square leg, deep mid wicket, long on. Looking for the 4th one. They only got 3 in the out of the ring. I think they have, haven't they? Just 3 out of the ring for now. 3 on the leg side. Yep. There you go. Anyway, Threlkeld just dabs that into the mid-off area off the bowling of Annika Bosch, number 27 on her back. Great signing for Essex Bosch, isn't she? We'll see her back later. She can hit a ball. Played that off her toes as Threlkeld out of deep square, but it's gone to square too quickly this time for them to consider a second run. Total, we're on into the 170s now, 170 off that last ball. Tick-tocking along, as they say. Run rate's still over 5, so Lancashire won't be too displeased by this. Right arm round the wicket to the left-hander is Bosch. She's cut that square of the wicket for another single to point. Easily fielded. 171. Yeah, it's at that sort of attritional stage now, Scott, isn't it? You know, 30 to 40 overs. Not quite at hammer it, and we're not quite at the defend and stay in for a bit stage. It's a bit of both. It's played into mid-off in the gap, mid-on from Threlkeld.
Well, he's actually okay, this, I think, isn't it? As you say, for Lancs. If they can tick along at 5 and over for the next 10 overs, then that gives them a fantastic base, isn't it, for the final 10 to go again.
Still got some quite attacking prowess in the shape of Smale and Morris, who both scored 50s last week, actually. And that's going to be out. Oh dear, Eve Jones has succumbed. She's tried to loft it over mid-on, didn't get enough power underneath it, and it's been caught at mid-on. Jones goes for a well-made 54. Not the most picture perfect innings she's ever made, but those 54 runs will be really valuable in this chase, I feel. Very good catch from Eva Gray. You said how well she's been fielding today, and she's just proved it again there with that lovely baseball-style catch, which brings in Seren Smale, fresh from her 50 last week. Missed out on Sunday, so she'll be keen to put that right.
Couldn't quite get a hold of it as she was hoping for them.
No.
And she knew, as soon as it left the bat, she knew she didn't bother. See this reaction from behind here. As soon as she hits it there, nope,
Yeah,
I'm dribbling it.
I think she was going for the big shot over the ring there, but can't blame her for doing that. Can't blame her for trying to push the run rate along. Especially, as I say, there's batting in the hutch, so to speak, ready and raring to go.
Well, that wicket is called a, we think probably a slightly earlier drinks break. We're thinking maybe something like 34 overs for the next drinks break, but before the wicket allows a
perfect opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's a few very tired girls in the Essex team. It's not often you see them lying down to have their drinks and stretching, and tiring work. Of course, if you do get dehydrated, your muscles will fatigue a lot quicker than if you are fully hydrated. And with all the will in the world, you're never quite going to get enough drinks in at this level to fully be hydrated. Although they're doing their best to do so. Gray's got a bottle running back with hers. They've all got their own individual bottles, haven't they, these days? 0.1% of this and 0.23576 recurring percent of something else in them. And
you mean it's not just water?
It's a bit of a science, isn't it? It's a science in itself these days, what they put in these energy drinks. Well, I say energy, they won't be energy drinks. They're not drinking Monster or anything like that. It'll be a concoction that the trainers put in. My mate Steve's been kept busy over there, isn't he? He's keeping himself occupied by. He's probably telling those two gentlemen how snowflakes are like young men.
He was a bit of a charmer with you, wasn't he?
Oh yeah, he's giving it. Yeah, full charm offensive. I don't mind it. I'm up for it.
Umpire's having a drink as well as I'm sure our camera operators and all around the ground spectators as well. Chance to have just a few moments away from concentrating and taking on some refreshment.
Oh, we think it's hot. Imagine how hot it'll be down on the south coast, or Lincolnshire. Apparently, last year had the record for the hottest summer day. It's just under 40 degrees in a place in Lincolnshire, so that's going to be the hot spots we feel down on the east coast. And we do get the cooling breeze from the Irish Sea, don't we? Here a little bit, so it's not quite as hot here as it could have been. The umpires have been taking well-earned hydration breaks as well. So it's a very sedate break today, a little bit longer than it normally would be, I feel.
Yep, understandable that, isn't it?
Yeah, which gives me an opportunity to waffle on even more. I do apologise, everybody. Your turn to waffle, Scott.
I think you were waffling quite well there.
Okay.
Top waffle from you.
Top waffle. Sounds like a rock band. Top waffle. Live from Wembley.
Live from Stanley Park.
Indeed. Yeah. So it's still a beautiful day here if you wanted to come down, but obviously on a day like today, I would imagine Blackpool Beach will be heaving. Just a mile or so away from here, right down on the Pleasure Beach with the attractions that offers. And the beach itself, have you been down to Blackpool Front recently?
I was down there just the other day.
Oh, did you go down?
Day. Yeah.
What a great job they've done on that promenade in the last few years, haven't they? It's just beautiful now.
Yeah, Lancashire men played a 4-day game here in the Championship the other weekend, so
You got a look.
I got a look, yeah.
So, now, I need to concentrate now. Who's this bowler, please, Scott?
Please, Bosch again.
Bosch again, of course it is. There you go, 27. Bosch in again. Rocks back, cuts that, does Smale. She does like that shot. As I've said a couple of times on air, it's a strength and a weakness at times, that shot for her, which is quite often the case with decent bats, isn't it? They like a shot, they play it, they go to it. Yeah, end of that over, 172. Just 4 wickets down. Obviously, Good start from Lancashire.
Let's take a look at the other two games in the competition. Surrey are 170 for 8. They've lost a few quick wickets there. They're taking on Durham. They're 37 overs into their innings. And 170 for 8 are Surrey. That will be a result which will other teams in the group will be keeping a close eye on. And Yorkshire are 134 for 7 against the Blaze. Again, that's after 37 overs.
Gilchrist from North End beat the outside edge, but umpire not interested. Threlkeld is on strike for this first ball. No run. The enthusiasm of youth, though, it was a good old strong appeal, that was, wasn't it? Second ball from her over, a bit flight. Threlkeld's tried to play it straight there, and it's edged slightly towards third. I think they might even get 2. They've run 2 on that misplaced this time shot. Oh, it's buys. She must have missed it. Beg your pardon. 2 buys given.
2 nice deliveries from Gilchrist here, just floating them up. Yeah. Extra confidence of having the wicket and that brilliant return catch.
And look at that. She's smiling. She's loving every minute of it. And that's what youth brings to these games. It brings some energy. Gilchrist, she's pushed that through a bit quicker, a bit shorter. Surprised Threlkeld slightly. She's rocked back to play it. Could only find the fielder in the short cover area.
That's good stuff. She bowled very nicely, hasn't she, today?
Certainly has. And again. Bends the knees, does Threlkeld, and tries to find that gap to no avail. Tries to play it through the covers. Quite get the power behind it, no run.
Good little session, this little spell this for Essex. They've got 2 new batters out there now. It's just slowing things down a little bit here for Lancashire. They've been hoping to tick on at 5 or 6 and over for the next 5 or 6 overs.
Gilchrist, that's going to go. So hopefully it's gone all the way. I believe it's going to pierce the 2 fielders at square leg. A bit short from Gilchrist on this occasion. Gave Threlkeld the opportunity to step across and really get the full force of her might behind that one. Pierce the fielders down to where the broken glass was. Hopefully it's been swept up by now. 4 runs.
Good from Threlkeld.
Yeah. Not worth putting in the dive there. It's already gone. Yeah, and that's what Threlkeld does. She will put away the bad ball. She's powerfully built. Gilchrist. Nice high elbow from Threlkeld as she pushed that towards mid-off and a run. Threlkeld's 20 off 21 already. Smale yet to score for her 1 delivery faced, and the overall score is 178 for 4, so just a 6 off that over, which is what you asked for, Scott, so they have obviously heard you.
Well, it's good, isn't it? I mean, Threlkeld here is trying to keep that momentum that they've generated with the positivity that they had when Stephen and Jones were batting.
Yeah, and we were talking about Blackpool Tower last week regularly, weren't we, and how it disappeared, but it's certainly not disappeared today. It's in full view.
Yeah, we should qualify that. It didn't just disappear kind of like, you know, in
disappeared
sort of a spooky
to us.
way. No, it wasn't like an alien thing. Right? It got kind of lost in the cloud cover, didn't it, last week?
Disappeared. Ooh, aliens.
They cut to it on the screen. Is that where Blackpool Tower should be?
Bosch in again from the south end. Smale on strike. Rocks back. Plays that with a vertical bat, actually. You don't often see that when Smale's on her back foot.
She batted nicely here in that win against the Blaze too.
She very much did. I think everyone around Lancashire was delighted for her. She needed that innings, I think. Confidence was low. Nicely struck on the full from Smale, out towards mid-wicket boundary, but there is cover, so it's just the one head taken. User scores to 179.
It's lovely hearing what Fee Morris said actually last week. So I spoke to her after the game and asked her about the partnership with Sarah and how much she enjoyed it. And she said, we just had a conversation to say, you know what, let's just go back to like when we were younger, just enjoy playing the game.
Such a good call. I think the whole team did that last week. That's a good diving stop at short mid and slight misfield, and they've taken a single.
McGregor.
Well, yeah, I think also there is energy in the team, and you've got youngsters playing. I do think the Rapooli's constant smiling and energy and enthusiasm in the field is a good thing. I really do. Bosch into Smale. That's a very good diving save, but a slight misfield. It's going to cost Essex a single there. Unlucky. There was cover behind as well from number 25, so there would have been a single either way, I think. So no harm done, really. Threlkeld surveys the field. She's eyeing up the leg side boundary again there, just checking where the gaps are. Spinner on. Plays. Oh, she's been caught. Annika Bosch has taken a really good catch off her own bowling, low down at her ankles. 2 super catches we've seen in the last few overs, and that is a massive disappointment for Lancashire. Threlkeld, depart, bowled. Bosch, caught Bosch right down by the ground. What a great take. I think she was in 2 minds what shot to play there, to be honest, Scott. She was like, shall I defend, shall I hit? And in the end she did neither. Out for 21 of 23 deliveries. Threlkeld, nice little cameo. She'd have wanted to take it further though, no doubt.
Well, it's a good spell this, isn't it, for Essex? Breaking that Kesteven and Jones partnership. And then with Jones following shortly after the partnership was broken, now Threlkeld goes. They've just got themselves back in, because up until that point when that partnership was going, they were building nicely. They were pushing up to 160. They're going at 5 and over, wickets in hand. Things can change pretty quickly when you lose a couple.
Yeah, definitely. Now then, you spoke about their conversation last week about let's just be young again, enjoy our cricket.
Yes, yeah.
Let's see if they can do pretty much the same thing again.
It was so nice. It was. I mean,
Lovely.
Fee's such a good person to speak to in any time, but when you're doing kind of an interview, I think she gives you a brilliant insight to what it's like as a professional cricketer out there, and it was lovely to hear her describe that last week.
And she's had a really long and successful career as a domestic player with the Vipers and Southern Brave and all those sort of teams. Morris has taken herself off the dreaded duck and pushed it into mid-wicket for 1 run. Got over from Bosch, wicket 182 for 5, just the 4 off it and a wicket taken. And I think, are you going, Scott?
I think I'm going. I think
yeah.
I think Mike's due back on.
Yeah, you're going. Never mind. We'll see you later. Yeah, so we're going to be in a moment. We're going to be rejoined by Mike Perkins. There's a little gap in play while the umpire moves into position and the captain and bowler discuss field placements. Captain done well today, Eva Gray. In the absence of Grace Scrivens, of course, on England duty with the A team. She's just titivating her field. Still got 1, 2, 3 on the leg. Boundary. In fact, she's brought one of them in. The new bat on strike. Morris pulls that to leg. 2 on the leg side and 1 on the offside boundary, beg your pardon. 1 run to Morris. Gets her off and running. She's actually got 2 now. Smale's still on 2, 183 for 5. Gilchrist is taking this over from the south end. Just waits and twirls the ball. She's waiting for the batter to take her guard, and she comes. Rocks back again. Smale, very powerful off the back leg, very powerful with that wristy action she's got, tennis player action. 4 runs down to deep square leg. Very nice from Smale. Hello, Mike.
Hello.
How are you?
Yeah, good.
Good.
A bit of work for Smale and Morris to do again, though.
Yeah.
Both made
definitely.
50s last week.
Yeah, so 14 and a bit overs of this innings left for them to do some damage. Don't want to be giving things away too soon. Keep doing what they're doing for now. I know a boundary and over would do for now. Gilchrist flights it, and that's been thwacked. Tennis shot style again from Seren Smale out towards the cover boundary for just the 1 this time. Found the fielder.
I think what they'll probably keep in mind is in the previous game that we've been talking about, where Lancashire beat the Blaze here, they managed to add 45 runs in the last 5 overs.
Oh, that's uppish. That's going to go under a fielder. Oh, unlucky from the fielder running in from deep square leg. She must have thought she'd got that. Unluckily, it just fell short. Good effort, though. Got a bit of luck. Did Lancashire there. Could have gone anywhere, really. Fee Morris rode her luck there. Oh, she got a hand to it as well. What a great effort.
Yeah, his top effort was one of those diving forward, just almost overdived it in the end.
Sophie Monroe, Gilchrist, strides in again. Smale defends, dabs it into mid-wicket for no run. Yeah, she top-edged that slightly. Didn't really get the full force of the maker's name of the bat behind it, did she?
No, it wasn't what Morris would have hoped, that one.
Going round the wicket to Smale, cramping her up. That's the plan anyway, but it didn't seem to work that time. She forced it down to fine for 1 run. It's good from these two, keeping the singles ticking over.
And yeah, when they added those 45 from the last 5 the other day, they were 6 down at the 45 over mark as well. So
yeah,
if these two can get through to around there, and then there is runs in the tail end of this Lancashire innings.
there is, but they will know that actually they're the two last recognised bats, if you like. So they're probably saying, "Come on, let's enjoy ourselves. We've got plenty of time. Let's go and do what we did last week, and we need to do it. Don't leave it for the tail."
And to have the luxury of Fee Morris coming in at number 7
Crazy, isn't it?
It's quite nice.
Yeah. 190 the score. Bosch is to continue. Kept it quite tight, 2 for 21 of her 5 so far. So not too expensive at all. Anything below 5 and over this standard is decent going, as you'd expect from the South African international. In she comes, right arm over. Smale rocks back there. Oh, it's a quick single, all right. Oh, and that was quick running. Smale's quick, Morris is quick, and they needed to be 1 run. Incoming fielder at point was charging in then. 191. Smale moves on to 9 of her 9. Morris is 3 of her 3. Bosch in again from the south end. Rocks back, cuts it to point. There is cover on that boundary. They'll just take a single to Morris. Good running again. These two have obviously batted a lot together very, very recently, so that will again hold them in good stead. Bosch again. Nicely defended from Smale. Nice to see.
Bosch is another one that I'm sure I've seen bowl this with a bit of medium pace in her time before, but opting for the off spinners these days.
Yeah, I think she's in her 30s now, is she, Bosch? Might be slowing down a bit. She's bowled another beautiful delivery there, pinning Smale back. All she could do is defend. No run.
It's just felt when batters have tried to push the scoring on, they've struggled a little bit.
It's nicely punched into the offside for no run, unfortunately. Good pick up. Ground fielding's been good from Essex, hasn't it? A couple of great, superb catches as well. One worldie, I'd say. One worldie and one excellent.
Well, the Gilgrass caught ball was just phenomenal.
Worldie.
If she'd not caught it, she'd have broke her hand, wouldn't she? It was one of those.
It's not where she wanted to hit it, but it's going to go. It could even go for the boundary, this one. Didn't quite connect. She's got away with it. Squirted it to the offside.
But it just absolutely perfectly landed in the middle of Gilgrass's hand. It was fiercely struck by Stephen. So we just see the latest boundary again on the pictures on Lancs TV on YouTube. Pushed down the ground really by Seren Smale and just evading the dive of the fielder in the end, and away it went for 4 runs. As McGregor, who was impressive earlier on with the ball, just 7 runs from her 4 overs, and she picked up a wicket. So that was the stumping of Emma Lamb, the first wicket to fall today. As McGregor has a little chat with Eva Gray about how to go at a different task now at the back end of the innings, but say she was very impressive earlier on, bowling second change.
McGregor from the south end. North end, I beg your pardon. Getting confused now. South, north, north, south. Yeah, north end. See, even I'm discombobulated and I'm not dehydrated yet. Good delivery. She's been on the money today, as McGregor, as you've already alluded to, Mike. She's been very tight, very tidy. McGregor's coming in again, elbows jutting. A little bit wider. It's given it a full face of the bat. This time, what a glorious cover drive from Fee Morris. Stunning, classic shot. 4 runs. Yeah, you can't give any width at all to either of these two, I don't think, Mike.
No, and this will be the danger for McGregor coming back at this stage, bowling seam up with a little bit more pace on the ball that the batters will try to tuck into it.
Not moving as much as well off the seam. And she comes, next delivery from McGregor, she flicked down to leg. It's going right down towards the square leg boundary, but good cover from Liberty Heap. Just the one. Score moves on past the 200. 201 for 5. Yeah, we're wanting to go way past the 200 mark, these two.
Yeah. Nice pair to have at the wicket here for Lancashire. As I say, they both got half centuries last week, but McGregor will also be thinking if she can get one of these two, she sort of opens up a route to the end of the innings, if you like, having finished off the recognised batters.
4th ball of the over. Oh, she stabbed that into square on the off as Smale. Yeah, for a moment Morris was interested in the run, but you could hear the no, no, no from the far side. Good decision. Never a run there. Score remains on 201. Smale on strike. Kept wicket at the weekend, did really well, I thought, Mike.
Did very well. Hands looked very, very good
quick.
indeed.
McGregor aiming to dislodge either of these two, and Smales tried to punch that again through point. Fielders held firm, no run. We're just discussing which way the ball's moving there. Yeah, Smale doesn't wear runners either, and she's having to take her gloves off to wipe her sweaty hands on her kit now, you see. This is where runners come in handy. We were discussing earlier, Mike's not a great fan of batting inners, but I used to wear them. Anyway, each their own. McGregor's in. Straight drive, back to the bowler. Good fielding. They've fielded very well. Ground fielding and catching has been good today from Essex. 1 or 2 tiny blips, but other than that, excellent. Boom. Down to the right. Well done, McGregor. So at the end of that over, 201. Loss of 5. Smales on 13 off her 16 deliveries, and Morris 9 off 7. So they're picking up the strike rate a little bit here, these two. It's moved up from 5 to 5.2-ish, 5.3 nearly.
This is the partnership, isn't it? If this is broken, then all of a sudden Essex could claw this total back a little bit, but if these two can stay in for the majority of the remaining 12 overs, they'll take it on quite a fair way.
Bosh. Oh, somebody slipped on something there. Morris has ended up on her back. She's smiling. Hope so. Yeah, I think it must be a bit dusty down there. She just lost her footing slightly. Let's have a look, see what happened. She's still down. It's not like her to be laughing about stuff, so I hope she hasn't hurt herself. She's up and at him. Oh, she's tried to get back in there with her foot and lost her balance, so yeah, just landed a bit awkwardly.
Almost trod on the ball there, actually.
Not the most elegant move Fee Morris has ever produced, but it was effective. Yeah, I think she was trying to kick the ball away in case it spun back onto the stumps, as the next delivery is driven straight down the ground by Fee Morris. Hasn't affected her shot playing ability anyway. 1 run.
I think she tried to kick it away, and with sort of the side footing motion, she sort of rolled all the way around the ball and ended up rolling herself flat onto her back. But she's back to her feet and she's got a single.
She's up and running. That's what we need. Just hope she never played football. Bosh into Smale. Smale, I think, thought she'd got that away, but it just plopped in front of the stumps, and wicket keeper snaffled the ball before Smale could make her way down the crease.
You could understand her sweeping her foot at the ball, though, because it was rolling back rather perilously towards her stumps.
Good strike from Smale down the ground. They're going to have to be quick. And they are. Smale is really rapid between the stumps, actually. Good timed run. Well done. Again, good fielding from Essex.
Almost deceptively so, as a quite sort of diminutive figure, really, Smale, but she gets between the wickets.
Powerful player, though, isn't
Yeah.
she? She's powerfully built, powerful legs. Morris has moved her feet there and tried to pierce the gap between short mid-wicket and deep square. Couldn't find the gap on that occasion. Fails to register on the scoreboard. Bosch. Morris tries again, and again it's great ground fielding at short mid-wicket. And that, I believe, is over. And 203 for 5 at the end of that over, Mike.
Again, a number of quite nicely struck strokes that didn't bring runs in that last set of 6 balls there.
So we're at that time where you and I play that silly game of prediction. Go, Mike, you're first this time.
Well, I think it's really hard today.
Oh, here we go.
Because I think a lot depends on whether these two stay in.
Well, okay, well, what's your betting? My money is they're going to stay in. Right, go.
I think then if they stay in, you're looking up towards 270 maybe.
Ooh, that's a bold move.
Because you're going to get one a ball, you're going to get 260, aren't you?
They've just bowled an over for 2 runs. McGregor in again. It sounded good. It is good. It's gone right through the covers. Oh, she saved that. How?
I'm not sure.
No, I don't think it's... Well, she stopped, so I think she must have thought she didn't save it. Has the umpire signalled a 4 yet? Yes, 4 runs.
It looked to me, we're going to get another look on our pictures here, as if it hit the rope as her hand comes down, the ball hits the rope too, yeah. So it just popped up off, sort of her hand connected just as it popped up off the rope.
What a great effort, though. Proper commitment in the field.
And that's double what they got on the last over. That's why I just think somewhere up, maybe even 280.
Really? Okay.
If these two stay in and they go some.
And if they don't?
Then you're looking about 250.
Okay.
I think there'll be a big difference.
260.
Between, well, that was the original.
Oh, well, we agree with each other then, Mike. I'll go 261 then, just to be different.
Fair enough.
Dot ball there. Or bowled again.
No, I said 270 to be fair, didn't I, originally? 270 or 280 if these stay in, but 250 if they don't.
Yeah, McGregor's just bowled another really tight ball into the toes of Sarah and Smale there as we were twittering away. McGregor's coming in again. The north end, bit shorter. Don't bowl short to Sarah and Smale. She does like a pull and a slash out to the cover. She takes just a single off that one though. It's good from Essex, I think. I think they've done really well the last 3-4 overs. These two are going hammer and tongs as well, don't forget. So and they're in form, so they've done well. Gardner's warming up in front of us. I'm sure we'll see a bit of spin shortly. McGregor rocks back, plays it out to square, just for a single this time from Smale.
Yeah, because one a ball from here is going to take them to 270, isn't it? And that would seem, with 5 wickets in hand, you'd expect to be going at one a ball, I would have thought.
McGregor's going to try and put an end to this partnership if she can. And that's a big hoik over the head of the fielder. It's Joe Gardner's chasing. It's not going to reach the boundary, but they are going to run 2. Oh, never a catch. That could have gone anywhere.
Yeah, she knew she was getting in the vicinity of it there, Gardner, didn't she? She could sort of feel it over her head, because it was one of those where it had gone over her, so she had to turn and run after it, and she could tell she was getting close, but it was just always getting away from her and landed safely.
Horrible to try and take it over your shoulder in the sun as well like that.
Some do though, don't they these days? It's
these girls.
We've seen that phenomenal caught and bowled already, so
that's one of the biggest changes in the game from.
Well, it was noticeable between the Tier 3 side as well, wasn't it, and the Tier 1 side on Sunday in the County Cup.
McGregor. And again, Smale's gone to that leg side. Gardner this time, nice easy pick up for her along the ground. Really nice throw into the keeper, one bounce from Gardner. Powerful arm she's got there.
It's
One run.
It's just those sort of ones that you would maybe in amateur or semi-professional days expect to take 1 out of every 2. All of a sudden they're catching them fairly regularly now, aren't they?
So there was 9 off that over, I think. So,
and that's the thing, isn't it? If they got 45 of the last 5 here last week, then that they were going at 9 and over for those last 5
against the Blaze.
So 1 a ball gives you 270, and then I think you're pushing up towards 280 here. But if one of these 2 gets out, then the scoring will slow, I would think, significantly. Although Kate Cross can put a bat through the ball, as can Tara Norris.
Can indeed. Not so much Arapuli, but even Hannah Jones can hit a ball, as we saw last week. Reverse sweep being pulled out of the bag by Smale and beautifully done down to what would have been third, but she turned it into fine leg. That's a great shot. 4 runs.
Yeah, it was almost a proper switch hit, this one. Certainly the feet.
Lovely.
The wrists just switched, didn't they, rather than the full hands, but it swished it away.
Hits the kid bags.
Beautifully played stroke by Smale.
Kept it. What was great, she kept it down on the floor. Didn't top edge it. It's short. That's whacked straight over the fielder at mid-wicket. No messing around. Has that been stopped? I think she's got it this time. Great piece of chasing from Essex, but they're going to get at least 2. Yeah, just the 2. Great piece of fielding. Great piece of fielding. Yeah, score's moved on to 218 all of a sudden.
Yeah, long on having to come a long way round there.
And then is it Thacker or Gilchrist? I can't tell, because neither of them got numbers on their back and they both got long hair. That's no good, is it? Anyway, Bosch to continue. 6 off the over so far. It's short. These 2 are putting pressure on the batters, being pulled down to square. 1 run. Thank you, Mike. I thought you were giving me out then when you put your finger up. You're going to bring Scott back in. 219 the score, 5 down. Here, Stanley Park, Metrobank One Day Cup, Blackpool. Played through mid-wicket area again by Morris. That seems to be a favoured area, but along the floor they're going to get another 2 for that. A slight overthrow, but it's cover behind her.
Working the field hard again, though.
Yes,
already
definitely.
Up to 9 off the over. With a bit of power to add as well in the last couple of balls.
Bosch. The right arm off spin. Nice recovery from Bosch. Morris was looking to try and turn that to leg, but it wasn't quite in the right place for her to be able to do so. Dot ball. First of the over. 1 more to go this 41st over. And again, moves the feet, plays it to square. Didn't quite connect with that one, but she still picks up a single. And Lancashire move on to 222 for 5-10 off that over.
Yeah, profitable one for Lancashire there. Taking them up to 222 for 5. I'll be very happy with that indeed.
9 overs left. Yeah, I think that 280 is a very realistic target at this stage, Mike. And the members and the visitors to the club are enjoying themselves on that balcony. It's boiling hot up there. I don't know how they can sit in it, quite frankly. There's a few more parasols being placed around the balcony than there were when I went up there earlier. Lots of Panama hats on show.
Yeah, very warm day indeed, and it's been difficult for Essex, and that'll contribute as well, I think, to what Lancashire are able to add, the fact that Essex have been out there for the best part of 50 overs now. This is the 42nd about to begin. It's Esme McGregor running in from the north end. Bowls a delivery that's just stroked nicely down the ground, but for no run. Finds Eva Gray at mid-off. Got that excellent run out of Katie Mack in that position earlier. The ball thrown back to McGregor. There's Kopak brings a drink out for Gardner. That's a good sign to see Kopak doing the drinks duties here today. Missing out on the side. Not quite sure why, but that one's flicked away down the leg side. Just find out how much bat was involved a little bit. No, because there's no signal from the umpire. 223 for 5, first run of the over. And brings Smale back onto strike as Esme McGregor turns at the back of her mark. And she's on her way now, elbows jutting out. Swung away by Smale, but only for another single down to long on. It was a fierce blow, but didn't really connect with it the way she would have liked. I think she initially was trying to go squarer, but realised it was a bit far outside off stump for that. 2-2-4 for 5. Lancashire try to add what they can here in the closing stages. Reminder of the scores elsewhere that you can find on the BBC Sport website and app, where some of you no doubt are listening to this, as this one is cut away. Just helped there really by Fee Morris, who leant back. Another single, 2-2-5 for 5. Plenty of encouragement from the Lancashire bench. Other games in this competition, Surrey all out in the end for 179. So it must have been a little bit of a collapse because they were going along very nicely earlier in proceedings. Yeah, lost their third wicket on 118 and were all out for 179. So Durham, you would expect to make that chase up at Chester Street. This is a slower ball. It's just helped into the leg side off the front foot by Morris for a single. Had to really wait for it. 2-2-6 for 5 now the score.
It's good for McGregor. Last over went for 10. This one's only gone for 4 so far.
And Yorkshire, who were struggling throughout, are all out for 150. They're playing the Blaze, who are perhaps trying to lay down a bit of a marker today. This one is swung into the leg side of the front foot by Morris. It was sort of a sweeping shot in the end. 226 for 5 is the score.
Yeah,
one ball in the over.
Excellent over from McGregor. Just the 5 off it.
In fact, 227 for 5. It is the end of the over. 42 gone. So, despite the dot ball at the start, Lancashire still able to progress things on. The drinks come back out. No doubt a little message of encouragement to keep pushing on. But yeah, the Blaze who lost here last week clearly trying to lay down their credentials as table toppers, and they bowled Yorkshire out cheap today.
To be fair, that's good for us actually if Blaze beat Yorkshire, isn't it? Because that's the team that we're trying to overtake, I believe, ahead of us in the charts, so to speak. So I think Blaze are doing so well at the top of the table. I don't think we're going to catch them.
So Annika Bosch has finished her duties for now at the south end, and Eva Gray's back into the attack. Return to seam up. Difficult task on a hot day like this. First ball forced off the back foot and fielded in close at extra cover.
Yeah, it's not easy being somebody with a 20-metre run up and then bowling an occasional low ball wide, whatever.
Turns at the back of her, runs on her way, delivers to Morris, who almost was on one leg there as she swished that one away into the leg side. 2-2-8 for 5 with the single. Out towards backward square leg it went in the end. Yeah, the team's ahead of Lancashire. Yorkshire are on 16 points, so just 2 ahead. Then you've got Somerset 4 ahead on 6 points. Then Durham have 19, so they're 5 ahead. That's the amount you get for a bonus point win. This is nicely cut. It's going to go all the way for 4, is it? No, tumbling stop just in front of the rope. Prevents the ball crossing it, and it's just 2 more to the total. 230 for 5 though, and those doubles at this stage are very useful. That one just cut back a little off the seam towards the
that was close
stumps, but still Smell able to play it away, and it nearly got through the hands of Libby Heath there.
Feet were over the boundary when she stopped that.
I think she was off the ground maybe. As that one hits Smell. It had been very difficult for the umpire to call from that position. This one takes Smale around the body as she tries to go leg side. Just get another look at that previous one now. Running between the wickets was sharp. Pick up too much more off that one. It just looked as if she just managed in the nick of time to get in front of the rope, but it was very close. Here comes Gray. Shorter length, cut away. More work for Liberty Heap to do out there. This time it's to keep it to a single rather than to prevent the boundary. And she does keep it to a single. 2-3-1 for 5. There's applause breaking out as Eva Gray makes her way in once more. And Morris pulls into the leg side this time, so goes to the longer side of the ground. The result's the same though. 1 run, and Essex are doing well to keep the ball inside the ropes at the moment. And that's keeping the Lancashire score down. We're going to get one more look at this swished cut shot. Went right out to the boundary. And we've slowed it right down for poor Libby Heap here. Now, does she manage to stop this? I think she tumbles in front of the rope and the ball hits her on the leg. So she's just about, probably slightly fortuitously. I don't think it was the way she was intending to field it, but she did well there.
Brilliantly.
And just kept it within the ropes. And the reason for that applause is these two have now put on 50 as well.
Goodness me, that was quick.
Has helped the cause. Morris has 19 of them. Smale, who's now on 34, has the rest, as this one is pushed to Eva Gray. Bowled the previous over off the bowling of McGregor. Right call, I think, this to keep McGregor going. She's been the most economical of the bowlers so far, but did concede a 10 in there, I think. Here she comes again. Up to the wicket, delivers slightly slower, but Morris has picked it and swept hard and got 4 for it. Behind square on the leg side. Good stroke from Morris.
Yeah. Just
picked up the slower ball and hit it away for a much needed boundary from a Lancashire point of view. 2-3-6 for 5. They've just kept things moving with the singles, and if they add boundaries like that to that mix, then this score will start rising very quickly.
It's going to look very dangerous. Yeah, they've got to get at least 1 boundary in over at this stage, I'd say.
And looking at the scores elsewhere, it could be a very handy total indeed, given Surrey all out for 179 against Durham and Yorkshire all out for 150 in their game against the Blaze. As this one's hit hard, and is that caught again? Brilliant catch, Shanika Bosch. She holds it out with one arm. It was hit powerfully towards her at short extra cover, and she's just, it was pretty directly at her, but hit very fiercely, just off the ground as well. And she's done very well just to keep that off the turf. Brilliant fielding by Anika Bosch to dismiss Fee Morris, who may be thinking I deserved 4 for that. She's out for 23. Caught by Bosch off the bowling of McGregor. It's 2-3-6 for 6, and that could be a big wicket because they're only 9 balls away from those last 5 overs, so they're in a similar position in terms of wickets as where they were not yesterday, last week. Feels like yesterday in some ways, but I guess they'd have preferred Morris and Smale to Smale and Cross at this stage.
Yeah, she's not a bad replacement though, Kate Cross, is she? She's had a few little cameos this season without being able to go on to any big scores. She's had a few 20s here, there and everywhere.
And it would be a little cameo here that would do her team very nicely.
Bosch is a great fielder. It's the second one she's taken today. Both of them hit at her really hard, both right down by the straps.
Yeah, 32 years of age now, but still very sharp.
Agile.
As I say, may count herself a tad unfortunate not to be in the T20 World Cup squad, given she made 74 in the competition of that final to knock out Australia last time, and it came off 48 balls. Already had a day out that day, did Anika Bosch. And we'll see what she can do with the bat later on.
Controversial decision to bring the former captain back in the side as well, wasn't it?
McGregor bowls, driven firmly straight at Bosch at short extra cover.
Danny Van Neerkerk.
Prevents a run.
back in the squad. Hasn't really shown her former years in the green and yellow of South Africa colours yet. Danny van Niekerk on her second reincarnation, if you like.
Here comes McGregor again. Helber's jutting out as she approaches and now delivers, and this one is struck firmly to the left-hand side of mid-off, so it allows the single to be taken. Cross off the mark with that 237 for 6. So yeah, we're just running through those sides above Lancashire in the table. We got through Yorkshire on 16, Somerset on 18, and Durham, who are 5 in front of Lancashire's 14 on 19. And then you've got the two sides. As McGregor bowls this one, it's just pushed into the offside, and Smale can't pick up a run to complete the over there. So 237 for 6 will be the score after 44 here. Yeah, and then you've got two sides on 22, so 8 points in front of Lancashire, 10 in front of Essex, who are placed below Lancashire at the bottom. That's Surrey and Warwickshire. 3 teams effectively going into the knockout stages. The top team, which is the Blaze at the moment on 36 points, would go straight to the final, and then Hampshire on 32 in second position would play off against a third place team as things stand. But we go right through to the end of the season to September, so lots of cricket to play. But a win feels a must for Lancashire in a game like this today.
Absolutely. These are the games you've got to win if you're going to try and crawl your way back up that table.
At home against a side that have also struggled, but Essex will be looking at it the same way and thinking, if we can win today, we're back heading in the right direction. As this new over is begun by Gray. Little push off the back foot from Cross out to cover. Brings a 1 run, 238 for 6. A reminder, Hampshire and Warwickshire play tomorrow. And then 6 of the other sides in this 19 competition playing today. 1 sits out each round. As on her way in again is Gray. Bowls to Smale. It's down the leg side. That'll be a wide ball. 239 for 6. Good to have you with us on Sports Extra 2 on the BBC Sport website and app, and also via Lancs TV. My name's Mike Perkins. Alongside me is Ali Byrne, former Lancashire and Cheshire captain. And we also have Scott Reed from BBC Radio Lancashire and BBC Radio Manchester as part of our team here today. We're watching Eva Gray bowling to Seren Smale. Prods into a vacant mid-wicket region. The fielder comes off the rope and will keep it to 1. And Essex just clinging on to Lancashire at the moment, 240 for 6, and it has been difficult to strike boundaries. Most of the players who've tried to accelerate the scoring have struggled, but what will be produced in these last 5 overs, we'll see. I mean, one thing's for sure, the scoring's been quicker than it was last week, because this is the total 240 that Lancashire, well, 239 that they got to last week, set a target of 240, and the Blaze came up short of that, so it'll be tough for Essex with the bat. They're trying to keep that total as low as they can, as this one is played by Cross again into the cover region. Again escapes the ring. 241 for 6 with the single.
Yeah, I don't think these two need to do anything crazy, actually. 5 and over, 6 and over, give them as a very healthy target, doesn't it? For if they got out cheaply, as in, you know, for 1 or 2 into the tail.
Absolutely does. Here comes Gray. Bowls a ball that is hit back at her by Smale. It deflects off the bowler, and Smale was alert to the opportunity of a single and sprinted through. Eva Gray's felt that one, as it's hit her sort of around the shins, I would guess, maybe even on the foot, as this is struck back at her firmly, trying to get down. In fact, she just got her hands in the way, didn't she, in the end? So that sort of, I think, saved quite a significant injury, but was still a curse or two to the sky while she was on the ground there. As this one's driven back past Gray to mid-off, as a result of a slightly cleaner route to the fielder. There's no run.
Good recovery from Gray to take him on the wrist there. Straight back on the money.
As we say, 6 of the 9 sides in action today. Somerset sitting out this round of fixtures. Hampshire, Warwickshire, the game tomorrow. Eva Gray bowls. Cross turns leg side, just rolling away. They're going to think about 2, but Cross Just sees the fielder picking it up as she turns and decides against that second run. Durham beginning their chase now of 180 to beat Surrey. They're 4 without loss. Yorkshire have said 150 for the Blaze, who are yet to begin their reply. We also have New Zealand closing in on victory against Scotland. They're chasing 132. They need another 12 from 2.5 overs. New Zealand currently 120 for 3 in Group 2 of the T20 World Cup.
So they're on 243 with 5 to go. Add 25 on that. And you've got 25 more than 243.
Well, yes, you do. You have 268.
Thanks, Mike.
Around about that 270, which would have been about 1 a ball. As this one's hit down the ground, and this is what's going to try and increase it past 1 a ball, is cross-playing shots like that. And that was as good a straight drive as you'll see. It was lofted over the umpire's head and bounced once before disappearing into the sight screen. Really good shot from Cross. Takes her on to 8, 247 for 6 with the 4.
That was a Kate Cross special. We've seen her play that shot very nicely over the last few years.
Long on was in place. Mid-off needed beating too, but it was
Back
perfectly between them.
Back to self and timed it well. Presented the full face of the bat. Lovely.
We'll bring Scott Reed back in a moment, because we're into the 46th, as this one is whisked away for 4 more by Cross. Lovely stroke. Just using the levers really on that one and sending it away into the leg side boundary for 4 more. Got up to about stump high, and Cross just had to sort of extend the arms out and lift that one away to the boundary. Successive boundaries for Lancashire. They're on 251 for 6, brings up the 250 as well.
Yeah, good stuff. 250 is a great landmark.
As I say, we're on a newer pitch today, but more than they got this time last week. Ball again being dried in the cloth. The Essex fielders are passing between them.
Yeah, they're getting first use of the wicket as well today. So
here's McGregor, bowls the ball that is hit leg side by Cross. There's a chase on for Gardner, who's sprinting around, picking up one-handed, hurling back into the keeper, but Cross still picks up 2 here. 253 for 6, 10 off the last 3 balls. Pressure on McGregor again all of a sudden. He started so well with 4 overs, 7 for 1 in her opening spell.
Yeah, it was a nice tidy bit of work from Gardner there. Swooped really well. Couldn't prevent the 2, but still good.
Halfway through the 46th over. McGregor under pressure, bowling at Cross. Former England international sees the slower ball and just drops her bat on it to help it into the leg side. 1 to her former teammate Libby Heap. 2-5-4 for 6. Very good start to the over from Cross. What can Smale produce next? Just adjusts the gloves and spins the bat once. The sunlight catching on the stickers of that. And Smale works leg side. She's going to look for 2 here because she's got it in between the 2 fields. Might even get 4, but Gardner picks up very cleanly in the end, coming round from long on. Another 2 to the total though for Lancashire. They've worked hard in this over. 2-5-6 for 6.
It's the ease with which she did that as well. It's great. I love watching outfielders who feel like it's making it look easy, basically. I didn't feel that on the dupe for obvious reasons. But
did you not make it look easy?
No, I was better close in, to be fair. But yeah, beautiful work.
Yeah, just swept it up there, did Gardner. Scooped hands down. There's no doubt what was going to happen in the end. As McGregor comes in and bowls. This one's high, and this is a chance for Gardner to get underneath it.
There you go.
And she catches it well. Again, making it look easy. Good catch off the bowling of Esme McGregor to dismiss Seren Smale, who can't believe it. She's out for 38. Firmly struck Hoik into the long on area, but just didn't get enough of it to clear the rope. What has to be done though at this stage? Just 4 overs remain now, 256 for 7.
Fresh battering might not be a bad thing at this stage with all these 1s and 2s they're having to run, because although Smail's young and fit, it's still, although it's clouded over quite a bit in the last few 10-15 minutes or so might just be something in the air for the bowls later.
Yeah, it's bubbled up a bit. It's been humid all day. Smail out. She gets a round of applause as she crosses the rope, throws her gloves down. She's less than pleased, but I think she'll get over it eventually, because she has played an important knot for her team on a day where half centuries have been pretty hard to come by.
38 off 36 deliveries. You'd be happy if she'd have taken that probably before now.
Yeah, and it was more about the strike rate at the stage of the innings she came in than the eventual total. We've only seen Eve Jones go past 54 in this innings. If you are just joining us on the BBC Sport website and app, Sports Extra 2 and on Lancs TV.
Well, the coaching team are happy with her, and Fee Morris is happy with her. She got a nice high five if she came off the balcony there.
Scott Reed then is going to rejoin us for the conclusion of this innings and jump in for Alison Byrne. And Anika Bosch is looking like she's going to continue her bowling. She's been pretty tidy from the south end. 39 for 2, her figures so far from her 8 overs. And she's just had that little break in the spell to allow her to bowl the final 2 overs from this end and get to the conclusion of the innings, as Cross hits hard into the cover region. It's well scooped up in the end by Liberty Heap, doing the fielding at cover. Reminder of the wickets to fall as Scott Reed just rejoins us. Lamb first to go for 35, stumped by Dowse of the ball and McGregor, as this one's pushed off the back foot for another 1, 257 for 7. Eve Jones' 54 came before she was caught by Gray off the bowler Bosch. Matt was also run out in between for 15. Brilliant bit of fielding by Eva Gray, because Stephen made 32, absolutely smacked one back that was plucked out by Gilgrass. Anika Bosch getting her own caught and bowled. Captain Threlkeld out for 21 for Lancashire. And then Fee Morris caught by Bosch off the bowling and McGregor for 23 before the over, or the wicket we saw in the last over. Gardner taking the catch off the bat of Smail. The bowler was McGregor. Smail out for 38. So that's how we find ourselves at 257 for 7, with Cross and Norris about to face her first ball. And they're just reinforcing the offside to the left-hander with a fielder at backward point. There's also extra cover mid-off and a short third, as well as deep cover. And the other 4 fielders fairly evenly spread on the leg side, as Norris drives to extra cover, doesn't get a run. Monroe's at 45 inside the ring, then you've got backward square leg, mid-wicket and mid-on. Here's Bosch. About to bowl again from the south end Stanley Park. Driven straight at extra cover, no run once more. Scott Reed.
When you're going through those scores of the Lancashire batters there, you look at the partnerships there, there's been some pretty decent partnerships, haven't there? 67, 30, 55, 20, 55 and 20. So everyone's kind of chipped in at some point along the way.
They've sort of just kept it moving, but every time somebody's trying to go big, they've had a problem. Down the ground comes Norris and nearly created a problem for herself there by not connecting with the ball. Goes through to the wicket-keeper, but Norris had regained her ground by the time it did, so it didn't particularly matter that it wasn't taken cleanly. It's another dot ball. Bosch has 5 of them, looking for another here to complete this over, and she gets one. Norris on the sweep, but took more of the pad than anything else. 257 for 7 then the score, with 3 overs remaining. So 1 a ball from here would get them 275.
Feels like a good score. Feels like a good score, but as you just said there, it's not. When batters have tried to score, it's been tricky to do that. You're more likely to get out because quite a lot of struggle to time it cleanly. It's quite a slow pitch from what we've seen. It'd be interesting to see obviously how Essex go about batting on this surface, but I think that kind of 270 mark feels like a decent score. That you look at the strength of Lancashire's bowling unit, Cross and Potts at the top, and then the spinners that come into it a little bit later on. I think it'd be a tricky run chase that for Essex.
Yeah, and I think if you look at the the scores elsewhere have been fairly low actually, which is a surprise on a day like this. These warm days are usually very nice to bat on, as this one is flayed down the ground by Cross off the front foot. Finds long on for a single, 258 for 7. Norris here, a little bit of pressure on her to get off the mark. He faced 4 dots in the previous over. That's the thing that'll peg the Lancashire total back if those continue. But they've got a licence really to try and get the bat through the ball here. They can lose effectively a wicket and over here. 3 wickets remaining, 3 overs to go. Norris goes leg side. Don't think entirely where she intended. Ends up at backward square leg, but she does pick up a 1. She'll be glad about 259 for 7. Gray walking back to a mark. The field switching slightly for the right-handed Cross. All back on the leg side, and that's where Cross tries to swing the ball. It's the shorter side of the ground, doesn't connect there. Big fresh air shot in the end, dot ball.
Yeah, well, there's been quite a few of that. There's been mistimed shots, just tricky to get the pace off the pitch there. Just sneak through. I think you want to be taking, when Cross and Potts are bowling, it'd be interesting to see what they've learnt from how Essex have gone about it.
Gray's conceded 39 so far. Concede a 40th here as it's pushed into the offside for a single. Vader douse the wicketkeeper's dive, but it's backed up well. 260 for 7.
A slightly awkward throw in towards the keeper, that wasn't it?
It did the job in the end. Get the run scoring down. So they were 210.5 at the 40 over mark, so 10 more to achieve what would be one a ball. That's a wicket for Gray. Well bowled, full Yorker length, takes the off stump, and Norris is out for 1. Trying to swing through the offside, not connecting. So Lancashire using up the wicket they had free to try and add runs in this over. It's angled in nicely, that by Gray, and because Norris was clearing the front leg and looking to use the arms, she ends up missing the ball completely. Good bit of bowling from Eva Gray, and she has her first wicket of the day, 260 for 8.
Yeah, the wicket takers. McGregor 3 for 44, Gilgrass 1 for 44, Bosch 2 for 40 from 9 overs. Full and straight, swing and a miss, and that does for Tara Norris. Well, probably needs a bit of a Kate Cross cameo here, doesn't it, for Lancashire? If they're going to get themselves kind of 275, maybe something in that region.
Yeah, 18 off 15. There's the makings of one. Jones's job will be to get her on strike, and essentially off this ball has a bit of a free one to get herself going if she wants. Although we've all seen batters try that and find themselves sat watching the remainder of the innings. Murapuli's got her pads on there as well, the number 11. Enjoy watching her bowl on this, and again it feels like the Lancashire spinners could be a factor here. Obviously Essex have used theirs. Here comes Eva Gray on her way in, and Hannah Jones drives firmly back to the bowler, who stops it on the tumble in the follow through. 260 for 8 then the score. 12 balls of the innings remaining, and there's a little chat between Hannah Jones and Kate Cross, and the message, I guess there is something to chat about really with just 2 wickets remaining. They've got to be careful not to get bowled out, but they've also got to go as firmly as they can at this one, Scott.
Yeah, Cross obviously got to try and manage this here, and needs to try and face the majority of these final 12 delivers if she can. Trying to find boundaries, of course, but if not, can she work it into gaps and come back for 2?
Here is Bosch to complete her final over, and the final over of the innings from the south end, and this first one is cut into the offside to Liberty Heap for no run.
She's bowled very nice, hasn't she? 2 for 40. from 9 overs.
It's what you want from your overseas, really, isn't it? Probably considers her main suit batting, but it's contributed with the ball, but it's hit for 4 here by Cross onto the sweep and slogging it away through the leg side, and away it goes. Good old-fashioned slog sweep, that one from Kate Cross, and she connected well.
It's a good shot, probably just a little bit too straight, and Cross on the sweep connects with that beautifully. Lovely shot for 4. That's the kind of the boundary that Lancashire are looking for, at least one from these final 11 deliveries.
For a fraction outside off stump, which allowed her the swing. Tries to cut this one and is fairly late on it. Rolls down to Sophie Monroe at short third. She's got that sort of look that a fast bowler has at this stage of the innings, of being a little in need of a sit down at this point. As this one is driven away firmly again. Eva Gray there has been excellent in the field with the stop.
That's worked out all right, isn't it? Because it gets Cross at the other end, gets a single. Means Jones has got a couple of balls to face in this over.
Yeah, a couple to have a swing at now for Jones. As the single is added from the drive of Cross. 2-6-4 for 8. Here comes Bosch. Bowling to Jones. Again, firmly hits it back, but straight to the bowler. Bosch quite happy to take a dot at this stage. Here comes Bosch again. And again it's played back to the bowler. Again, no run for Hannah Jones, who's still on 0 there off 3 balls, but supporting Cross as best she can. And it means Cross has the strike for the final over of this. And I mean, if Cross hits any of the boundary fielders now, Jones almost has to sacrifice herself trying to get back for the 2 now. I think it's that sort of situation.
I think it probably is. It's worked out all right, that Hannah Jones trying to get bat and ball and trying to see if she can find a gap and get a bonus boundary, but there was no chance that Cross was going to take a single there. Jones' kind of instinct took over and she went halfway down, or a step or 2 down the pitch, and was sent back by Cross. But it means that Cross is on strike for this final over, which is what Lancashire want. They've still got a chance here of getting this north of 270.
Probably be aiming for what, 10 off this last one if they can.
Oof, I think that'd be a good over, that, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think that'd be what would be an over to Lancashire in the book. I think anything below the 6 mark would be an over to Essex, and anything in between honours even. Here comes Eva Gray, and Cross has gone leg side and got inside the line of this one, hit it out to backward square leg, but only gets 1 for it. Nearly got 4 for it. It was a clever stroke, but it didn't produce the boundary she was after. So 2-6-6 for 8. Hannah Jones on strike needs a single.
It did, didn't it? As you said, Mike, it almost produced it. She sent the gap there behind scoring the leg side. She dragged that from outside off stump. Just couldn't quite get it fine enough down to the boundary. Couldn't get back for 2 neither.
Long on's come up to mid-on for Hannah Jones, and it's a wise move because that's where she's hit the ball, and Gardner just walks in and picks it up to prevent a run.
You're almost kind of tempted just to run there, aren't you? I know that obviously Jones is running towards the bowler's end, but that's the type of situation you just described. You're almost kind of sacrificing your wicket a little bit here. You need to get Cross back on strike.
Jones faces up again. Eva Gray on her way to bowl to her. Shorter length. Jones likes the cut and she gets it away between the 2 fielders behind square on the offside. This should roll away for 4. It does. 4 more to the total. That brings up the 270 for Lancashire. Well played, Hannah Jones. Perhaps not the best option from Gray. She's gone back of length, trying to go into the body. Just gave Jones a little bit too much room, although really the batter created it, and she does like that cut stroke.
That's a good shot. And it's a really good shot on the back of what happened in the previous delivery, because Cross was thinking maybe we'll go through for 1 there. It probably means that Jones potentially gets run out, but he gets Cross back on strike. But she's played that very nicely down towards the 3rd boundary.
270 for 8, and Jones goes down the ground. Gardner has gone back this time, so there will be a single. That was in response to the previous stroke, because Gray was going to have to bowl Fuller, so they gave her a bit of protection. 271 for 8. Jones on to 5. Cross has 24 off 20. Played a beautiful straight drive earlier in this innings. Can she produce something similar with 2 balls remaining in the Yes, she does go straight, but is it straight to Gardner? Takes the catch, and Kate Cross is out with the ball to spare in the innings. Did the right thing, tried to clear long on, but it was into the safe hands of Jo Gardner off the bowling of Eva Gray, who is getting reward for her economy here, because that's why she's been chosen to bowl at this stage of the innings, and she's picked up a couple of wickets in the process at the back end. Venus Wirapuli, the number 11, will come out to face the final ball of the innings with a score on 271 for 9. Applause for Kate Cross as she departs the scene, having got out to the bowling of Eva Gray out to the bowling of Eva Gray, the catch taken by Jo Gardner.
She probably should be a little bit frustrated with that delivery that was cut to third for 4 off the bowling of Hannah Jones. Because without that, this would have been a really fabulous final over. It's probably in that category that you mentioned again, a little bit in between at the minute. There's 6 come off it with one ball left, and probably Essex would have settled for that, especially if this doesn't produce too much damage. But without that boundary, this would have been an excellent final over.
Yeah, unless this goes for 4, it's in that honours even territory, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
But I think the score as a whole, you're probably saying Lancashire are the favourites at halfway.
Yeah, I think they'll be happy with 270. It'll be a tricky run chase this for Essex.
Here's Eva Gray, bowls a slower ball, it's hit down the ground to long on. They're probably going to come back for 2 here, even though it was a thankless task. In fact, it's such a thankless task that they abort the option. 272 for 9 then is the Lancashire score, having battered first in this game, and that means Essex will have a chase of 273. Do make sure you rejoin us for that on Sports Extra 2, BBC Sport website and app, and Lancs TV. Scott, a final thought on the Lancashire innings as the Essex players just exchange little low fives and congratulate each other for what is a tough afternoon's work here at Stanley Park in 25 degrees heat.
Yeah, I think they'll all-round very solid effort from Essex, and as you're saying, in difficult conditions, and largely taken their chances, haven't they? They've fielded well on a hot day, and they've bowled pretty well. Managed just to keep pegging Lancashire back. There's some really good partnerships in that innings, but not one that kind of went on and turned into a big partnership. But
42 before being superbly run out by Eva Gray, and Talika Stephen even more spectacularly caught and bowled for 32 of 33. McGregor picking up 3 wickets, Bosch 2, Gray 2, and Gilgrass has caught and bowled, spectacular caught and bowled, giving her a wicket as well. As I say, we will resume at 2:25 with Essex requiring 273 for victory.
is down to more than talent. It's powered by the people behind the team, the specialists in their field. Without them, there's no stadium, no science, no crowd, no win. They are the people in the boardroom, the lab, the studio, and across our feeds. Before the whistle blows, after the lights go out. United by their passion for sport. U92 is a training ground for the people who make the game possible. Master your off-pitch game. Secure a career in sport. It takes more than players to make the game.
Two names rich in history. Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, a partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
What is this? Guys, make way for the designated driver.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fueled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
Introducing Lancs TV Plus, dedicated area for members, bringing you closer to the game than ever before. Watch every men's live stream fixture all in one place. Every ball, every moment, live. And this season, don't miss the War of the Roses. Lancashire against Yorkshire, streamed live for the first time ever. Unlock exclusive content you won't see anywhere else, from behind the scenes access to mini documentaries. This is Lancashire like you've never seen it before, all in one place. This is Lancs TV Plus. This is the Red Rose. This is cricket.
First innings all good?
Apart from the temperature, yeah.
Find it different to football, obviously.
In a way, obviously it's hard because it's like the source flight around you got it, but I've plenty of time like to send images out. Got a cracking shot of the run out near the start.
Oh really? The direct hit one?
Got the ball just as it's making contact with the stump.
Oh wow. Oh wow. It was like that all week, wasn't it?
Yeah. I was waiting ages like already for the balls. Not one of them.
Whereabouts did you position yourself? Oh shade is the...
I started off over there on the jet.
Did you sit in the tent? Why could you not just sit in the tent?
Yeah, that's what I mean. You start at the gap. George he was doing it.
Yeah, George did that side of it.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Seems to be in the sun, I guess. I know, I like that too. At the end of it.
You can open. Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's fine.
I've not got the ski side to this time.
I've not put something into it. I'm just staying out of the sun all the time. No, I'm purposely staying out of the sun. I'll be out of the sun for no more than half an hour.
Well, welcome back to our coverage across Lancs TV and the BBC Sport website and app, and Sports Extra 2 with us as well on BBC Sounds for coverage of Lancashire against Essex in the Metrobank One Day Cup, where Lancashire finishing, as our viewers on Lancs TV can see, on 272 for 9. So a target of 273 to win the game for Essex. Well, Lancashire have enough. 240 was enough in a fixture against the group leaders, the Blaze, which played at this ground last week, although on a different pitch, it must be said. But 270 feels like a decent score, Mike Perkins.
It does, and it mainly feels a decent score because it was difficult to play any bigger shots. It felt a good wicket, but a slightly slow wicket. And I think that is the issue that Essex will encounter in their chase as well, you would imagine. But we will see. Lissy McLeod and Ariana Dowse have headed out to open the batting. And it will depend, I think, if Essex can get one player who can get a score and go on, then they give themselves a really good chance. But it's whether they can get that player to do that. Only Eve Jones passing 50 in the Lancashire innings, I think, is an indication that you can stay there, you can accumulate, but it's very difficult to accelerate on this one.
Lancashire's opening partnership was 67 between Eve Jones and Emma Lamb. That was 67 after 13 overs. So it was a steady start, wasn't it, by Lancashire? They got used to the pace of the pitch. And Lamb scored a little bit more freely than what Eve Jones did, but then obviously Jones then catches up and plays an excellent innings and gets 54. I'm sure both sides will have learned actually quite a bit from how Lancashire went about it with the bat, and also to how Essex went about it with the ball as well. So we shall see. We've got Tara Norris to open up the bowling. We're going to have Norris and Cross, you would think, with the new ball. Clipped out towards the leg side and off and running straight away, Essex.
Yeah, Tamika Stephen there, going a little cropper as she went to field that ball at mid-wicket. I think it's one of those days where the spikes maybe don't quite go into the square very well because it is very dry out there.
So we think Norris and Cross with a new ball, and then there'll be plenty of overs of spin from Lancashire. There's Norris balls again. That's down the leg side to McLeod and signalled away by the umpire.
The danger would be if, say, Wirapuli got hit out of the attack, it would then leave Lancs with a bit of a problem. But that is easier said than done, I think, based on how she bowled last week.
Norris in. Again, leg side. Called a wide by the umpire. Yeah, Lancashire's kind of 5 options here, aren't they? Are the 2 pace bowlers, Kate Cross and Tara Norris. And then the spin from Fee Morris, Hannah Jones and Venus Wirapuli. Couple of wides to begin with for Norris. In from the south end of the ground, 3 without loss. Just taking a little bit of a deflection off the hip, thigh guard of McLeod. Went leg side but deflected off the batter, so not a wide on that occasion. Stopped by wicketkeeper Ellie Threlkeld. Just settling into this opening spell. Struggled a little bit with her line so far. She's in and bowls again. And that's tucked into the onside. And there's no run. Fee Morris comes round from mid-wicket. She had a day out here last week with the bat and with the ball. She had a fantastic performance against the group leaders, the Blaze. 50 with the bat and 4 wickets with the ball, Fee Morris. So she'll be hoping that that continues today. It's half an appeal. Oh, it's more than half an appeal. It's been given. He's quite a way forward, was McLeod. Oh, went Norris. She fancied it straight away. Wasn't a huge amount from elsewhere, but crucially for Lancashire, the umpire liked it. Norris fancied it straight away. And McLeod departs. LBW for naught, and Essex lose their first wicket in the first over, 3 for 1.
My initial instinct, albeit from a distance, was she's smashed this one off the inside edge, and given she held the bat out as well, I think it's a fair indication that the batter feels she's hit this one. She's advancing as well. I mean, there was no great evidence from that replay we've seen, but McLeod definitely holding the bat up, and it did. There was that sort of just that high-pitched sound, wasn't there? Which, to me, indicated there was a bit of bat involved. Doesn't matter though, unfortunately for McLeod, the finger's gone up and she is out for naught.
Swinging in towards McLeod, isn't it? Does that just come off a little bit of an inside edge?
She's a long way down as well.
She's a long way down, yeah.
It's a big call, that.
It is a big call. Yeah, well, the reaction from the batter probably tells the story. Whether she has got a little inside edge on that, whether she thinks she's got further enough down, that should save her. That ball was tailing back in. We've seen a couple that have swung down the leg side already and been given as wides. But anyway, wicket through for Lancashire early on. As Gilgrass defends her first delivery, just drops it away into the offside. And there wasn't a huge appeal from the other Lancashire players, in truth. But Norris fancied it. She was up straight away, Tara Norris. She thought, I'm with a chance here.
It's perhaps one of those weird ones that from bowler umpire's end looked more out than it did from the end we're sat at.
In to complete the first over, just back of a length that delivery and worked away again off the hip down towards fine leg. And that is the end of the over. Well, I said a bit of all sorts in there. A couple of wides that swung away down the leg side, a couple of dot balls that follow, then the wicket, and then a single to end it. So a bit of a mixture of all sorts for Tara Norris, but she strikes early on. Lancashire pick up the first wicket in the first over. 4 for 1 Essex. And a perfect start with the ball for Lancashire.
There was just a touch of shape, wasn't there, during that Norris over back into the batter. Just seeing the LBW once more, slowing it right down. It's always difficult to say, but I just think McLeod feels she's hit that one, and it sounded that way. And as I say, she was a long way down as well, so there was things going against that. I think it's fair to say. Cross, who's going to take the new ball from this north end?
Yes, as she so often does. A couple of wickets here last week. And the win against the Blaze. And she's into Gilgrass off the back foot and gently just steering that away into the offside.
Crucially, actually got the final wicket as well, just to make absolutely sure, when it was looking a bit twitchy, that 9, 10 and 11 were going to somehow drag the Blaze to victory. Cross came in and got that crucial final wicket.
Forward goes Gilgrass and defends, and just deflects out to Fee Morris at mid-wicket. Ball just tailing back in towards her, coming off the inner half of the bat. And there's no addition to the score. Yes, they made 140 feel like a very good score last week. They were excellent with the ball and in the field, Lancashire, against the best side in the competition. Defended by Gilgrass. Bouncing out to cover point. Seren Smale Fields. And there's no run. And the attack here at Lancashire with a slip in place. 2 outside the fielding circle. There's a deep third and a deep fine. Slip catcher and a ring of fielders on the offside. Point, cover, extra cover. Mid off. There's a mid on and a mid wicket. And then balls. That's off the edge. It's just to the right of the slip catcher. Be a single for Gilgrass. Doubles the score. Moves on to 2. Score moves to 5 for 1.
Relatively well controlled, wasn't it, that from Gilgrass? She played it with soft hands. So I think even if it'd been on the line of the slip, it might have landed just short.
Yeah, I think it did, didn't it? Just kind of bounced in front into the right of the slip catcher. Eve Jones at slip there for Lancashire. Dowse on strike, facing Cross for the first time today. Cross is in and bowls. Oh, it's an inside edge which squirts out towards the leg side. And a single for Dowse. 6 foot is filed coast. Potentially a little tourist plane circling around above the coastline of Blackpool. For our viewers on Lancs TV, 2 gone, 6 for 1. Dowse on 2. Gilchrist is unbeaten on 2.
Ireland have begun their game against Sri Lanka in Group 2 of the T20 Women's World Cup, and they are 1 for 1 in the first over of that one. Earlier, New Zealand beating Scotland by 6 wickets.
Second over for Tara Norris, again just tailing away down the leg side. We've seen that movement that Norris has got on a couple of occasions now, which has seen the ball kind of naturally with the left arm just tailing down the leg side.
And New Zealand winning in the same group, same competition as Sri Lanka. Elsewhere in this competition, the Women's One Day Cup.
Norris bowls. It's on the front foot and punched down the ground. It'll be worth a single. Dowse moves to 3. Essex 8 for 1.
Durham 79 for 3 in pursuit of 180 to beat Surrey, who suffered a real collapse in their innings, having been very well placed. Not necessarily a given, but the Blaze going along relatively well at the moment.
Yeah, they recovered a little bit there, Yorkshire. They were struggling early on in their innings. Managed to get something on the board, I suppose. And Norris in balls. Looked into the onside. I think about taking a single, but I guess Stephen Fields at square leg. Gilchrist remains on 2. Score remains 8 for 1. Target of 273 for Essex to win this game. Halfway through the 3rd over. Norris from the south end of the ground. Sets off again, left arm over the wicket. Into the pad of Gilchrist as she looks to try and work it into the onside.
So yeah, the extent of that Surrey collapse, 8 for 61. They lost it in the end.
Right. Well, that would shake it up a little bit, wouldn't it, if Surrey were to lose that game? Keeps potentially teams that are below them that can win with a Surrey defeat, including, of course, Durham, who they're playing. In the hunt, that's punched through the offside by Gilchrist. It's a nice shot. That's timed away beautifully for 4. And race out through extra cover. Gilchrist on to 6. 12 for 1.
Nice stroke, that one. Just got in the right position and allowed the bat to come through and send it away to the cover boundary. Yeah, it looks like both Durham and the Blaze will win with a bonus point, so the Blaze will go up to 41 at the top. Durham would go to 24.
Norris balls to 7. And Essex 13 for 1. Target of 273 to win this One Day Cup fixture.
And Lancashire would go past Yorkshire and Somerset, who don't play, if they can win. Well, they'd need a bonus point to go past Somerset, possibly. But they'd go up to 19 points with a win here. If it's Essex, they would go past Lancashire.
Cross starts a fresh over. That's a lovely ball that brings Gilchrist forward. It's somehow managed to not find the edge of the bat, much to Kate Cross's disbelief. It's a terrific delivery sent down by Kate Cross. Oh, how's that not? That's gone past the inside edge and somehow has not clipped the off stump as well. What a lovely ball that was.
I think it's taken a little bit pad maybe on the way as well, perhaps, but very close, wasn't it?
It was. 13 for 1. Still got the slip catcher in. Cross looking to strike in and balls. Gilchrist defends. Drops it away to mid-wicket. And there's no addition to the Essex score. Goals are circling above us here at Stanley Park.
They are. They're very lively after the interval, aren't they?
Feeding time.
Making a lot of noise over the top of the trees.
Cross in. And balls, Gilchrist. Well, beats the inside edge and this time gets the reward. We've seen.
And she's chopped on, so she can count herself fairly unlucky there. But 13 for 2, and all of a sudden, this looks a very big chase, and I think a lot will depend on Anika Bosch walking to the crease. As we say, she had is having a fairly reasonable international career, 500 ODI runs, nearly 1,000 in the T20 international format, 935 to be precise. So perhaps not one of the most prolific run scorers at international level, but she's certainly got talent. And she will need a score here to get Essex anywhere near this total of 273 that they're chasing for victory today.
So that would be a bit of good fortune going in the way of Kate Cross on that occasion, but of course just a delivery or two before that she got a beautiful ball that just went past the inside edge and just went past the off stump. So it was a slice of good fortune for the batter 2 deliveries prior to that, and then the inside edge bringing a bit of good fortune for Cross. Yeah, Lancashire would like to get Bosch nice and early. 13 for 2. There is Cross. Bowls. Down on one knee and driving. Picking out Tara Norris at mid-off. And there's no run.
Well, you do feel if this third wicket comes before the end of the power play, Essex are really, really in trouble and really good.
Last week here at Stanley Park, she was presented with a cap, having reached 100 appearances for Lancashire. Ellie Threlkeld was also on the end of a special presentation, having gone past 150 appearances for Lancashire. Cross balls again, just enough movement. That's driven away, out to point, end of the over. Maiden for Kate Cross. Super work. 4 gone. Outstanding by Lancashire's Kate Cross. 4 overs into this run chase, 13 for 2, and plenty of experience there with Bosch. They're going to need a bit of that here just to settle things down and try and rebuild. You can take your time with that in 50 over cricket. You can absorb a bit of pressure and come again. And well, they're being forced to do that at the minute.
Yep, a long discussion there. I think both batters had a little word or two to contribute. But it's about what they can do up against Tara Norris now with the bat.
Third over on the spin for Norris. And balls, that's worked out towards Emma Jones on the fine leg boundary. Again, just using that natural shape that comes back in towards her from the left arm seamer. Working it off her hip.
Steaming hot conditions, isn't it? It's almost as if the little bit of clouds built up as a result of just the heat that's been coming in off the surface today. Sun absolutely beating down here at Stanley Park.
Norris balls, that nips back in towards Bosch and runs off the thigh guard. Bouncing up towards Threlkeld, who comes around from behind the stumps. It's a leg by, is the call from the umpire. 15 for 2. Brings Douse back on strike. Yeah, as you say, Mike, a little bit of cloud cover, probably quite a welcome relief for those inside the ground. Driven on the bounce. Back to Norris as well. Hit firmly back to Tara Norris. One bounce and fielded off her own bowling.
As I say, it's almost as if it's so hot that it's just caused it to build up all of a sudden. I don't think we're going to get a thunderstorm or anything like that, but it has certainly just built slightly. Still plenty of blue up there, though.
Halfway through the 5th over. 15 for 2, target 273. Calmly defended by Dowse. Plays the ball back to Norris for a second time. The previous one she hit it firmly. Forceful shot which was stopped by Norris, and that one's more of a gentle defensive push. Back to back dot balls, 2 left of the 5th. 2 fielders outside the fielding circle are at deep square leg and at fine leg. Short third, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on and a mid-wicket. And that's just eased away out towards the leg side where it's picked up by one of the 3 fielders inside the circle on the onside. And again, there's no run. Get over this for Tara Norris.
Yeah, seems to have settled a bit, this one, hasn't she?
Takes a breath, and hoping that she can get through it as well. Yeah, worked into the onside again, no run. Well, that's an excellent over on the back of the wicket maiden from Kate Cross as well, so super work from Tara Norris. 5 gone, 15 for 2.
With that, I'll allow the other member of our team, Alison Byrne, former Lancashire and Cheshire captain, to pop back in alongside me.
Thanks, Mike. Yeah, plenty of shelter required today under the brollies for the Essex staff and players, and likewise on the Lancashire balcony there. It's actually quite a lot watching inside the pavilion because it's nice and cool. So they're behind the glass inside the pavilion. There's a decent number of spectators in that, keeping a bit of shade and a bit of cool air. It's crossing and balls to Bosch. It's pushed away to the offside, and there's no run. Good afternoon again, Alison.
Hello, how are we?
Very well, thank you.
It's definitely cooled down a bit.
Yeah, it's nice. Yeah, the cloud cover's helped a little bit, hasn't it? Just a little bit of cloud cover.
Yeah, I was beginning to sweat slightly. Not as much as these Essex girls will be at this point. It's a tricky moment for them here, isn't it, with these 2 bowling?
Yeah, it started well, Lancashire, with this power play. Crossing balls again. Good length to Bosch, who's forced to defend. Pushing it away into the offside for no run.
Cross seems to be getting up a good head of steam here, doesn't she?
Started very nicely. The first ball she sent down, which went past the inside edge and somehow missed the off stump. It's an absolute beauty, and then of course a couple of deliveries later she just get the wicket. Swung away in the air, leg side, that's safe enough. That might be 6. No, it's 1 bounce and 4. And Bosch gets off the mark, lifting it high out towards a deep mid-wicket boundary. Safe shot with the field in on that leg side. 1 bounce 4.
Yeah, it was properly in her arc, that one, wasn't it? A bit too full from cross. To another bat, should have got away. There's my little mate again, Steve, the young'un. He gave me a yellow card before. He came away from his post and he produced a yellow card for Mike and I don't know what we'd done wrong, but there you go. A bit harsh.
Yeah, like an official warning. Crossing balls to Bosch, plays on the front foot, leans into it, defends. And there's no run.
That's what I mean about characters. Who carries yellow and red cards in their pockets?
So
just to give the spectators an actual yellow card. He had it in his pocket.
Brilliant. And do we know he had a red card?
Yeah, because he gave me a red card before, sent me off packing when I was talking to him before.
Oh, you've been sent off and booked?
I think he might have booked my young friend Mike.
Oh dear.
Anyway, he's a character.
Love the idea of a yellow and a red card for the stewards.
Yeah.
Cross in and balls, defended again by Bosch.
From the stewards, that's what I mean. Tell you off with a bit of humour. I mean, if he'd done something genuinely wrong, he'd have diffused the situation easily, wouldn't he?
Yes.
Do you know what I mean? Come on, mate, don't do that. Yellow card, off you go. You know, the guys at cricket who sometimes have a few beers. Diffuse the situation with a bit of humour.
A bit of humour.
Very good.
You're in the book. Make a note of his seat in the row. Yellow card.
Yeah.
Any more, and
off your pop.
Off your pop. Cross in, balls again.
Oh, beautiful.
Up and over, extra cover. And a couple of bounces, it'll skim off the surface and away for 4. Lovely shot by Anika Bosch, and an example just in this over of how Lancashire will need to get her pretty quickly.
Well and truly boshed. Yeah, I know, that's been said 100 times, I couldn't resist.
Got it in nice and early,
She's a very, very good, aesthetically pleasing player, this young lady, isn't she? And South Africa, shows you how strong the South Africa team if she didn't get a look in this T20 World Cup. Because these are 4 she's hitting off good deliveries from one of England's premier bowlers. These aren't long hops or wide of the off. They're good deliveries she's dispatching.
23 for 2, 6 overs gone. 8 off the last over with those 2 boundaries. Nice balls again, worked into the onside by Dowse. Picked up at mid-wicket, there's no run. We know that Ellie Threlkell's not shy of getting spin into the attack, even in the power play, and Hannah Jones can be a real good option with that. How long will she persist with seam from both ends? Will we see spin in the power play?
I would think we will. There you go, I've put my cards, yellow and red, on the table.
23 for 2. Defended by Dowse.
Good from Norris, though. It's a good riposte.
Yes, the previous over was an excellent over because it was on the back of the wicket maiden from Kate Cross. It's a good start here as well. 1 for 12 into her 4th over of the day. Dowse on 4. Sets off again, left arm over the wicket, balls on the front foot defending. Drops it into the offside. Katie Mack feels that
Norris
cover.
is desperate to keep Dowse down here, so she doesn't have to bowl at Bosch.
Yeah, leave that one to Cross.
leave Bosch to Crossy.
You can deal with that. Oh, she got off the mark. Emphatic style, didn't she? That lovely shot, lofted over mid-wicket for 4, and then the beautiful drive through extra cover. Well, up and over extra cover, wasn't it, really? It's back of a length, that's cut away. Might be 2, no, just a single. Katie Mack's pretty sharp across the ground. Denies the chance to come back for 2, so Dowse moves on to 5, 24 for 2. So it'll be Norris to Bosch for the first time.
So it'll be a different challenge for Bosch with Norris and her left arm predominantly in swing, but she can move the odd one away.
Yeah, so far they've all come back in, haven't they? That's in the air, just beyond the reach of mid-wicket. I mean, it was hit firmly. Would have been a pretty spectacular effort had it even gone to Fee Morris, but it didn't. It went to her left. It's worth a single. Bosch moves to 9, 25 for 2. Good effort from Fee Morris, almost getting something to it, but it would have been an absolutely terrific catch.
And that's what you call bowling to your field. She brought Morris in there, hadn't she, for that one swinging into the right-hander.
Good stop by Kate Cross as well, catching up with it. Good work in the field by Lancashire. Nice balls, and Dowse plays and misses. The ball's pushed across it. And through to Ellie Threlkell. So that's the end of the 7th over. 25 for 2 for Essex. As we just take a look back at that last delivery, and it just went away.
Yeah, it's still moving around. I don't think Threlkell will be keen to take the ball off these two while the ball's still moving around like that. But as soon as it stops moving, I think the spinners will come into play. Yeah, it's a good start from Lancashire. 2 openers, well, number 1 and number 3 out. Cross is continuing.
Yeah, she's had 3. Tara Norris has bowled 4. Over number 8 of the innings, 25 for 2. Kate Cross again. Into Bosch. Good battle this last time. Bosch off the front foot, trying to run it away through the offside.
I think Crossy will be relishing this challenge, don't you? Raise the game against the quality bat. Get the overseas player out. Big boost for your team.
Well, that would cap off a fine start to the innings, wouldn't it, for Lancashire, if they can get Bosch inside this first 10 overs.
I think she'll be key to the Essex innings.
Goes full.
Shots like that.
Worked away off the toes, out towards wide mid-on. Fielded by Kesteven. Bosch moves to 10. 26 for 2.
Now, Cross gets an opportunity to bowl at Adriana Dowse. Ariana, beg your pardon. Dowse.
Slip catcher in place. Crossing balls and driven back down towards her. Quite timed it as she was hoping for. I don't think it bounced on its way back to Kate Cross.
Yeah, there's a bit of dibbing and dabbing going on here with the Essex girls as well. There's something up there that's annoying them. Lamb was similarly prodding around.
Downs has done a bit of repair work and is waiting for Cross. Defender calmly away into the offside. Katie Mack fields. Short cover, no run. 26 for 2 into the 8th over. These two are the bottom 2 sides in the group coming into this game, but a lot of teams between these two sides and qualification spot, but not that many points. On the front foot and defended by Dowse.
Yeah, Cross is inviting the drive here. She hasn't got anybody deep on long off, long on. Both of her long fielders on the boundary at third and at fine. So it's tempting, isn't it, if the ball's still moving around, to go for that big heave-ho over the top, and if it just moves a little bit off the edge there, that's where your slip will come into play and your keeper. Interesting little passage of play, this.
Final ball of the over for Cross. Over the wicket to Dowse. Wants the LBW and gets it. Dowse departs for 5. And Cross strikes. It really is a superb opening spell from Kate Cross. 2 for 11 now from her 4 overs. 8 overs gone. Essex 26 for 3. Target is 273 to win.
Superb, superb. That was fully pitched up. Dowse went for it, and it just moved in on her at the last minute, I think. Let's have a look. Yeah, she comes Cross on the replay, and there she goes, bowling up. Yeah, moved in on her. Great piece of bowling, really clever.
As you mentioned, Alison, she's been brave, isn't she? She's going for that fuller length delivery, which can obviously produce runs. You can get driven for that, but you're bringing more mode of dismissal into play, aren't you?
Back to self completely there, didn't she?
She did. 8 overs, so far so good for Lancashire work here for Essex to try and do. And drag themselves back into it.
Jo Gardner. 29. Another good experience. 575 runs last year she got for this team, so she knows her way around a cricket pitch all right.
Well, they need a partnership here.
Fielded beautifully, actually. It was a masterclass from her.
Yeah, it was excellent from Essex, wasn't it? There was some really good pieces of fielding. The run out obviously was excellent as well, but on a hot day, and yet not really put a foot wrong. It was impressive.
Very. 2 catches from Gardner. Some really lovely fielding in the deep. Yeah. Them were the days. I was never that good. She's a very good fielder.
Would you enjoy being out there in temperatures like this?
Absolutely not. I'm Irish, mate. I don't go brown, I go cream before I go brown. Got to get off blue, as Billy Connolly used to say about the Scots.
It's Norris in balls to Bosch. That just fiddles its way past the outside edge. Through to Threlkeld, who's got a big beaming smile on her face. Ellie Threlkeld.
Unsurprisingly.
Wasn't too far away. Ooh, just followed that. Enough to see the ball go away.
Yeah, the ball's doing things for these two at the moment, isn't it? I think Threlkelt's even thinking about the spinners at this point.
And that's cut out towards the offside. That'll be 4. Shows you the margins are pretty small for the bowlers. Bosch tucks into that, sliced away through point, moves to 14. Score moves on to 26.
Sign of a good bat. You swish and a miss, and then you wait for it, and it's 4 on the next ball. Play each ball on its merit. Not worry about what's happened previously. Think of what's in front of you at the moment.
So that 4 takes it on to 30 for 3. Oh, Mr. Bosch, that's guided very nicely down towards the wide third boundary. Won't have enough to reach the boundary rope. Emma Lamb will catch up with it, but steered to perfection for a couple. Bosch moves on to 16. 32 for 3. 3 balls remaining of the 9th over. 5 on the bounce for Tara Norris. Bosch on 16. Here's Norris. And balls at under edge. Just ricochet down towards the keeper.
A little bit lucky there, actually. Could have gone anywhere, really.
So quite a few kind of under edges in the Lancashire innings, didn't we? So we've seen one drag on in this innings. I think we saw one in the Lancashire innings as well. Tricky to judge the pace of the pitch at times for the batters. Nice balls. Bosch defends. Played up towards extra cover, and there's no run. 32 for 3. Gardner's yet to face a delivery. It's been Bosch on strike for this Norris 5th over. 1 ball left of it. So 1 nibble past the outside edge. Can she find another one here? Norris in to complete the 9th over. Oh, that's a lovely shot. That's driven away through the offside. And that'll rattle its way over the boundary. 4 runs. Bosch moves to 20. Key batter for Essex. 36 for 3.
She could really do some damage to the Lancashire bowling attack. Absolutely glorious shot from Bosch through the covers. 10 off that over.
Yeah, it was kind of effortless. That wasn't just stroked away through the covers.
Cross is going to have a little dibble dabble at her. Oh, these two seam bowlers have had a bit of joy out of this game, haven't they? Hasn't always been the case this season. So they've taken a bit of tap in occasional games, these two.
Well, they're enjoying the movement they get, I'm sure, at the minute. It's full, but onto the pads of Gardner. It's down towards the boundary. Is it any runs on that? Any pat on that? Well, leg buys. 4 leg buys, just glancing off Gardner's pads down to fine leg.
That's showing you 2 things. Number 1, how fast Cross is bowling. Number 2, how amazing the pads are.
Because I wasn't sure whether it would come off bat just because of the pace in which the ball had reached the boundary rope. But
the good thing about Cross is she's smiling about it. I'd have money on a wicket now.
And balls. Gardner has nothing to do with that. She plays a proper, correct forward defensive.
Yes. I knew it would be a good ball, regardless. It's the pattern. It's the cross pattern. Laughs off a bit of luck for the opposition. Gets a wicket or a decent ball after it.
And the outcome?
Yeah.
Pretty spot on defensive shot.
Yeah. Good cricket.
Crossing again down the leg side.
Yeah, looking for that in swing again. Just started from a little bit too straight.
Be spin after this over, won't it? I think there'll be a change of tempo.
Ellie will have the protection of a couple more fielders on in the deep as well, for those top edges and swipes that are mistimed, etc.
41 for 3, Essex. Cross balls again on the front foot and pushed into the offside, but there's plenty of fielders inside the circle there for Lancashire. Sarah Smale being one of them, Katie Mack being another, and there's no run.
Yeah, Gardner's still not managed to get off the mark. So the longer they can keep her in that position, the more the screw tightens. Tighter it tightens.
Cross over the wicket balls. She found a gap this time. No. Picks out Katie Mack. She struck it nicely, but straight to the Lancashire fielder.
She's taking her time as Gardner. She's just getting a feel for the pace of the ball, not trying to overhit things at this point. She knows that her and Bosch have got a big job on here.
Slip's gone out. Another reinforcement on the offside inside the fielding circle. 2 balls remaining of the over. Cross to Gardner, leaning into it and defending again very calmly away into the offside. No run. Fielded by Emma Lamb, who comes round from backward point. So 1 ball left of this first section of power play overs.
Oh, super spell of bowling. Both these openers have done really well for Lancashire. 2 for 12 off nearly 5 overs. 1 ball left before a 5 over landmark.
Here is Cross to complete it.
Oops.
That's tucked away off the back foot, played nicely away through deep backward point. Anna Jones swings round to complete the fielding and managed to squeeze a couple off the final ball of the over. So 10 overs gone. Essex 43 for 3. Target is 273. Gardner gets off the mark with that 2. And Anika Bosch 20 from 19 is rapidly already in a position where probably needs a good knock from her.
So the windmill arms have come out from the umpires, indicating the end of the power play. So in the women's game, they're allowed 2 more fielders outside of that inner ring. Usually the women will put them right on the boundary, have 4 protecting the boundary ropes. Just depends where they put them. Hannah Jones is waving around. She doesn't know whether she's on the boundary or not yet. Soon to be directed by Ellie Threlkeld. As we've got 16-year-old. 16. I've got this dress is older than that. Venus Virapuli. I could have said something worse, Scott, but I kept it clean. But she's a breath of fresh air, this young lady, isn't she? She's so enthusiastic about the game. Her dad was telling me that when she was a little nipper, she used to watch Muralitharan, would you believe, playing for Lancashire.
Mm-hmm.
And that's one of the reasons why she chose Lancashire over Yorkshire, would you believe?
Oh,
interesting,
right, okay.
Isn't it? Mike was saying that the way she twirls the ball at the beginning of a run-up is a little bit Murrell-esque, if you say.
Yep.
Obviously, she's a leggy. He was a fantastic offie. Well, I don't know what he did. I don't think he knew what he did. He was a magician, wasn't he?
He did all sorts, didn't he? Yeah.
Oh, amazing. So let's have a look at who Ellie has placed on the boundary. She's got a deep square, deep mid-wicket. Trying to have a look. First ball from Venus Virapula, very nice. We've got somebody in the deep cover. I'm looking for number 4. Help me out, Scott. Is it just the 3 at the moment?
I can only see 3, I think.
Yeah,
you're
she
right.
doesn't have to put 4 out, but usually people do.
3.
So it's good attacking field set from Threlkeld, and she's got faith in her young bowler. Dot ball to start. That one died a death, and we're finding this slower pace on this pitch. Last week the Blaze didn't really know how to deal with this young lady, did they? The ball just sort of looped and span and sort of plopped in front of them, and they were bending their knees trying to do everything to get it away and struggling to do so. Bowling at Bosch. That bounced up a little bit more. Dive from Kestever, dive from Smale. Is that over there? No, it's
Mack.
Katie Mack. She swapped sides. How dare she? Very well done from Katie Mack.
It's a good stop.
Very good stop. Nicely slashed out into the covers. Just the 1 run there.
The setup's brilliant, isn't it, watching Virapuli? And you draw the comparisons to Muralitharan. It's this little setup here, isn't it? This spinning the ball from one hand to the other. It's brilliant.
Yeah, that's one of her idols, I suppose, if you like. She's from Sri Lankan heritage herself. Why not? In she goes again. This time she's bowling to Gardner, who pushes that into the covers. For 1 run.
She's also got a very good googly, as we saw here last week in the game against the Blaze.
Gardner moves on to 3, so it's tidy so far from Virapuli, just the 2 singles. But she's always got that wicket-taking ball up her sleeve, and you never quite know when it's going to come out, and neither do the batters. There we go, that's a nice one. Oh, yeah, that was what you call a late prod at the ball, because you don't know which way it's going to spin, I think, from Bosch.
That was the case last week, wasn't it? There was I can't remember which Blaze batter it was, but was playing for the leg spin, and there's one that came back in.
Clearly difficult to pick her. She's just doing the old laces up. Don't want any accidents. In we go again from 16. I keep saying it, 16-year-old Venus Virapuli. Yeah, that's been off the back foot into the grateful arms of Stephen, who thought I was going to cost a run on the slightness field, but it didn't. Just the 3, or even 2. Let me see, 45. It's a 2 off the over.
2, yep.
45 for the loss of 3 wickets. Great first over from Virapuli, really encouraging for Lancashire. Yeah, they didn't like her very much, did they?
See what I've just seen as well.
Go on.
On the little bank on the far side.
Oh, the tent.
The tent.
The kids in it.
There were the kids in it.
Three little ones, all under 5, and I think it's Granny womanfully doing her best to keep them out of the sun, keep them happy. Yeah, they're having a great time.
What a great setup that is.
It's nice. It's a bit breezier over there. Obviously, it's a bit higher. Nice. And of course, some of the Lancashire players who aren't picked today are having a little net behind them there, so they get to see some good cricket behind them and in front of them, as we see Hannah Jones take the ball for the first time in this game from the north end, left arm round. Good start from Jones. Fired it in at the pads of Gardner. No run.
Interesting spell this now, isn't it? Little period of play. Lancashire will get their spinners into the game now. Try and really strangle the Essex batters.
And of course, it's wrapped her pads. They're going to take a quick leg by here. Threlkeld in pursuit. She's quick, and Virapuli does the right thing and comes up to stumps. Well done. She's ran a long way to do that as well. Well done, Venus. Ran all the way up from 3rd to cover Ellie Threlkeld. 3rd ball from Jones. It's full again. Right in the block hole from Jones. This is very good. She does bowl very much stump to stump, does Jones. There is her pace, there is the flight. Again, right up there. No run.
Excellent start.
Dabbed into mid-wicket for no run.
Yeah, right on the money.
Yeah, it's what you want. You want to stranglehold these players. Still 2 on the leg. There's one deep fine, but I don't think she's going to get that. It's too far away, but that definitely was a false shot there from Gardner, I think it was.
Bosch, I think.
Bosch, beg your pardon. I took my head away from the screen there. Because Stephen had no chance of getting that. No, I think it was Bosch, you're right. Gardner's on strike. Jones coming in a bit shorter, a bit faster. Dab down to the covers for no run.
Tidy stuff. Really good stuff.
Good.
Yeah. This is a period of the game where Essex just can't allow Lancashire to bowl. They need to try and put some pressure back on Lancashire's spinners there. I think Ellie Threlkeld will probably want now, this next passage of play will be Hannah Jones, Venus Virapuli and Fee Morris and combinations thereof.
Yeah,
she'll go back to seam at some stage, but there'll be quite a lot of spin now. Stephen Parry will know that better than anybody.
Yeah, of course he will. But Essex didn't really have a variety of spinners on offer. They relied heavily on right arm seam, didn't they? So we'll see what difference having the spinners in the side will make as Virapuli starts her 2nd over from the south end. She's given that some flight, but there is a fielder there. It's a couple of fielders actually. Oh, hello. Is that Mac falling over and can't see? Yeah, it's Mac. It's unusual. I would have bet money on her stopping that. Good shot in the end because Virapuli did over pitch and she made that into a full toss. Good stride in. It's Smale? Yeah, it's Smale. Equally good fielder though, so either way it's a surprise. She's flighted that again. It's gone to the same area. And what a diving stop that is from Fee Morris. Saved 3 runs there. Amazing.
Yeah, that's important work from Fee Morris, because they're trying to put some pressure back on the young leg spinner here. And just got a couple wrong there.
And as a leg spinner, and a young leg spinner at that, there will be the odd full toss. There will be the one that doesn't come out of the hand as you'd expect. So to be able to back your bowler up like that is so important. Better from Virapuli. There you go. Dot ball. She's flighted that one up. It's landed just in front of the batter, who's thought about it and then defended. Yeah, Gardner. Very watchful. No run on offer. Virapuli. 1, 2, 3, 4 spins of the ball before she takes a run up. Oh, that's brilliant. Brilliant. Beat the outside of the edge. As Gardner tried to sweep. She completely bamboozled her there, but she hadn't left her crease. Brilliant from Virapuli. Brilliant from Threlkeld. It's got Gardner thinking about things a little bit more. There is a gap there on that leg side. She's looking for it. This time she's just dibble-dabbled that, for want of a better phrase, into the covers. Hung out the fishing line and sort of, cast it away. 1 run into the covers.
I love the phrase dibble-dabble.
Dibble-dabble.
Yeah, I like that dibble-dabble.
Dibble-dabble. I don't know. Don't know what it means really, but you know what I mean. It brings Bosch on to strike. Interesting to see what she makes of Virapuli. She tries. The thing is, they're having to generate the pace off the ball now from Virapuli. When Cross was on strike, it wasn't quite bowling. It wasn't quite as easy because the pace was coming to you. Difficult, I should say. The pace is coming onto you. End of that over is 53 for 3. Gardner's on 5 off her 13, and Bosch is 27 off 30.
And it'd be fascinating to watch her bowl to Bosch, and how Bosch will try and just really knock her off her line and her length, and really get underneath the skin and make life difficult. Wonderful experience, this, isn't it?
Well, we've seen signs of her trying to do that on the penultimate ball of that over, and she just couldn't. She threw her head back in disappointment, but it's really difficult when the ball's coming at you that trajectory and pace. Hannah Jones is in. She's come in, firing it in a lot quicker than Virapuli, but accurately. Nothing they could do about that. Gardner forced to defend. She did try and push it through, but no gap. Again, backward defensive from Gardner. Swooped, picked up beautifully by Emma Lamb. No run. Jones. Good stuff so far. And again, that's good. That wasn't a true shot. It came off half the bat, did that to mid-wicket. Gets a round of applause from her teammates. They knew that was a good ball from Jones. The other thing about Jones is she gets through her overs quickly, and that's a good thing as well. Again, Jones is keeping it accurate. Superb. Superb. No run.
There's just nowhere to go with that, is there? Really is.
Gardner's
from the batter.
Struggling a little bit to get going is Gardner. Jones again. 4 dots so far. She's tried to force it through Tara Norris, and she's put in the brave long barrier there, and it's whacked her somewhere on the thigh. Well done, Tara Norris. 5 dots in a row. Excellent from Hannah Jones. Oh, she's wrapped the pads to finish the over. What a fantastic maiden over that was from Jones. The score remains on 53 for 3.
Yeah, superb work.
You don't see many of those in women's cricket these days. Back in the day you saw a lot of them, but that's one of the things that these girls are really good at, is just when the bowlers are on top, is manipulating singles here, there and everywhere. They did try, but Jones was too good for them on that occasion. Excellent.
And now we've got this challenge again, maiden over, so there's a little bit of pressure cranked up on the 2 batters here, and they'll try, it's Bosch on strike, they'll try and target Virapuli.
Youngster, who will be loving this, as will her dad, who drives her from Yorkshire for every game.
Yes, he's sat over there, isn't he?
Yeah, lovely man.
Pavilion.
Really lovely man. Does a lot of cricket coaching himself. Professional chauffeur at the moment, he refers to himself as.
Lots of dads do, don't they?
Of course. Taxi of dad. She's got hold of that, but again, she's not really thumped it. She couldn't really give it the full kilt. Just the one into the covers. Bosch has been slowed down a little bit. Brings Gardner onto strike. Threlkel's just slightly moving the offside fielders, changing the angles to Gardner. She's seen something in Gardner's backlift potentially, or stance. Virapuli, beautiful, right in the block hole, and Gardner puts her head down as if to say, what am I going to do with this girl? There's her father there, Mr. Virapuli. Thank you for bringing your daughters to all these games, sir. Don't know if he's listening. He'll watch you back later, no doubt. Yeah, she's a credit to him and his wife, who I met at Neston on Sunday. Oh, that's brilliant. She's beaten the outside. Gardner does not know what to do with this. It's gone straight through to the Threlkeld.
It's great variations. The previous ball,
Very
she
good.
floats right up, doesn't she? And just drops and dips at the last minute. That one, she just holds back a little bit flatter, lets it grip and spin away.
Really lovely. Off we go. Twirling that ball away. She does, coming in. She played it off the back foot, but again, it wasn't a lusty blow. It was just a get my bat onto it and hope it finds a gap type of shot into the covers. Just the one fielder in the deep on the covers. She switched sides this week. Katie Mack is under the nursery instead of in the outback, as we called it last time.
Yes.
Virapuli in again. She's tried to sweep her. It's a good sweep. There is cover down there. That's excellent. Well done. Well done, Seren Smale. Saved a couple of runs down there. Well done. Dive and a roll from Smale. So what you've got to do when your bowlers are bowling well is back that up with good fielding. Virapuli, only 4 off the over. Last ball, I'll be looking to get a boundary off this, I think. And they can't get a boundary off that, it's just too good. Too good. Right in the block hole, great way to end the over from Virapuli. Forcing Anneke Bosch, formerly South African international. Played all around the world as Anneke Bosch. Scored runs wherever she's gone. 16-year-old Venus Virapuli pinned her down. Superbs. At the end of that over, it's 57 for 3, just the 4 off it. And the Threlkeld is to continue with the spin in the shape of Hannah Jones, left arm orthodox. Bowling to 2 right-handers. We've got Joe Gardner on strike. Jones in a bit short. So he's punched that towards point. It's picked up really after a couple of fumbles by Emma Lamb. Ferried back to the bowler, dot ball.
They picked up that 3rd wicket before the 10 over mark, didn't they, Lancashire? So I think that puts them in firm control, but
Jones, again, it's been edged down to fine leg rather than actually placed. She's getting that ball to turn a little bit, I think, turn into the right-handers.
A lot now resting on what Anneke Bosch can do here, because she's in.
Jones, again. I think it's more the angle that's taking it down leg a little bit there towards her legs, and she's flicked that one to fine leg. As Gardner. 58 the score. 59 the score after that little single down to fine. Punched off the back foot towards point. There is a fielder out there, so it'll only be the one. It's Smale being kept busy. Good throw in. Just the single. Moves Essex into the 60s. Jones has moved Kate Cross to guard the long on boundary, as is her usual position. Taken a few catches there this season. Not required. Cross is definitely not required there. That was such a good ball from Jones. Pinned Joe Gardner down again. She could do nothing but defend that. Tidy again from Jones. 3 singles. Make that 4, again down to that favoured deep backward square position. Excellent. Excellent over from Jones. It's at the end of the 16th over. Essex are 61 for 3. Mike.
Yeah, very much an honours even one there, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Jones just content to let Essex take the single, but not prepared to let them do any more damage than that. It's stiflingly hot day in Blackpool, and the sun winning again through any cloud cover that had built up, and we are going to see a little bit of Fee Morris here. And
not surprised.
All three spinners being used early on in this innings by Lancashire. Reminder that the chase is 273 today for Essex to get to victory.
Yeah, in comes Femo, right arm over the wicket, and it's swept. That's into the fielder, and that's out. First ball from Fee Morris. What a bowling change! Superb catch down on that boundary. And it was Saren Smale again, who's been kept busy the last few overs. Really well watched, well taken. And that's the end of, is it Bosch or Gardner? So busy looking at Femo, I didn't look.
It's
look at it again. Here we go.
Anika Bosch here with the sweep.
Oh, it's the big wicket of the South African international. The safe hands, and she's held the ball aloft there like it was a little trophy all on its own. Well done, Smale. Well done, Morris.
And that is a big wicket, because
huge.
Bosch's responsibility there was really to try and negotiate the bulk of the spinners' overs and to get out to Fee Morris's first ball. She hit it well.
She did.
Just to the longest point on the ground.
Don't think it's the best ball she's ever bowled. Nothing wrong with it, but it gave her Bosch a chance to free her arms after being pegged down by Jones and Virapuli. So that's going to be down as a team wicket, I think. Look at Fee with her hands on her knees.
She had to fetch it a bit, didn't she, Bosch, to get it out to that longer side, and that was sort of her undoing in the end, and couldn't really have picked Smale out any better.
Now then, this will be an interesting passage of play. We have a young lady coming into bat. Most of you, in fact all of you, should remember Liberty Heap, a young Lancashire player, went through the academy at Lancashire, played for the seniors quite a few times, but wasn't really a nailed down regular, and the potential was always there, wasn't it, Mike? It's just, I think she's moved on to potentially get a regular bat week in, week out with Essex, and she did really well in her last game against, was it Hampshire? She got 75.
Hampshire scored 74
or
5. Yes, 75.
Great knock from her, and she will be uber keen to do well here, obviously, and I think Lancashire will be uber keen for her not to do so well. So the nerves will be jangling, no doubt, from Liberty.
Yeah, it'll be a strange one coming up against her former team and players she knows so well. She'll know, obviously, Saren Smale, who's just taken that catch incredibly well through their youth cricket together. But Libby Heap's job here is to try and pull off what is going to be a very difficult chase, because her team already need more than one a ball to get to this target of 273. And they're going to have to bat for a long period of time. But if they can keep it around that one a ball mark, as soon as we start entering those last 20 overs, 15 overs, that's when Essex will start to become the favourites. But there's a lot of batting to do before they get there. And as I say, losing those 3 wickets in the first 10 overs, that seemed to me as if it was going to make it very, very difficult for them today, if it wasn't very, very difficult when they walked out to bat at the start of this innings.
Indeed. Heap, known for having a big shot in her as Heap. Takes a few risks with her batting, or she did when she was playing for this side anyway. Whether she's changed her style at all, we'll see. Morris into Heap. She's very watchful there. Forward defensive from Heap.
I guess the difference here is she's got a bit of time to bat, where generally she was coming in for Lancs towards the back end of innings where quick runs were required, but she generally doesn't hang about.
Morris, again, she's forced her into that defensive mode. Dabbed it through to Eve Jones in the covers, who returns it to Morris. Not bad first over so far, this, is it?
A little bit of a chat already developing between Threlkeld and Heap here.
Yeah, she's probably saying, why didn't you do a few of them for Lancashire when we needed them? Or something else to try and put her off, I don't know. It'll be friendly bants, whatever it is.
The dot ball there from the forward defence.
Yeah. This one for the wicket. Maiden, no, not quite, 2 more. Dot ball. This is what Morris is known for, isn't it? She strangleholds the bats. Hasn't taken an awful lot of wickets this year, but she has got a really good economy rate. Apart from last week, when she took 4, of course, Mike.
Mm-hmm.
Lovely shot from Liberty Heat for nothing. Through the covers. Fielder in way. Final score. Lovely wicket maiden from Fee Morris, 61 the score. But the wickets column has changed from 3 to 4.
And you have to say, not taking a look at Fee Morris there was... I mean, it was instinct, wasn't it, the shot that Bosch played, but really you wanted to see her just have a look at a couple of balls before she went for one of those.
I don't know whether she'd even faced her before.
Possibly not, yeah. Possibly not. It's her first spell as an overseas player in this in this country, isn't it? So, and I don't think...
I'm trying to think if they played.
It would only have been a,
Australia.
say, England-A v South Africa game.
Jones is back on. Very accurate from Jones again. Just pierces it in at the bowler's ankle, at the batter's ankles. Dot ball.
Still 212 required for victory by Essex.
She's quite happy to do the same delivery time and time again if it proves successful. That one was a little bit shorter. Batter squirted it out towards deep backward square, and they've taken a single.
Good ground made by Katie Mack.
Yeah, Cass Stephen is the other fielder on that side of the square, and Seren Smale is on patrol to our left on the cover boundary. Jones in again. Nice drive from Liberty Heap. Quickly off the mark for 1 run. Taking her to off her dreaded 0.
That'll make her feel a little better.
Yeah, everyone likes to get off the mark.
Yeah, you're doing any innings, don't you? But particularly against your former team. Gardner's a little bit stuck here, isn't she?
Yeah, she is. She's been pegged down. So it's proving that spin this season for a lot of the teams has been the way to go. That's another area of the game in the women's game, as Jones comes in. Pushed into mid-wicket. Cross comes across to cover. No run. Yeah, there was very few quality spinners back in the day. And it's just, especially leg spin, you wouldn't see a leg spinner. And maybe one, Catherine Lang. She was good. Sarah Clark. 2 I can think of, but not many. Few off-breaker bowlers, but there's a plethora now, isn't there? Hannah Jones. Dot ball.
Well, another over complete. 63 for 4, so another 110 required. 210 rather required by Essex here on this hot day at Stanley Park in Blackpool. It looks like Lancashire have control of this game, but if Essex can get a partnership going, get the scoreboard moving a little bit, you never know. But Lancashire will be pretty confident in this position at the moment that they are the ones in the ascendancy.
Morris continues from the south end to Liberty Heap. Pushes it off the back foot into the covers. Max there, and we'll keep it to 1. Good arm back into keeper Threlkelt. 1 bounce and in. Heap moves along to 3. Gardner, you're right, 9 off 30 deliveries. She's gobbling up a few deliveries here, isn't she? Morris, Gardner. She's going to get one there, though. Hoiks it to square for 1 run.
Yeah, just had a little bit to offer on the length there.
Couple of singles off the over so far.
Good to have you with us on the BBC Sport website and app, on Sports Extra 2 and on Lancs TV.
That's nice, driven from Heap. Bit risky, straight to the fielder. She's quick. Got away with it. Brings Gardner on strike.
Voice you're hearing there is Ali Byrne, former Lancashire and Cheshire captain, alongside myself, Mike Perkins, for this Women's One Day Cup match.
Morris continues. Oh, they were looking for a quick single there, but Hannah Jones was very sharp off the mark, prevented it.
In the other two games, Durham closing in on victory against Surrey. They need 25 to win from their last 16 overs with 6 wickets remaining, so they'll like to get there inside the next 6.
Morris into Gardner, and she's caught. She's hiked it in the air. Her misery has been finished with there. Kate Cross at long on caught that. She's got a few catches this season. She's up in the top 3 or 4 for catches for the league so far, I believe. But she's got a safe pair of hands over there as Kate Cross. And Gardner, she's trudging. She knows that wasn't her most fluent innings, but she was penned down by some superb bowling there, to be fair to her.
She was, and had to do something there, but Kate Cross won't get many easy catches than that at mid-on, will she? Just nice comfortable one round about throat height, fingers pointing up, and it barely had to move really to take that one. And Fee Morris all of a sudden has picked up 2 for the cost of 3 runs, and we said it, Lancashire last week had backed their spinners to win them the game in the second innings, and it appears that Lancashire spinners are doing the job again.
Really are. It's so encouraging because we've still got Sophie Morris waiting in the wing. She's been bowling most of the morning with their bowling coach up there as well. So they've got real options in the bowling department at the moment at Lancashire, which is good. Sophie Munro comes to join the party in the middle there, although it's a fairly subdued party if you're a girl in purple at the moment. So it's hard going out there for them.
Another one who hits a fairly clean balls.
Morris Munro pushed straight to mid-off for no run.
But it's the fact she's going to have to do it for a period of time here. That's the difficulty that Essex have, and they just seem to be subsiding.
And I think they're debating whether it's over or not. Fee Morris thought it was. Umpire had miscounted, I think, there, or one of them had miscounted, but anyway, that's over. 66 for 5 wickets now. Crucially, that wickets column is getting bigger and bigger, which is not going to help Essex's cause at all. There's still 31 overs left of this game, so they'll need to be patient, these two, for a while before they start hitting out, because there's not that many wickets in hand.
So Durham on course for a bonus point victory against Surrey. And they need another 24 from the remaining 5.5, or from the next 5.5 overs. They've got 15.5 to get to the total for the 4 points for the win. We've also got the Blaze playing Yorkshire.
Jones being kept on by Threlcat. It's a lovely little flick off her legs from Liberty Heat down to deep backward square. And that's the big left arm of Tilly Cass-Stephen down there. Tall figure. Gets a high five from the subfielder behind the boundary and another little sip of drink.
Blaze 136 for 4, so only needing another 15 from 23 overs to get their 4 points for victory, or 13 overs they've got to get their bonus points. So I think they'll be getting a bonus point win
Jones
as well.
into Munro. Full toss. Oh, it was close to the mid-wicket fielder, which is Fee Morris. A diving, forward diving Fee Morris. Very close. Batter's mouth, heart would have been in her mouth there. Sophie Munro. A little bit edgy, a little bit nervous. Jones comes in again. And again, that's not pretty much where she wanted it. It was edged slightly towards point, but she's gratefully snaffled the single. It's a little bit nervy from Munro.
And to deny Lancashire a bonus point here, Essex would need to get to 219 in their chase of 273.
Okay,
so even
that's good to know.
Is quite a way off.
So I'm pretty much sure that Threlcat will be aware of that. For defensive again, Jones is another dot ball. 1 dot, 1 dot. Another couple of dots here would be very nice if you're a Lancashire supporter. Ooh, wide ball. I think that's the first one from Jones. Nice take from Threlcat down the leg side.
And tomorrow it's second place Hampshire hosting fourth place Warwickshire.
Here comes Jones for defensive. Another dot ball, and it's these dot balls that I think are going to kill Essex eventually if they are going to be defeated here, because they're just not finding a way to manipulate the field against some of this excellent bowling. And again, Jones, left arm round. She tried to push that off the back foot. Jones fields it herself. Score has moved on to 69. Just the 3 off the over.
Yeah, but the 5 wickets down, the major difference between the sides. Although there is a big difference in terms of runs as well, because Lancashire were 92 for 1 at this point. And I think that's the big difference, is that Lancashire, as well as finding a way to accumulate, they did have their slower patches during the innings, but generally found a way to accumulate. But they also managed to keep wickets intact for much of their innings. Here comes Morris then to begin the 21st over from the South End Blackpool Cricket Club. And that one's turned back sharply and not missed by an awful lot. And I think the expression on Fee Morris's face, with hands on knees, tells you that. Really came back sharply and actually hit, I think, the batter on the pad before going through to Ellie Threlkeld. Munro this time manages to get a bat on ball and turn it leg side. Emma Lamb in off the boundary at backward square leg to do the fielding. 70 for 5. Just doesn't feel there's a lot of purpose to the way Essex are playing at the moment either. They just need to get a partnership going and get some momentum back into their innings with a few scoring shots. Here's Liberty Heap, cracks this one on the drive into the offside. Eve Jones does well to get something on it at extra cover. So almost had to turn her hands reverse cup to stop the ball, but did so for the loss of 1 run though. 71 for 5. Here comes Morris again, down into the pitch, and Munro will pull that one away out to deep mid-wicket. That's where Seren Smale is positioned, and that's where she caught Anika Bosch, crucially the top scorer in this innings so far for Essex. 72 for 5.
Yeah, they've only got 3 on the boundary at the moment, which is interesting. A lot of teams will put 4 back, but Ellie's kept a few more in the ring. So finding those singles is not going to be particularly easy either.
Morris bowls to Heap, who defends into the offside. Threlkeld runs out from behind the stumps to try and pick up and affect the run out, but the batters were through comfortably. So if you're just joining us, McLeod first out for naught. LBW to Norris. Didn't look particularly happy with the decision. Seems as if there might have been a bit of bat involved there. She's quite a long way down too, as Morris bowls another one outside off stump, and for once Threlkeld doesn't gather behind the stumps. So there's going to be a very unusual bye, I think, here given against Threlkeld. There is indeed. So it's not often you see a bye given against Threlkeld. 74 for 5. The other wickets to fall. Gilgrass was out with the score on 13. Second wicket to fall. She was bowled by Kate Cross, an inside edge back onto her stumps. Then Ariana Dowse went at the end of the 8th over to leave Essex 26 for 3. And at that point, probably no real hope of chasing this 273. They look a long way off that at this stage. Dowse was LBW to Cross from her 17th ball, having batted for 33 minutes. Venus Wirapuli coming back on, but then it was the introduction of Fee Morris that saw Anika Bosch dismissed for the top score of the innings so far of 32. She picked out Seren Smale with a slog sweep, and then Gardner made 10 off 33 balls before being caught by Cross off the bowling of Morris. So Wirapuli, who bowled I think exclusively from the south end the other day against the Blaze, has a little go from the north end here and is pushed into the offside of the back foot. No run taken.
Yeah, she's tricky to read, tricky to get away.
That's the task for Munro, who lifts her bat as Wirapuli approaches and delivers a ball short of length. Turned through outside the off stump. I think Munro was leaving that hoping for a wide, but didn't get one.
Did bounce a couple of times. That's the second bounces after the popping crease.
I think the second bounce.
Yeah.
In fact, I think actually Threlkeld got a gloves underneath. I think it looked as if it was gonna, but it just made the way. But I think it was fairly wide as well. Anyway, Wirapuli comes in and bowls. That's a much better ball, and it's turned probably from around about leg stump past off stump. Maybe exaggerating a slight bit, maybe middle and leg, but it's gone square, that one. And Munro was back, so really struggled. Yeah, it's pitched probably middle and leg, and missed off
really
stump by
low.
a good distance in the end. Here comes Wirapuli again, who can turn it both ways,
Oh, and again.
beats Munro again on the outside edge with another big turning delivery. Really fun bowler to watch is Wirapuli. Last week 10 over 1 maiden, 22 for 2 of figures against the Blaze. Went a long way to securing that victory against the side top of the table. Gives it plenty of air. 16 years of age, allows it time to turn. She's on her way again and bowls a ball that's chopped down into the pitch, so could have easily rolled back onto Munro's stumps. She would have probably counted herself unlucky if that had happened, but she negotiates the 5th dot of the over. 74 for 5 it remains. Thanks for joining us on Sports Extra 2 on the BBC Sport website and app, and also on Lancs TV as Wirapuli bowls another ball. This time Munro does make contact in a meaningful way with the bat, but she just finds Kate Cross at cover. It's a maiden over. 12 runs now from the Wirapuli spell, and she seems to enjoy bowling in tandem with Fee Morris, who picked up 4 at the other end last week whilst Wirapuli was whirling away through her 10 overs, and Morris already has 2 today. I think Fee Morris and Venus Wirapuli would quite like to play at Blackpool every game.
Every game.
They do have another T20 coming up at the weekend.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good stuff from the new kid on the block and the more experienced. I won't say veteran, she's not at that stage yet, but twilight player, shall we say.
Yeah, certainly the back end of her career, but still enjoying it. Fee Morris delivers another off-spinning delivery that Libby Heap just has to poke out on the offside.
Certainly doesn't feel like an old girl, does she, the way she flies around that pitch.
Here comes Morris again, another ball that spins back towards the stumps, and another ball that has to be defended by Libby Heap to maintain her stay at the crease. 74 for 5 it remains. We're in the 23rd over. Lancashire taking on Essex here in the Women's One Day Cup. An Essex side that's not got the likes of Scrivens and Grucock, as this one's turned leg side by Heap for her 7th run since arriving at the crease. And Sophia Smale would also offer them another batting option. All those players in contention to play at 6:30 this evening against India for England A. As this one is defended into the offside. Quite unusual to have a friendly during the course of a tournament, but that's what India have elected to do.
Yeah, been a lot of disruption, as I say, to the England.
Here's Morris, bowls a ball that's cut away by Munro. Another single to the total for Essex. They're all precious at this stage. 76 for 5, but that rate's climbing. It's up to 7 1/4 in the pursuit of 273 for victory. Here comes Morris again. Heap's going to try and go aerial and just about manages to evade the hand of Cross going away to her right at mid-on. Just about found the angle there, did Liberty Heap. Moves on to 11 into double figures, but it was a fairly risky way to do it. But she just managed to find an angle away to the boundary. 4 runs to Liberty Heap.
Yeah, and just for a moment, Cross would have thought she was in with a shout there. Does enjoy snaffling a catch in that position, does Cross.
So we were talking about the T20 that will be played here
Yes.
at the weekend. That's against Warwickshire on Sunday. So more cricket for you to enjoy here at Stanley Park in Blackpool. In the T20 World Cup today, we've already seen New Zealand beating Scotland by 6 wickets, and Sri Lanka are playing Ireland at the moment. Ireland needing on 111 for 4 with 2.1 overs remaining in that game.
Oh, I'd love it if Ireland could win a game. Just one game. Come on, the Greens.
They'd probably fancy their chances maybe against Sri Lanka as a potential one they could win, as Wirapuli comes into bowl. There's a slip in place now, and that one's chopped past the slip by Munro. Played it very late and down, crucially, and away from Eve Jones for a single. 80 for 5, but that's how difficult scoring is at the moment. Just getting another look at this one now. Turns away from the bat from Wirapuli and Munro was left really stretching for it, but did manage to direct the ball down crucially. Here comes Wirapuli again. We know he's got a googly as well. Throws this one up. It's driven by Munro. Now, it's fielded at cover. I don't think it quite carried, did it?
Don't think so. But just for a second, they're pushing the luck here. Close to Lamb.
Yeah, just aerial for a second. It might just have got there, you know, as Wirapuli bowls through outside the off stump with big turn. Heap just covers her stumps. Big smile on Libby Heap's face, but I think that's because it's tough as much as anything.
She's telling herself all's going to be well. Keep smiling, keep enjoying it, stay positive.
At the moment, the target of 273 looks a long way off, but Heap swings this away into the leg side. Neat pull stroke in the end. Picks up another single, 82 for 5. And they've just got to keep it themselves in contention here, Essex. Because we have seen already this season games, a couple of games at Southport that swung the longer the side chasing, kept the rate around about 6, 7s, 8s. Defended here by Munro. And the bowler is able to come and pick up on a follow through for no run again, but it just doesn't have the feel of that sort of day where the batting side are going to be able to keep it at that rate, but we'll see. 2 from this over so far.
You can't take anything for granted in cricket, can you?
Absolutely not. It's a strange old game, as this one is played with soft hands by Munro, and it bounces down to Eve Jones, who dives slightly to her left at slip to gather. But we're just getting another shot of that one. It was wider Threlkeld and short of Jones. Delicate hands there from Munro.
We keep getting a lovely shot of Mr. Wirapuli in the white t-shirt in the back row there.
It's warm up there on the balcony, although Mr. Wirapuli seems to have managed to get one of the shady slots
cool
in the high chairs and little tables at the back there.
Yeah, I mean, he's obviously as obsessed with cricket as his daughter is. Plays up until very recently. He's still playing and coaching, and he's given all that up really to take on dad duties.
Down the track comes Heap, and this time we'll pick out Kate Cross at mid-on. Well, last over she found the angle to get the ball away for 4. This over, same direction of the shot, but this time she's out. 82 for 6, and this game's getting away from Essex fast. Likes to put back to borders Libby Heap, and hasn't really had the opportunity to do so in that innings, and the frustration was growing. Eva Gray will walk to the crease with a very, very tough task indeed, because this Essex side, who have lost, well, 4 of their better players, have are having a tough time chasing here. It always looked like being too many 273.
At some point she had to do something, because that run rate was, you know, way behind what was required, so you can't blame her. What was she going to do? Just poke and prod for another 5-10 overs and leave the tail end with an impossible task? At least if she'd made a quick 30-40 there, they had a shout.
But yeah, this game well and truly going in the direction of Lancashire. Other games in the competition today fairly one-sided as well. Durham winning by 6 wickets against Surrey, chasing down 180 for victory. Surrey having a big collapse in that game. They started the day in the last of the qualifying positions for the postseason, the eliminator for 2 and 3, and then they'll play against the top team in the final. As forward comes Eva Gray from her first ball, defends Fee Morris out into the offside. Morris fields off her own bowling, no run.
If Surrey lose their game, and if Lancashire win this one with the bonus point, they're only 3 behind.
They'd be 3 behind, yes,
3
you're right,
behind.
as that one's poked into the offside by Eva Gray. Another off-spinning delivery on a length by Morris, not allowing the batter much room to manoeuvre. So yeah, they go 3 behind Surrey, but Durham, of course, would have gone into the 3rd spot as That one turns back. There's a cursory hand in the air from Fee Morris, but without any real conviction in the appeal.
And Durham is one of the teams that we've yet to play. I think it's one of our remaining fixtures. So that'll be a good one as well.
So they'll go up to 24, I think, with a bonus point win today, as Eva Gray fiddles this one away into the leg side and gets off the mark as a result. So 83 for 6 the score moves on to. And Eva Gray's underway in her innings. Munro fairly subdued, 5 off 18, unusual for her. Back into the side today, so be keen to make a contribution with the bat. Looks to attack one outside the off stump, but playing the stroke against the spin doesn't connect. And 83 for 6 will be the score at the 25 over mark of the innings. Alison Byrne will get some more thoughts from you later on, and Scott Reed will jump back into the commentary position alongside myself. The other game we haven't given you the result of is the Blaze winning by 4 wickets against Yorkshire. Batting looking tough in that one at Chesterfield. Yorkshire only setting a target of 151 that the Blaze chased down with 4 wickets to spare in the end. So the table toppers also winning with a bonus point. Chasing that one in 30 overs there. And here, halfway through the Essex innings, 83 for 6, it looks as if Essex are going to be struggling to get to their target of 273, as this one's pushed into the offside and out towards the cover sweeper. 1 run taken, and Venus Wirapuli concedes a single from her first ball. 84 for 6 as Scott Reed jumps in back alongside myself, Mike Perkins, and Wirapuli is on her way. Throws this one up, and that looks close, kept low. Was probably turning too much based on what we've seen so far from Wirapuli. We're going to get another look now on a replay on Lancs TV. In fact, if anything, it pitched outside leg. Definitely wasn't going over, but I think that's all it had going for it in the end. Here's Wirapuli. Throws it up, outside leg stump again, and this time it'll be swept away. 1 bounce to Tilly Stephen. Keeps the scoring to 1. 85 for 6. Scott, thoughts at this stage? Lancashire looking very good position, I would say.
They do, yeah. It's kind of panned out a little bit like we thought it might do when it comes to this section of the innings, and Lancashire get their spinners into the game. Wirapuli, Jones and Morris. Difficult to get away.
Wirapuli again. Throws a ball that comes turning back sharply towards the stumps, and an inside edge saves Eva Gray, who has a smile on her face. She was looking towards Eve Jones after that, who just shook her head and said, "I've got no idea either," because that has come back an awfully long way, and there's not a lot of difference between that and a leg spinner, as she bowls this one that's cut away. The sweeper had crept slightly in off the rope, but will still just, Sarah Smale just managing to flip that one back in. But I wonder if Smale had wandered a few paces in there and left herself a bit too much chasing to do. 87 for 6 anyway with the 2. That one did turn the direction that Gray was expecting. Here she comes again. Right arm over the wicket. Bowls a ball that's just worked leg side against the spin to Fee Morris, but all on the floor. No run. Wirapuli takes the ball, having completed her over. 87 for 6.
The googly she has is outstanding, isn't it? He's probably as threatening, if not more threatening, than the leg spinner. And she bowls it really well. And I'm not expert on these things, but watching it live on the stream, it's really difficult to tell the difference as to which one is the leg spinner and which one is the googly. And in the last couple of games with Sinner Bowl, it's been quite difficult for the batters out in the middle to pick it as well.
There's been no discernible difference, has there? There was that brilliant one she got stumped when we were here last week, as Morris bowls a ball that dips in towards, well, into the block hole really, wasn't it, for Munro? He just has to dig it out. Dot ball to start the over with from Morris. She started a couple of overs with a wicket here. 3 for the cost of 14 runs so far. Fee Morris. She can make that 15 with a cut stroke from Munro. Takes her on to 7. 23 balls. Has had half centuries in this competition, Munro, so can bat. But when she's up against these Lancashire spinners, it's going to be a tough afternoon. Clipped leg side by Eva Gray. It was uppish but into a vacant area. Another single on offer, 88 for 6. 89 in fact for 6. As here comes Morris. Bowls down into the pitch this time. It's cut away and cut away nicely. But still picked up inside the rope by Katie Mack. Getting her yards in as she so often does. And 90 for 6 the score moves on to. Here's Morris again. Bowls a ball that's worked away into the leg side. Picked up 33 for 4 in her previous appearance here. Also made her second half century of the season in that game, leading Lancashire to victory over the Blaze. And all of a sudden the season looking a little bit different as Eva Gray comes forward and defends this one into the onside. Cross picks up at mid-on. 90 for 6 the score, 273. The increasingly unlikely target it feels for Essex at the moment. And well, it's like any sports club anywhere in the world. 3 wins on the bounce and all of a sudden things look very different, but they're getting back into contention in this competition. They've got a T20 quarter-final against the Blaze coming up as well now, courtesy of their win on Sunday. So things have just changed slightly.
Yes, it's after a difficult kind of couple of months to start the season on the back of such a high last year. The 2 trophy wins last season. Slow start for, I guess, different reasons in the first couple of months. Struggle obviously in this competition, likewise in the T20 Blast, but a T20 County Cup and maybe a bit of hope in this yet.
Kick cross bowls a ball that is defended back to Lancashire's right arm seamer.
I mean, you're going to have, unless you're the Blaze, you're going to have fluctuations in form in this competition. There's a lot of group games, so you can, you know, absorb a few defeats. And Lancashire did that last season as they qualified. It wasn't all plain sailing, was it, through to the knockout stages? So it just means you're playing catch up, and there's not much room for error.
Here comes cross again, short of length, cut away, and this one should roll away for 4. And a much needed 4 for Essex. Munro gets it, 94 for 6. And Kate Cross back into the attack to just break up the spin here and try and blast another couple out.
Oh, it's funny because this happened again last week in the match against the Blaze when the spinners were all bowling in that chunk, and then they brought the sequence and brought the seamers back on and actually just released a bit of pressure for the Blaze. I mean, they managed to get things going again.
Cross bowls and pushed into the offside again. This one is just about fielded by Seren Smale. Rather misread the path of that one, but she stops it nonetheless, and Munro has to settle for a dot ball.
So both these batters might be hoping to benefit from a little bit of extra pace on the bat, and just that kind of stranglehold that the spinners have had now for kind of good 10-15 overs.
Cross with a red rose of Lancashire on her shirt, runs in again, and this one's flicked away into the leg side. Tilika Stephen is out patrolling that boundary. Throw evades Threlkel, but there's no chance of an overthrow. It's well backed up. 95 for 6 is the score as Eva Gray retakes her guard. Actually, it's fairly dusty out there today. Such a warm day. A little bit of cloud has come over again to provide some relief from the sunshine. It's cross, right arm over the wicket, bowls. Fluid stroke, and that one will go all the way for 4 as well. Nice classical off drive there by Eva Gray with a full follow through, and it rolls over the boundary and into the car park. And Essex approaching 3 figures now with a couple of boundaries in the over. Really fluid stroke this one, Scott.
It was just hard enough, didn't it, to get past mid-off. A couple of boundaries in the over, as you say, and that just helps a little bit, doesn't it? Just eases a little bit of that pressure that's been built up. I say something similar happened in the match against the Blaze. last week. So the batters might just enjoy a bit of extra pace.
Rate 7.8. And another single taken by Gray. Firm strike into the offside, and it brings up the 100 for Essex on the stroke of the 28th over. Only a ripple applause really from their support staff and players waiting to bat to acknowledge it. That shows that they're a long way behind. 173 still required in this game. But if they can keep it at 8 until sort of the 10 over to go mark, then you never know. But it's that keeping it at 8 which is the challenge for them here.
Yes, yeah, especially when you're 6 wickets down. If you're kind of needing to get up towards 7, 8 and over, and you're 4 down at this stage, it's I guess a slightly easier task.
Here's Fee Morris. Let's keep an eye on the first ball of her over, because 2 of them have taken 3 of her wickets, but this one's pushed out to Katie Mack on the cover boundary off the back foot. So a single is the result. 101 for 6. Ireland have set 131 for Sri Lanka in Group 2 of the T20 Women's World Cup. Another game at Leeds tonight, as well as this one again is out to cover, this time a more classical cut stroke from Monroe. Another single added on, 102 for 6.
Certainly enjoyed her last couple of trips to Blackpool, and she, Fee Morris, with the bat and with the ball.
Yeah, I think she'd quite like to play here as often as she can, as this one is turned into the leg side. No running off of there. Gives Stephen across with the fielding. She'll definitely get at least one more opportunity against Warwickshire in the T20 on Sunday.
Yes, he's back to blast action now, isn't it, for the next few weeks?
Morris plays this up. Now, was that hit straight back? I think it was a bump ball. There was no great excitement. There'd have been a bit more disappointment from Morris if that had been hit straight back. Gray waits again. Dot ball off the previous one. Little streaky outside edge will produce another dot ball here. Hannah Jones, the player across. Backward point. And the rate does tick above 8 now. .273 the target. Lancashire seemingly in control here, as this one is just deflected away from the stumps by Gray's bat, but that was about all she could do from the crease. The over is complete. 102 for 6 after 29 overs in a chase of 273. That's 171 more required to win from here, as you'll see in the bottom left of that scoreboard that was just flashed up on the pictures on Lancs TV. You can also get this commentary by the BBC Sport website and app, and Sports Extra 2.
It's a great spell, isn't it, from Fee Morris? She's bowled 7 on the spin from that south end. 3 for 19 from 7 overs is a brilliant return.
Hannah Jones then to replace Cross, and he just had the 1 over in the end from the north end. This one deflected away to Fee Morris. I've noticed though, because she kind of quite likes to line all her bowlers up on 7 overs and then pick and choose where she goes towards the back end of the innings. So whether that's the tactic again today. Jones bowls a ball. Peel from the wicketkeeper and captain Threlkeld, but the bowler was not interested, which rather detracted from that appeal.
Took the edge off it a little bit, didn't it?
Jones down into the pitch, turned away into the leg side. Cross comes Stephen. She's got a long chase though. Monroe thought about a second, but couldn't add it to her total, so she's on 15. 103 for 6. Another 170 required. Jones again throws this one up. It's met on the full, but only clipped leg side by Gray. 104 for 6. Yeah, Cross has had 6 so far. Wirapuli 6. Jones in her 6th at the moment. Morris has bowled 7 and Norris has bowled 5. Bear in mind, Lancashire pretty much only have those 5 options to go with today as well, as this one is pitched on a slightly better length, still a full length, and it's driven to mid-on where Cross is there to just walk in and pick up and prevent the run. Hannah Jones once more. Bowls the ball, pushed up to Cross again. Again, a fairly simple piece of fielding for her to walk a couple of strides to her left and do. And the over comes to an end. 30 overs gone, 104 for 6. The chase 273. So another 169 needed for victory. Essex just chipping away 2 there. When you need 8, this is where it can start climbing very quickly indeed.
Yeah, you can just get a little bit out of control, can't it? It's probably in that bracket now, isn't it? Essex are trying to stay in the game if they can, with some partnership here and maybe have wickets in hand at the back end of the innings, but they're a dismissal away from it all, kind of melting away again. Here is Fee Morris in that slog swept. It's in the air and it's caught at a deep mid wicket by Smale for Lancashire. And Morris gets another, 4th. Oh, a nice little dance too. I'm liking the Smale dance on Celebration, little jig. Morris gets a 4th, and Essex lose their 7th. Gray's gone for 12. 104 for 7. Lancashire. The victory is well, it's theirs to throw away now. A position in which they should not be losing the game. Nicely caught.
And another one off the first ball of Morris over. They like linking up, those two, don't they? Smale and Morris. And, well, this really is a task for Esme McGregor walking to the crease. Just seeing the dismissal again on the pictures. Very similar to Bosch's, actually. It was just thrown up enough outside off stump that the batter was having to reach and extend the arms. See the little dance from Smale in Celebration again as well. But very difficult for Essex now with 169 more required and just 3 wickets left.
As Mike mentioned, back here on Sunday for the T20 Blast game. 2:30 start that on Sunday. So if you're listening to our coverage, you're watching the pitches and in and around the area and fancy some cricket on Sunday. And, Thunder against Warwickshire Bears. 2:30 start in T20 cricket this coming weekend. Morris has a chance of a 5 here. He's still got 3 overs to go after this one, so, well, actually including this one. That's worked by McGregor through the onside. Off the mark straight away. And another wicket with her first ball. Is that the 3rd time she picked up a wicket with the first ball?
Yeah, she's done it in the 16th, the 17th, the 25th, and she's just done it in the 31st.
Getting balls to McGregor, that bounces. Morris chuckling away, as is Ellie Threlkeld, as is Munro. What happened here? Oh, it's come back in, hit her in the mid-drift. Worked away into the onside, bouncing out towards Emma Lamb. Single for Munro, moves on to 16, 106 for 7.
And the only time she spoilt the sequence was in the 19th over, where she took the wicket from the 5th ball.
If it had been the 6th ball, that would at least kept some kind of theme, either first or last ball, into Gregor. That's pushed away into the offside, gathered by Hannah Jones. And there's no run, so 106 for 7. 1 ball remaining of the 31st over. Fee Morris. And that's driven, and that's a good stop. Eve Jones, that extra cover. Low down to her right. Almost skidded through, but excellent work from Jones, and appreciated by Fee Morris, who has increasingly impressive bowling figures. Back-to-back happy days in Blackpool for Fee Morris, with the performance in the victory last week He's now got 4 for 21 from 8 overs. Pick of the bunch. Yeah, Lancashire spinner.
Well, that's beating her 4 for 33 that she got last week at the moment. And I think it'd take quite something to knock her off, but I think that 5th wicket today is very much would be a prized possession, because she's got there with a couple of overs to spare this time, that 4th wicket.
It's Hannah Jones bowling. That's worked off the hip by Munro. Single down to backward square leg, moves on to 17, 107 for 7.
I have calculated the bonus point, 219.
It's Jones and McGregor, that's worked into the onside and there's no run. Top calculations from you, Mike.
So
I had full faith in your...
if Lancashire bowl them out for anything less than 219, they get the bonus point.
Get his socks out to count on his fingers and his toes with that one. In comes Jones, balls again to McGregor. Let's play back to the Lancashire spinner. There's no run.
The key I've worked out to that calculation through bitter experience is the division symbol. If you minus rather than divide, you're in all sorts of trouble.
Jones bowls again. And they're thinking of trying to sneak through for a leg bye, but Threlkel's pretty quick. Behind the stumps, removing a glove and denying the chance to add to the score. 107 for 7. Comes Jones. That's for a second looked like it may have been in the direction of cross for a catch. It bounced in front and then the shy at the stumps, trying to run McGregor out. Well, a direct hit could have been close.
There was an element of watch this from cross, wasn't there? Just sort of picked it up and went, I might be able to throw this down from here. I wasn't far off.
No, and she was a mile out. Run away through the offside for a single. End of the over? It is, yep. So Hannah Jones has now bowled 7, 32 gone of the Essex innings, 109 for 7. So for Lancashire to win with a bonus point, they need to bowl Essex out for less than 219. Or restrict them to less than 219.
Yes, so if 218 or less,
got you.
Lancashire get the bonus point. If they get to 219, bonus points gone.
I think they'll be a little disappointed if this is another bonus point
yes,
win from this position.
I think they're on course, aren't they?
There's Morris to Munro. It's tapped away to the onside. One that spun sharply back in the previous over. From Fee Morris, looking for a 5-wicket haul. And then balls. Is that enough to clear mid-on? It has Cross chasing after it towards the long-on boundary, but it was clubbed away pretty firmly by Munro. 4 moves out to 22, 113 for 7.
It's a strange swing of the bat, this one, from Munro, wasn't it? But it did the job. Got it up and over mid-on. Just sort of swished it in the end.
Not gone for many boundaries off her bowling in this match, but there was one there. Ball's been retrieved thanks to Kate Cross. Morris in again. Again, having to play it with an awful lot of care. This pitch continues to offer quite a bit for the spinners.
Yeah, turned sharply back in, that one.
It's defended by Munro. There's no run. That 4 that Morris, that was just hit there off the boundary, off the bowling of Morris, just her second 4 that she's conceded in 8.4 overs. I'll get through for 1 here. Hannah Jones scoops it up at point.
The way this game's going, you may be struggling to think of a different interviewee today, Scott, because Morris is very much looking the star again.
She is, yeah. Final ball, full toss, which might produce a wicket. Well, she's got 5, Fee Morris, albeit she crouches down, maybe a little sheepish with the manner of the 5th, but 5 nonetheless, and it really is a happy day out at Blackpool again for Fee Morris, just like in the win against the Blaze last week, with runs and wickets on that occasion. It's 5 wickets on this occasion. 114 for 8.
Eve Jones with the catch, and much like the cross one earlier, it's as comfortable as they come, this. A little bit of spin on it, but 10 out of 10 that for Eve Jones. And Fee Morris almost had a look on her face. Yes, slightly sheepish about the way she got it, but she was also a little bit like, guys, it's really hot, stop hugging me. But everyone wanted to come in and celebrate.
It's a brilliant reaction, yeah, from Fee Morris. I don't know if the camera's going to stay on Fee or not here. Yeah, you're able to see she's crouching down. It's almost embarrassment, and then it becomes a little bit, well, sometimes you get a proper full toss. Alex Hartley, it's not the way she still trots this stat out, but she did used to say, and she has said many times, that she was told by, I think it was the England analyst, that 33% of full tosses result in a wicket.
I think that's changing though over the years.
I just thought Hartley made it up.
Yeah. I think over sort of the more professional the game's getting, I feel a few more are going disappearing, but that one didn't. It's 33%, that's a third.
That's because I'm convinced. Well, Hartley definitely comes out with a stat, but it is a few years ago. It's when she was obviously still playing. She might well be watching or listening if she's not on World Cup duty.
It can be a deadly delivery. it can be a deadly delivery.
A well bowled Fee Morris, yet again.
Shouldn't be a deadly delivery, but it can be.
She has a fantastic habit of contributing, helped because of her being an all-rounder. But whether it's with bat or with ball or in the field, I can't often see a game go by where there's not a contribution from Fee Morris along the way. And 5 for 26 from 9 overs. As we take a drinks break, if you are just joining our coverage here on Lancs TV, or bless you, or on BBC Sounds via Sports Extra 2, hay fever season, as you can tell. Essex are 114 for 8. Set 273 to win the game. Half century for Eve Jones at the top, but pretty much everyone chipped in. Partnerships through the course of that Lancashire innings. Felt like a good score at the halfway stage, especially with the makeup and the balance of Lancashire's attack. And it looks like a very good score. 33 overs into the reply. Hannah Jones to continue. Monroe's on strike. Down on one knee. It'll be a wide as it just finds its way down the leg side. And they've run to what? To way into the onside. Towards deep backward square leg for a single. Monroe moves on to 24. 118 for 8.
There's a cooling breeze finally makes its way across. We've needed that for a while, I think.
Yeah, it's quite welcome then, isn't it? Pushed off the front foot. There's a stack of Lancashire fielders in the circle on the offside. And then also a deep extra cover as well, so plenty of protection on that offside. That's played up towards mid-off, toward Norris Fields. No run, 118 for 8.
So 11 wickets now for Fee Morris, but 9 of those in the last 2 games. Took her a while to get going in the competition this year.
It's quicker and flatter delivery from Jones, which he'd play back to her. No addition to the Essex score.
Which was a surprise because she'd contributed plenty last season.
Jones to Thacker, that's punched into the covers.
But now she has started taking them. She's really started taking them. A 4 for and a 5 for the last couple of games.
Looks to sweep this delivery, but doesn't make any contact. End of the over. 34 gone. And so far, so good for Lancashire with the bat, and then backed up in the field and with the ball. 118 for 8. Morris has a chance here to sign off with 6. You've got 1 over left.
Or even 7.
Indeed.
Even 7. That really would be giving everyone the early dart, wouldn't it? I can't see any way though with this 155 of 96 being chased.
Pushed into the offside by Munro. And there's no run.
And that's mainly because there's only 2 wickets left with which Essex can do it with.
Worked into the onside. Fielded by Wirapuli at mid-wicket. 118 for 8. A few more in balls again. Played watchfully by Munro. Tapped away to the leg side. Stephen Fields hands the ball back to Morris. She's got 3 deliveries left of the day. Dragged out towards the leg side. Just be a single. Smell picks it up on the leg side boundary at deep mid wicket. 1 to Munro, moves to 25. 119 for 8. The sun reappears. Not that it's been gone for long, but the occasional little cloud cover just takes the edge off as Morris balls, and that's dropped into the offside by Thacker, but and there's no run, and the ball goes via Hannah Jones to Ellie Threlkeld and then back to Fee Morris. Final delivery of her 10 overs today. She signed off with a wicket. She has tossed up, and a play and a miss from Thacker. There's a degree of uncertainty amongst the reaction, but it is a wicket. She's got one to slide through onto off stump. The 2 batters are not entirely convinced that's the case. I've got to say, Lancashire didn't look hugely convinced that was a wicket, but I think it has been given.
It has, and I think that might be the game as well, because I'm not sure Flo Miller is going to bat here, because I think she had strapping on her finger after the fielding innings, and with another 154 for her to get off 90 deliveries, it's possibly not wise for her to come out and aggravate that injury any further. So that will be Fee Morris's last chance to take a wicket. She's got 6 of them today. Superb bowling, and as you're probably hearing on the tannoy there, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 27 for 6. Just bring Alison Byrne back in for a final thought as the players are about to depart the scene. Do make sure you join us for that T20 on Sunday, Lancashire versus Warwickshire. We should be across all the places we currently are, certainly BBC Sport website and app, and Lancs TV, and we'll possibly be appearing on 5 Sports Extra on one of their channels as well. Good to have you with us today on 5 Sports Extra 2, as well as BBC Sport website and app, and on Lancs TV. Alison, a very comprehensive victory for Lancashire, and we were talking to Scott earlier, it feels a different place around any sports club when you get 3 wins back to back.
Well, it was that first win against the Blaze that's done it. They just seemed to come out in that game with a completely refreshed attitude of go out, enjoy your sport, nothing to lose at this point, and they've carried on that positivity into this game. You could see it in the warm-up, you can see it in their faces on Sunday. They were thoroughly enjoying their game up at Neston, and why wouldn't you? And it's just giving them a little bounce in the field, a little bit of energy. You can see the backing up is a bit sharper. Everything about the place is a bit more positive, and of course, you know, they've got a bonus point today, I believe, which will take them up the table. They're still in the quarter-final of the T20, so they could potentially still be within a shout of winning 2 trophies here, which you wouldn't have thought 2 weeks ago even.
It will take them up to 6th in the table, ahead of Somerset, who don't play in this round of fixtures, and above Yorkshire, which will, I'm sure, delight any Lancashire fans. Durham won today, so they're up to 24. Surrey still have 22, and Warwickshire have 22. So that's 3rd, 4th and 5th. So Lancashire going up to 6th in the table. And the story of this one was Eve Jones getting a 50 to help take them up to a total of 273. In the chase, Durham never really got going. McLeod out for 0, Gilgrass for 7. Norris and Cross picking those up. Cross getting a second one when she got Douse LBW for 5. Anika Bosch batted nicely, but was the first of Fee Morris's victims, holding out from the first ball of her spell. Seren Smale with the catch there. Gardner going for 10, caught by Cross. Heap out for 12, again caught by Cross off Fee Morris. Monroe batted nicely for her 25, not out. Lost Eva Gray, caught again on the boundary by Smale, and McGregor was caught by Eve Jones off the bowling of Morris before Thacker was bowled for 0 to leave Essex 119 for 9 in pursuit of 273. Flo Miller did not bat, and that's the story of the card. And the real story is Fee Morris, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 27 for 6.
I'm really pleased for her. She's a great character around this team. Real positive energy comes from her. But it was a great setup, great by the two opening bats in Lamb and Jones. That gave the bowlers a platform to bowl aggressively, leave the fielder in, which created chances for the spin bowlers. So, yeah, Threlkeld couldn't have asked any more from her troops today. And roll on, roll on, roll on.
Well, whether you followed this on the BBC Sport website and app, whether you have followed this on Lancs TV, do make sure you rejoin us for Sunday when Lancashire will be up against Warwickshire back in the T20 competition. We switch back to T20 cricket for the next game here at Blackpool. Been good to have you with us, and we will see you again soon. Goodbye for now.